defending him, I think, in that aspect. And I can't remember the N-word usage. I mean, 99.9999% of the time, there's unless you're repeating something word for word in defending yourself in court, there's really no reason to ever use it. So Robert Sarver, who was not thought to be a good guy, he gone.
Yeah, and like that's.
But what jumped out? What was the number one thing?
It's a good question.
Like, do you have one that comes to mind?
No, I don't, because it's obviously his use of the N-word was different than like than a Donald Sterling or others that we've heard, because he was
quoting something else.
Which is not the same as using it in a, like using it on your own, but it's still not appropriate. There was the allegations of workplace sexual, not misconduct, but inappropriate comments that are made. It just kind of speaks to an overall
culture thing,
work environment that is just not conducive to happiness.
He threatened a pregnant employee's role because her baby needs their mom, not their father. Then he called a meeting with a lawyer who told the woman that Sarver had done nothing wrong. He exposed his genitals to a male employee who was on his knees. There was a dozen other offenses and incidents that kind of fit those categories.
Yeah, so it doesn't sound like there's one incident that's, that was the straw that broke the camel's back, so to speak. It was the overall scope of just the workplace. And that, you had people that were resigning their positions or asking, for, more money because of this, because of what they're putting up with, suing the team. And it just became for him untenable.
And then he ticked off more people in his announcement yesterday. As a man of faith, I believe in atonement and the path to forgiveness.
Oh, that's the Tom Bredeman. I consider myself a man of faith.
I expected that the commissioner's 1-year suspension would provide the time for me to focus, make amends, and remove my personal controversy from the teams that I and so many fans love. But in our current unforgiving climate, it has become painfully clear that this is no longer possible. That whatever good I have done or could still do is outweighed by things I have said in the past. For those reasons, I'm beginning the process of seeking buyers for my team. So it was I'm stepping away because this soft world that we live in, and forget about all the charities and all the schools and all the foundations I donated to. I'm going to be forced to get rid of my team and get kicked out of the NBA for this one story.
Yeah, now this part, this is like, come on, dude. Like, this is, no. Like, selling, first of all, you don't say that. Our current unforgiving climate isn't the reason that this is happening. I mean, it may have contributed to it at the end, because in years past, he may have just taken his fine, this pittance of a fine for him, and then taken his 1-year suspension and come back and been all fine and dandy. But that isn't the world we live in anymore. So that did contribute, I'm sure, some to it.
But this is how scary the climate is. I had someone in the media text me last night and say, off the record, I do agree with him about the more unforgiving climate. That's how scary times are.
Yeah.
Because he's right about the more unforgiving climate.
It is more unforgiving.
But even a media member felt the need to preface it to me and say, off the record, I agree with him. I mean, that's something that isn't that you're not giving me a trade report or injury news or a controversial story within an organization, but people even feel the need to say off the record for a climate comment.
Yeah. Now, like this, to me, the whole thing, this is chicken ass on his part. You said what you said. Face the music and get back out there. Like that's what I would have done. Someday I want somebody not to just sell and go away.
Dan Snyder.
Yeah. Like, just sit there and say, you know what? Screw everybody. I do own the team. I did say these things. They were wrong. I will atone for my sins, but you ain't going to push me out. That would have been, I think, the non-cowardly way to go. This is the easy way out.
Meanwhile, the head coach of the Boston Celtics, waking up to this morning, Ime Udoka had an improper, intimate, and consensual relationship with a female member of the Celtics staff, per Shams. Woj had reported that he was going to face some disciplinary action. It is not thought that his job is in jeopardy. This is what got Wash the second time around. I think Wash felt the need to step away, whether it was pressure at home. He had some type of relationship or interaction with a female media member. Well, same thing happening with Ime Udoka. I thought that he was dating
Nia Long.
Yeah. I don't know what the status of that is.
They probably aren't dating today.
Right? Fresh Prince of Bel-Air? Is that what you think of her from?
Honestly, I had to go look her up to see who she was.
Okay.
I had heard of her, but I couldn't put her face to the name. Like, I knew she was an actress. I knew that she was in Fresh Prince.
I think Craig's girlfriend in, oh, no. Am I messing that up? Her Wikipedia list has Boys in the Hood, The Best Man Holiday, Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, Big Mama's House. So there it is.
Man, they've been together since 2010. Whew. I don't remember.
Who was Craig's girlfriend in Friday? Can I ask that to Alexa? I can't remember the name of her. Sorry.
Friday.
Anyway.
Debbie was her name in the show.
I'm trying to think of the name of the actress. But anyway, Woj just saying not thought to be threatening towards his job status, but here you go with an improper relationship within the Celtics organization for Udoka, who was just in the NBA Finals.
Yeah, I mean now like there's talk of suspensions with Udoka. That which is surprising. But the Celtics have a code of conduct where like this is a massive workplace issue for them, and now like who knows what's going to wind up happening with that organization? Like obviously the organization will be fine; they'll have the same players, they'll be okay. But Udoka was seen as a guy who is like everybody seems to love this dude. Everyone says what a good dude he is. Everyone says what a great coach he is. And now it's in question.
Woj said, while no final decision has been made, internal discussions have included scenarios that would keep him out for the entirety of the 2022-23 season. So not fired, but apparently a 1-year suspension for the year is on the table.
Dude,
wow.
Who was he with? A 1-year deal? A 1-year suspension potentially?
No way they can light him up that long.
I can't imagine. Was he with the owner's daughter? Like, seriously.
I don't know. I do not know. Truckwreck.com text line is open at 877-881-1053. We're live on the fan cam, live on Twitch, and the YouTube numbers continue to go up. Did Aaron Judge get closer to home run history last night? And what is so special about this grocery store in Texas that had thousands lined up yesterday at 6 a.m.? It's a Thursday edition of Sean and RJ, just getting started on the fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation. It is a Thursday. That means the DeMarcus Lawrence Show. 5 o'clock will be on right after.
Right here on this radio station, 7-2. A couple of hits for Corey Seager. Shohei Ohtani extends his hitting streak to 7 games as, a few days ago, the Angels were officially eliminated again. I thought I saw that. I was like, why is this just coming out now? Weren't they officially eliminated a long time ago? But 65-84, 33 games back. I think this is 9 years in a row. When's the last time the Angels?
2012.
9 years in a row?
I think they went in 14, but they were swept. Because didn't they lose to the Royals in that first round? I think so.
If I remember, I thought it was Trout's rookie year that they went. I'll go back and look.
But imagine if you told the owner, Artie Moreno, you're going to have Trout and eventually get Ohtani, spend for some of the names that they have, and you are just not going to make the postseason. Trout hitting 273 on the season. Ohtani is at 270 as he had 2 hits in all last night. Trout has 36 home runs, 6th most in baseball, 71 runs batted in. The OPS is a 969.
Oh, wow, that's a hell of an OPS. That's a really good one. They have 2, and it was 2014. They have 2 of the best players. They have the best player and the most.
But 2 that can be discussed in the history of the sport.
History of the sport.
Not like today, forever.
They have historic players.
Yes.
They've got who I think is the best player I've ever seen in Mike Trout, and they have the most complete player.
They have the new school Babe Ruth.
Ever? Yeah, like Ohtani's not as good of a hitter as Babe or pitcher as Babe, but Babe never did what he's doing at the same time. Like Babe had a 7-year pitching career, and then he's like, bored, let's go become a hitter. And Ohtani is doing the 2 things literally at the same time. We've not seen that at this level ever. That's what's remarkable about this, and they still can't buy. They can't buy wins. They can't. And I don't know what they're going to do next year. Ohtani's going to be a free agent next year. So, are they going to trade him? Are they going to trade him in the offseason? If you want, if the Angels want to get back to being the Angels again, which was a perennial playoff team back in 2 decades ago in the aughts, then they need to trade Ohtani and Trout.
And the Tolos let me know, yes, Nia Long wasn't Friday. Ime Udoka's girlfriend, or recently his girlfriend, after the Celtics story that he had an improper relationship and could be suspended for a while by the team or the NBA. So thanks to Mark, Miguel, TC, P. Hunk, and Claude for just lighting it up. 5 straight tweets in a row. Yep, it was Nia Long in Friday. Aaron Judge, meanwhile, doubles twice. Does not homer in his chase for Roger Maris.
No, but he does improve his batting average a tick, which would help him win the Triple Crown. He was already leading it, and going 2 for 4 on a 316 batting average. That'll raise it up a little bit, percentage points.
What are we looking at contract-wise for him now?
He's old. His biggest drawback is he's old. His other biggest drawback is outside of his rookie year and this year, he's never really been healthy. His rookie year, he was, hit 52 home runs. He was healthy for the most part. And then this year, he's been healthy for the most part. Everything in between, he's missed 20, 30 games.
He rejected 30 per.
Yeah, he rejected. I think it was $230 million overall,
and he's going to end up winning, rejecting it.
Yes, he is
big time.
There's no doubt he is going to win. He made himself probably $100 million.
How much pressure in New York will there be? We said he's probably going to get overpaid. How much pressure in New York will there be to keep him there?
Immense. This is the face of the franchise. It's one of the faces of the sport, and there are 4 real contenders for Aaron Judge outside of the Yankees. Boston, the Giants, which is the team he grew up rooting for, the Dodgers, he's a California kid, and the team that would absolutely relish in this is the Mets. And that's the team I think you got to worry about the most. They have the richest owner in the sport, Steve Cohen, and or one of the richest owners, and he has no problem breaking the bank. He's put $40-something million on Max Scherzer's name. If he wants to give Aaron Judge $40 million a year, he will, and the Yankees won't match that. They have gone on the cheap-ish, relative speaking to what old George would have done. There's a lot of pressure on them. There is it might not be 50-50. Like probably like 60-40 he stays, but there's a big chance he goes somewhere else.
Can somebody on the fan text explain the greatness of HEB? Somebody? You told me about this yesterday before it became a story. They opened in Frisco yesterday morning with a crowd of 1,500 people waiting at 6 a.m. There's live news coverage inside the store for some marinated fish in the aisles. There's marching bands out there. Now, I first heard about HEB from Tolo Chad. Chad would come in here, and he's a barbecue master. He would bring in burnt ends and barbacoa and amazing brisket, and I think it was like Wagyu. And I was like, I can't find Wagyu brisket anywhere. Where are you getting this? He goes, HEB. HEB is the place to be for the meat section. So I would look around, and, I would have had to go on out to Midlothian to get it, too far. But I didn't realize it had this type of following. Yeah. Someone explain it to me, please. 1,500 people waiting at 6 a.m.? Yeah, what's the deal?
I went to one. I think it was in College Station or on the way to College Station that I went to one. I mean, it was fun.
Why would you go to a grocery store on the way to College Station?
Beer. Drinks. Just get drinks. And probably we were tailgating for the Tennessee A&M game, and I'm sure we wanted like some food to get and everything, but they own Central Market, so it's like a small time Central Market, right? It's a good grocery store. I wouldn't wait outside in line for it.
Like, what is the magic inside to wait in line for? Peyton, you have any HEB experience?
No, I think they started in San Antonio and then kind of jumped from city to city, and now Frisco. So, it's the next big thing, really. And people just love it whenever it comes to their town.
But why? I want to know specifically. Is it the pricing? Is it the quality? Is it the selection?
More choices, better meat quality and stuff.
Hunter,
than just Walmart.
Definitely ain't the pricing.
No, Central Market and Whole Foods, I put them like in a separate category of expensive.
Yeah, they're stupid. Like Tom Thumb is expensive.
Tolo Hunter, great sushi, great meal prepped lunches, good meat for the prices, a lot of great produce. So that's when Tolo chiming in. What's the fan text saying?
It's the grocery store version of Texas Pride, like Buc-ee's and Whataburger. Nothing special. Too many people. Takes forever to get out of there. Reminds me of a cattle auction. You could barely move around. It's the Buc-ee's of grocery stores.
Ooh.
8 locations. I'm sorry. HEB the best HEB locations are down south, especially in San Antonio. They've got high quality products for the same pricing.
Like if you're in the front of that line, what are people running to first in the aisles? I understand when the PS5 is released, a new phone at the Apple store, you're going in to get the phone. You're going in to get the technology. What are you rushing to first when you get through the doors opening at HEB? What's the first place you're running to where you're like, this is going to fly off the shelves the fastest? These are the things that I was thinking about yesterday with this news story.
To me, it's the event. You go for the event. I went to the HEB the first day it opened.
Would have been brilliant if they just hired or asked or bribed a lot of people. Hey, here's 500 free samples. Stand in line. Look at the pub you're going to get. It's like I've always said. One time you should pay someone like $300 to just film you going out for a night.
Yeah.
Oh my God!
Yeah.
Who's this guy in Roanoke?
Right.
Wearing the baseball hat and the dress shirt. He must be someone dressing like that.
Gotta be somebody.
He's got a film crew.
Yeah.
He's got someone taking pictures of him getting out of his Camry. Oh my Lord!
I know.
You know what I mean? How much attention would that draw? And how
it'd be amazing,
brilliant.
You a Hollywood producer out there.
Yeah, you feel like a legitimate uptown snob with all the attention following you around. So wow. What pub?
Man, they're coming in. Their coffee is legit. They sell Whataburger sausage. HEB is the greatest grocery store of all time. Prices are fantastic. Selection's even better. Texans that make HEB their personality are sad people that need a hobby. It's awesome. You just have to go. It can't be explained. It's incredible. It blows every Metroplex store out of the water. I mean, are you going to drive to Frisco?
No.
I mean, look, You have a Costco membership, right?
Yes.
Sam's Club, all that stuff.
Yep.
I assume that
But maybe
the
it's
meats
like-
you get at Costco are really good.
Yeah, maybe it's like the Costco compared to everything else, which is the Sam's Club. And there's a clear difference. I'm not sure if one is a sponsor or not, so I'm going to move on. We got Bobby Belt and Babe Laufenberg today to start previewing the Giants. A practice report for Michael Gallup. Who's going to be more right, Steven or Jerry, when it comes to Michael Gallup playing? A Cowboy is not happy, thinks he's being unfairly targeted by the league in terms of drug testing, and Micah Parsons eliminating Joe Burrow on social media. Inside the Star with Sean and RJ next.
Be a part of the show. MyFitnessStore.com studios. It's Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
Michael Gallup update. Mike McCarthy yesterday said he's going to get a full slate of practice reps this week. Now, Steven suggested he would probably play. And Jerry went the other way with us on Tuesday. I'm going to lean towards Michael Gallup playing Monday night against the Giants. That's my gut feeling. I think Jerry was throwing a little gamesmanship to try to surprise New York. That's my guess.
I agree. I do think he is going to wind up playing. And I think he'll be on a pretty strict sort of pitch count, if you will. You know, I don't think he's going to be out there playing 60 plays. If he does, that means that he is really, really healthy. Like, he's healthy anyway. If you're going to have him play, you know he is pretty close to 100%. At least he better be. That'd be malpractice if he wasn't. But I do expect I would say a 25 snap count.
Dennis Houston cleared waivers, re-signing with the Cowboys practice squad. So Nick Eatman was trying to put that together yesterday when he joined us from DallasCowboys.com, releasing Houston. Gallup increase in practice, kind of follow the tea leaves, Michael playing, but they get Dennis Houston back. Malik Hooker is not happy with the National Football League. He tweeted this yesterday. Ain't no way these random drug tests keep happening and I keep being on the list. Been tested multiple times this year already, and we're only in week 2. This is getting out of hand. So that was Malik Hooker with a little shot towards the National Football League with what he views as unfair treatment. And Joe Burrow was asked about all the noise from the 0-2 start after the Cowboys beat the Bengals on Sunday and revealed something yesterday to the media.
Well, what's great is I don't have Twitter or Instagram right now, so I've seen none of it. We're focused on what's going on in there. I'm sure it's not a very good reaction, but I think it'll be a different reaction as we get going here.
No Twitter, no Instagram.
No.
JoJo not being able to take it. It's not all fun in games when you're just smoking cigars and people are calling you Joe Cool after LSU and after your Super Bowl appearance. And now people are raining down upon the Bengals, calling them overrated. Last year was fluky, calling out, the holes in their organization, the problems with their team. And Joe Burrow has bailed like Trayvon Diggs.
Well, it was fluky, I think. It is a fair criticism that they've started out 0-2 because they have started out 0-2.
Yeah.
But this is just channeling his inner Aaron Rodgers. The RELAX. That's all this is. He is going to and they'll be okay. But he's a tremendous player. And they'll be okay. They will not make it back to the Super Bowl this year. I'll go and say that. And I don't even know at this point if you can even say they're a playoff team. But long term, they'll be fine. And he'll be fine.
At the Jets. That's what's coming up on Sunday.
That's a win.
Got to get that win. You're at the Jets. And then Miami, Baltimore, New Orleans in their next 3. Then Atlanta, Cleveland, Carolina, Pittsburgh, Tennessee. So I think the middle of their schedule gives them a chance to get back on track. But they get the New York Jets, who are riding high after what they did to the Cleveland Browns in Ohio. So there's Joe Burrow. Write this one up to another MPP. The Micah Parsons problem is what Brian Baldinger has nicknamed him on Twitter. You want to get hype? Go watch Baldy's breakdown at Baldy NFL, frequent guest on the show and the station. Go watch his breakdown of Micah Parsons, who everybody is calling an absolute problem now in the National Football League, including Giants head coach Brian Daboll, who was asked about number 11.
He's a problem. He's a dynamic football player. He can play multiple spots. He does. You'll see him at linebacker. You'll see him at defensive end. He has rare pass rush ability. We're going to have a good plan for him. He's fun to watch when you're not getting ready to play him. I'll give him that compliment. He just does things that are pretty impressive on the football field. I've seen him play in a variety of spots. He plays in a stack behind a loaded up box. He'll play on one. We have to obviously know where he's at. But our tackles are going to have to do a good job too. Can't chip them or you can't do it on every single play. And I think that's the beauty where they move him around. I think Coach Quinn does a great job with his scheme, and he's a dynamic player.
Yesterday on the truckwreck.com text line, I just asked a simple question. Micah or Luka? Enjoy them both. Both sports blessings in the Metroplex. Was there one answer, one way or the other, just in terms of their current and future greatness, Micah or Luka?
Luka. Oh, it was not even close. It was not even close.
Okay.
And I don't think it should be close. One could take over a game. The other one plays, plays defense, and is only on the field for half the time. Luka is on the field or on the court for basically 90% of all plays.
I guess a different way to ask it is who is going to be remembered as the greater player? If we're talking about Lawrence Taylor, if Micah Parsons is indeed Lawrence Taylor, will that beat out Luka's legacy at the end?
I don't think it'll be even close. Luka's legacy will be higher.
Okay.
Lawrence Taylor does not have
Taylor's the greatest defensive player in football.
Right.
Luka's comps could be, a lesser athletic LeBron. A new school Magic. I mean, those are hella comparisons too.
Look, as big as the NFL is, the top, 20 all-time NBA players are more important, famous, well-known than Lawrence Taylor, I think. That may be low.
Really? Okay.
When was the last time anybody thought the name Lawrence Taylor?
Well, Lawrence Taylor is bigger than Tim Duncan?
No, I don't think so. I don't think he's close. I don't think he's bigger than Dirk. I don't think he's bigger than
Chris
Paul.
No.
He's better at what he does.
Oh.
He's better at what he does.
You don't think he's a bigger legendary name than Chris Paul?
Chris Paul, he's probably a bigger legend. I'm saying, nobody, you know what I mean? Nobody brings up globally the name Lawrence Taylor.
Well, when we're talking all-time teams and all-time best defender.
Sure, absolutely.
I don't think we should just be trapped in the last 7 years.
Yeah, I agree.
Jerry Rice is always is labeled like that.
I think Jerry Rice is way bigger than Lawrence Taylor.
Okay. Interesting. 877-881-1053. Truckwreck.com text line to hit us up here on DFW Sports Station. Sean Payton, in a recent media interview, was asked if he has already decided if he wants to coach next year.
I would say this. I really enjoy what I'm doing right now, and more maybe than I thought. If the right situation presented itself, Mike, I would definitely be interested in. And there's no utopia, if you will, when it comes to teams. But if I felt like it was the right situation, I would have an interest in that. That all being said, that could come in a year, that could come in 2 years. In the meantime, though, you do get immersed with what you're currently doing. You want to be good at it and not just doing it. And so I've kind of just been focused on that. But I said this over the weekend. This past weekend's game versus Tampa was the first time that I had a version of FOMO. Where I was jealous of everyone that was there, including random Bruce Arians on the sideline.
So that's from the Nick Underhill podcast. Sean Payton talking about his future.
Yeah. One thing stood out to me here. He says he likes what he's doing more than he thought. That's if you want him to coach again, if you want him to coach this team, you don't want that statement out there. You don't want him to enjoy this. You want him to have massive FOMO. You want him to have just a distaste for the media. You want him to hate the people he works with. You don't want him to enjoy this. Because if he enjoys working 1 day a week and getting paid well for it, there ain't no chance he comes back to that grind in 1 year. He might eventually, but not in 1 year.
How do we think he's been on Fox? Have you caught him? Have you checked him out? I think this is a better role for him than maybe a color game analyst when he's going to have to talk quicker and faster.
I'm not really into watching the pregame shows or the postgame shows. I go to the I like to watch the games or switch to the other game. So like when one game ends early, I'll just keep it on the other games that I watch the postgame show. So I haven't seen a ton of him. Plus, they give you like these 30-second soundbite chances on that Fox pregame. So I can't make a hardcore statement on him. How do you think he's been?
I think he's been solid, but he sits down as like a guest on Cowherd. You are limited when you have 94 different people on set. He hasn't said anything. I think he's been more interesting than Jason Garrett. We haven't gotten like any great Garrett opinions or clips.
No, I think Garrett. I've seen Garrett on Sunday Football. I think he's been pretty decent, but he's him and Dungy are very smart. And they've got a really good way with words. I've not heard Jason on Notre Dame. That's right. That's what I want to see. I want to see how he is as a game analyst.
Yeah, he's definitely the better one when talking about the play-by-play guy on that Jack Collinsworth. It's like Collinsworth, you can tell he's a brand new guy. He's trying to say as little as possible, and he's just trying to stay out of the way. Pass complete, 4 yards. And then, like, Jason has to talk. You heard Sean Payton mention Bruce Arians. The NFL is warning Arians over his sideline conduct right before the Mike Evans fight.
How about they get him out of there? He does not.
Member of the staff. Member of the organization.
Yeah.
Todd Bowles tried to say they did not provide a suite. They did not provide a sitting area for Bruce Arians. And I think Jason Light, the GM, was down there as well. And they're not normally down there.
No. Get out of there.
He's an attention whore.
Of course he is. Of course he is. Again, imagine going to your job.
He's a senior assistant to the general manager.
Imagine going to your job, and you got to go sit down in your little cubicle, and the guy who used to sit there before, who's no longer in that role, is standing right next to you. Just sitting there, watching every move of yours.
What if that guy gave you the job? Like Arians handed over the job to Bowles.
You should have handed it over, man. It's not your job anymore. It's my job.
The Saints said they did provide seating for both Arians and Light in the press box.
Yeah.
In the press box?
Yeah. You
ever seen a head coach and a GM in the press box?
So at the ballpark,
sit next to Bobby Belt.
Yeah, I know, right? When I was when I used to go to the ballpark for like pre and post game stuff like that for the Rangers, they would have booths set up, right? So like announce booth, radio announcers booths, TV booths, and they would have extra ones that were just there, and that's what they would put front office members of other teams. So technically, you're in the press box, but you're more in a secluded room. Cowboys have separate rooms, so they wouldn't put like the GM in the main press area. They would put them next to Brad and Babe, which is down the way a little bit.
All right, so there it is, Inside the Star here on Sean and RJ. Thanks for being a total. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On, 877-881-1053 in order to hit us up. 877-881-1053. You got former teammates that are continuing to call out Russell Wilson. Kyler Murray speaks on the fan incident where he got hit in the head after the Raiders walk-off, and all the love continues for Jalen Hurts in filthy around the rest of the NFL with Sean and RJ next.
But let's get you over to the greatness of
Frankel, there's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers to put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel & Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
How did Cole Beasley end up playing with Tom Brady and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers? He stalked him on Instagram, hit him up in the DMs. Quote, I'm going to be honest, I was hitting him up a lot. I slid into the DMs for sure. I didn't have the phone number, so I started bugging him on social media. Quote, I'm sure a lot of guys do that. It's been a while. He didn't really say anything until recently. I've been wanting to play with Tom for a long time. I'm excited. Kind of a humbling experience. It's the first time I've never been through a training camp. I've got a lot of catching up to do. So Cole Beasley at the age of 33 is going to try to step in. Mike Evans out for the week. Julio Jones, Chris Godwin missed last week. And here's Cole hoping to replicate what Tom had in Wes Welker, Julian Edelman, and Danny Amendola. Beasley saying that's one of the reasons I always wanted to play for him. He's had a lot of success with those types of guys. You couldn't get Tom's number?
Call an agent.
You couldn't get the GM's number? Your agent? If Cole's got an agent, your agent couldn't get it? If that was the case, I'd just fire the agent right there on the spot. Although I think it was Bobby Wagner who started hitting up Les Snead, the Rams general manager. So that's Tom. I guess this is another case of Tom taking this to the front office and saying, go get a guy.
Go get the guy. I'm just surprised that Tom checks his message requests on the DMs, on the Instagrams and stuff. Because how many messages do you get a day that just go to spam?
I'm sure he's got it set up where like the verified ones come through. Maybe it shows him the notification.
Yeah.
Can you filter that out?
I think can you do it on Twitter?
I have no idea.
Because I've heard that you can get like mentions and stuff like, oh, a verified person mentioned you. That way.
Yeah.
I mean, I call them all.
I have that set up like that, so I don't deal with the PM. I'm just kidding.
And I'm sure he's got a team. Team goes through the messages.
I want to have a team. I want a team of people just working round the clock, catering to my every need.
What would be your top 3 secretarial duties to be filled?
Social media is number 1.
Okay.
That would be the easiest one to do. I think other than that, all the housekeeping stuff, not actual housekeeping.
Laundry, no. Clean the stove?
No. I take care of all that. Oil changes. Anything with my car. Go get my gas. Get the car washed. Tires. Go to the dentist for me. Like anything. Go to my doctor's appointment. Here's my urine. Bring this to the doctor so I don't have to go sit in the waiting room and then the smaller waiting room, which is also known as the regular office. So that's 2.
Yep.
And I don't know the third one, man. It's got to be just phone. You know what it is? Phone calls. Dealing with bills. Dealing with all that crap. You got to call these people. You got to cancel this, cancel that.
$4,000 in paperwork waiting for me yesterday. Remember when I was on crutches last year? Oh, and I stepped on something, a piece of tent that was being put up in my backyard. I got the bill for that yesterday.
Oh yeah?
Yeah. Got the bill.
$4,000.
No, that was like $890. It was like $2,200, and then the insurance took it down to $890. I have home insurance is up, but it's not just taken out of my escrow, so I have to pay that total sum in full.
Oh, so you don't just take it out you don't take it out every month?
No. I can't remember why I did it. My aunt, gave me some type of, like you have your advisors. She's like, no, do it this way.
Supposedly you could take the money and invest it at the start of the year. And so let's just say it's $10,000 of your taxes for the year. You take that $10,000 cash, put it into some kind of a investment account, and then at the end of the year, it's now worth $12,000, and you pay it, and you've made $2,000 off it. There's the theory. I guess if the market tanks, you're screwed.
Yeah. Best piece of advice she gave me, make your house a place of worship. I couldn't do that, though. You just put a Buddha doll in one of the rooms and say, place of worship.
Right. Yeah.
Don't have to pay, should do that. Don't have to pay property tax.
You could also get 5 goats.
5?
I think it's 5. The number's 5. 5 forms of livestock.
And you're a farm?
And you're considered a farm. So there's some weird, and I think they've changed the rule recently to avoid that loophole, but you used to be able to do chickens. You get some chickens.
Did Dion have animals? Was it someone that had? I can't remember who it was.
He had a scooter.
That would not be an animal. Justin Fields trying to clear things up. Here's the initial statement. We played it yesterday. I told you this was going to be a problem for Fields. You don't say this and have fans not give you a hard time, especially after you lose. So this was Fields after losing the Packers when asked about the pain of the fan base.
I mean, it hurts more in the locker room than the Bears fans. I mean, because at the end of the day, they're not putting in any work. I see the guys in the locker room every day. I see how much work they put in.
At the end of the day, they're not putting in any work. Not the smartest thing to say. So, obviously, social media went crazy. Bears PR went to Fields and was like, you better calm this down, young man. This is your second year. You got a long way to go here with this fan base. You better make this right with the city. And this was Fields' attempt at doing so yesterday.
You know, I was mad after the game, and I mean, I like to address this now to get everything cleared up. But you know, there was a thing that I said on Sunday after the game where I said, you know, the fans don't put in work. And when I was, you know, first off, you know, I was frustrated after the game. So, you know, number one, I didn't want to come and talk to you guys. I wasn't in the mood to come and talk to you guys. So, you know, I should have did a better job explaining what I meant by that. But what I meant by that was I'm talking about work, you know, regarding the game on Sunday, winning the game. You know, I don't know any fans. I don't know what they're doing in their personal lives. And I respect every fan that we have. I'm, you know, glad that we have fans. So, you know, I would never disrespect, you know, anybody on what they do or what they love to do. And, you know, that was, you know, it came off like that. And, of course, you know, some social media outlets, they, you know, quoted my quote and, you know, they got a big buzz out of it. So, of course, they did a great job doing that. And, of course, social media is going to do that. But, yeah, I just wanted to clear that up right now. And, you know, now back to the question. I'm sorry. I just want to clear that up.
Justin Fields taking Robert Sarver lessons. First off, it's the fault of the media responsibility. I didn't want to talk to you guys in the first place. All right, that's number one why I said it. Number two, I was talking about actual football work. Yes, we got that, Justin. You guys put in the football work, and the fans don't. And then number three, social media took it, and they spun it. It's social media's fault. So social media, the NFL's media obligations, part of Justin Fields owning what he said.
Yeah, again, this is another one time. Just be honest. You know, if you're just honest, say, look, I was emotional. I said what I said. I do believe that we care more than the fans do. Just be honest with it. You know, if that's how you feel.
I wouldn't have said that. I would have said, look, technically, I was just talking about all the blood, sweat, and tears, the weight room, the practice, sweating it out in training camp. I was talking about that work. Fans work to support us. That's the work they put in. And something I regret saying. That's all you have to say. The fans work to support us, to pay the ticket prices, to buy the jerseys. That's the way I would have approached it, but
I don't think that's wrong. Yeah, I don't think that's wrong at all.
He's right about the physical labor. He's right.
Of course he is. There's no physical labor fans put in to watch these games. Well, they pour salsa into a bowl for the game. They make their wings. They order out. You know, they come up with plans. They know what they do? Turn the TV on.
Yes.
They turn the TV on.
And maybe you have to do it manually, like in this room. You got to walk to the TV and hit the side button. That is more work.
It is.
Than the remote.
And I'll tell you what, if my remote's missing at the house,
no TV.
Nope.
No TV.
I don't even know where the button is to turn it on.
The continued takedown of Russell Wilson continues from the Legion of Boom. I told you on Sunday when Russ was struggling against the armpit in Denver, Richard Sherman tweeted out, "Oh, here's a little chef emoji. I thought Russ was cooking. Here's your chef." And then Richard Sherman on his podcast had KJ Wright on as a guest, and they were talking about their time with Russ in Seattle.
He was not held to the same accountability as the rest of us. You bashing the defense. I need you to at least mention his name in the team meeting room.
But there wasn't enough years difference for the accountability thing to be like that. Well, he was young. It's like, well, he was a year younger than us. Like, it ain't that young. When you got 52 guys being held to a certain standard, you got one guy not being held to a standard, then it's going to cause some friction. After a while, it had to get to the point where he chose Russ or the defense. And after the Super Bowl loss, he kind of made it pretty clear who he was choosing. And then you hear the truth from Pete for the first time, after the game.
Coach Carroll is funny.
He is funny.
He is funny. You went 10 years keeping everything tight in the locker room. Let's keep it tight. As soon as this man leaves, you let it all air out.
Two frauds making magic together in Russell Wilson and Pete Carroll. Two absolute fake frauds. But look, Pete made the right decision.
Oh, yeah.
Legion of Boom.
Getting old.
Thank you. You're getting old. I'm going to stick with the franchise quarterback. So, see you guys later. Sherman's right about the age thing, right? Oh, Russ is young, and we got to go ahead and be more sensitive to him. He's just, realizing stardom. Sherman's 34, Russ is 33. So,
Yeah.
I thought in my mind like Russ was just younger.
Yeah, I did too. But I think here's a major issue. You can't you don't manage or coach everybody the same. Some people you can criticize in a public forum in front of the entire group. Other people you can't. They don't take it well. You lose them as players or as employees.
Yeah.
And
below deck Mediterranean or below deck Australia, this is a big
I have not seen Australia.
Very good.
Yeah?
Oh, yeah.
A lot of accents?
A lot of accents.
Okay.
You would think
they all
that
blonde?
You would think that they're not blonde. You would think that the driver of the boat, the captain, you'd be a big fan.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
Big fan.
Big fan. All right. Well, good day, mate. But you can't manage two people the same. Like some people you can call out in front of the rest of the crew, and others you can't. Maybe you can't call Russell Wilson out. Maybe he's just sensitive that way, and you can scold him in private, but you can't do that in front of everybody else. And you've got to figure out. And anybody who has more than one kid knows that you may not be able to discipline your children the same way, or at all.
OJ goes after the Cowboys. That's probably very scary.
Hello, Twitter world. Yours truly.
The audio of OJ going after the boys next. But first, let me get you on. Day continuing for the 6 a.m. club. Headlines are coming up at 7 a.m. Bobby Belt will start getting you set for the New York Football Giants. Babe Laufenberg at 8:40 this morning. But OJ decided to go after the Dallas Cowboys. OJ recently went to the Buffalo Bills game. So we had this topic and subject the last time the Juice was out and about at an NFL game.
Yeah.
It was the opener for the Rams and the Bills. And I was asking, after some selfie photos emerged, would you take the selfie with OJ and post it? Would you put it out there? Choppy said yes. I would say no. I think Peyton said yes. When I heard he was at the most recent Bills game against the Titans, I was wondering if he was credentialed. Would OJ get credentialed by a team, or he has to just get regular tickets like we do because a team wouldn't credential him? That came up in my mind.
It's a good question.
I don't think I would credential him.
Okay. Devil's advocate here. Why are you not credentialing him?
Because he is a disgraceful figure in society to most. Did they mess with him in the Ring of Honor or anything? I guess that could answer it. If you're not going to take him or remove him from the Ring of Honor, right? Because they don't take you out of the Hall of Fame in the National Football League for these types of character stories. I don't know if they took him out of the Ring of Honor or not. If they kept him in, I guess, like, would you have OJ come down on the field, like, as a member of, like, a 30th, 40th anniversary team? Would you have him down on the field and go, at running back, the Juice, OJ Simpson? He ran behind, I can't remember the name of the offensive line. It was like the Electric Company. I think that's what it was called in Buffalo. Would you like reintroduce him on the field?
So on the Bills website, on their Wall of Fame, now I don't know if that's the same thing as the Ring of Honor,
because they have names in the stadium. I know that.
Yeah, OJ is listed on the Wall of Fame.
Okay.
So that's that.
Okay.
So he is on there. Whether or not that means that they would put him into, like, allow him on the field and everything, or credential him, I have no idea. I guess, like, for me, and I've tried to stay consistent with this, like,
this one I got to make the exception to your rule. That's just me.
Yeah, like he was found not guilty. So, like, that's what I go by. He was found guilty for something else. I think it was an armed robbery. I think they technically is what it was.
Hotel room.
Or some kind of assault. I guess like I said, I would take a picture with them. But to me, I have if they're famous, you take a picture with them just for, basically just because they're famous.
Right.
And then that's just, so that's my threshold. Are they famous? Yes. Picture.
Is he loved up there, though, in Buffalo? Like, would he get booed and stuff? Because maybe that factors into it a little bit.
It's,
at least the on-field stuff.
Stadium reaction is different from bar reaction. In a bar, he would get a standing ovation and all his drinks and food paid for. Guaranteed.
Yep.
In a stadium, when you're not same thing with Jerry Jones. All these tough guys on here, I would spit in Jerry's face. I'd sit there and ask him why he this and why he screws us, why he holds us hostage. No, you wouldn't. You'd urinate right down your leg if Jerry Jones was sitting next to you in the bar. Right next to you in a restaurant, you would not go up to him and go off and start yelling and screaming. Now, if Jerry's introduced on the field and you're in row K, upper deck, much more likely to get booed. But don't give me this stuff right there in person. You see him walking on the street, you're going to yell, go up to him at his table, and, spit in his food. Yeah, right.
Yeah, that person, there's one out of 20, 1 out of 50 people would do that.
And a camera would be rolling so that you would get the attention
of course,
to go viral.
That's the only reason why you would do it. You would do it for the clout. You want to get your clout up.
So, credentialed, I don't know. I was wondering that. Anyway, OJ decided to make another one of his Twitter videos, and he started off talking about the problems that he saw with the Cincinnati Bengals after the Cowboy game.
Cincinnati, I don't know. You got to do something about that offensive line. I think they're confused. I think they got too many voices talking to them, because when they don't know where number 11 is and give him an unimpeded a route to the quarterback, you know they're confused and something's wrong.
All right, so there he is talking about the Bengals offensive line. Joe Burrow getting rid of his social media, telling the Bengals media that yesterday you got Boomer Esiason talking about Burrow and the Bengals in the Sports Minute after the Cowboys dropped him to 0-2, and then the Juice went after the coverage of America's team.
I think I'm speaking for most football fans, and I'm talking to ESPNs, especially these morning shows, Get Up and stuff. Enough of the Cowboys. The Cowboys are barely a 500 football team. You give them more time than you give all the other teams in the NFL. Everything Jerry Jones says, it's not like President Walensky is talking. Come on, this is a 500 football team. When and if they get into first place, okay, we could talk about them. But until then, please, enough of the Cowboys.
So there he is, speaking for many around the country. But again, I heard Mike Greenberg say it again yesterday on Get Up. If the Cowboys go away, we are in trouble. And so much is determined by these shows on TV in the morning.
Yeah.
And I use the baseball coverage as an example. The only time Aaron Judge baseball is going to get talked about is Aaron Judge homers on a Tuesday. Wednesday is kind of a deader day in the National Football League. And Chris Russo happens to be on First Take, the only one who knows anything about baseball on the entire show. But if they decided to go heavy towards a lot of baseball topics and angles, I think the rest of us, through osmosis, we'd be talking about it more. But you never,
we would.
on
You would.
any of these shows,
Yes.
you never, on none of them, you never see a baseball topic unless it's something this big, like the home run chase.
Yeah, look, I totally agree. We are
Ohtani
driven,
being Babe Ruth.
Yeah, we are driven by what is talked about. I've always said, if we came on the air and we spent for the next year talking about Minnesota Twins baseball, there will be a weird influx in Minnesota Twins viewing from DFW.
Yeah.
Like, it just would happen. Through osmosis, through whatever, eventually you would get interested because of some storyline. If you're a baseball fan. If you're not a baseball fan, you may not get moved. But your point is the same. Like the New York Yankees are one of the most popular teams in the world, and they don't get they have their face is going through one of the most, maybe the best season ever from a hitter. He's going to win the Triple Crown. He's going to hit 62 home runs or whatever, and it barely gets mentioned. It barely gets mentioned. That's lunacy, but it's because of the power of the National Football League and the Cowboys, for that matter. By the way, was OJ? Did he mean to say President Zelensky, not Walensky?
I don't know.
I mean, right? Unless he just went to Smith and Walensky's Steakhouse and he's got it at top of mind. I think it's Zelensky is the Ukrainian president.
President Walensky is talking.
I think it's Zelensky. I don't think it's Walensky.
Couple of Tolos sent me this. I asked Peyton how old it was. I think he said about a month ago. And I was like, okay, that's good enough. You edited this, right? Edited this?
Like the cursing and stuff?
Yes, the cursing.
Yes.
This is Michael Irvin sitting down on a podcast talking about his wildest night ever.
My boy Mike Tyson. He just got out. I'm still on probation. And we go out. I said, Michael, man, you heard about you and them pink toes.
Pink toes? It's white women.
White women.
Snow
He
bunny.
said, yeah, he said, hey, never been one. Never been one. He was over at Trump Tower at this big suite, man. And we took, everybody in there. There you go. We're leaving, me and Mike and all our buddies. We're getting my limo. We're going back to his suite. T.O. was sitting there. T.O. was leaving the club, too. I said, hey, man, you right? He said, no, we go. I said, oh, come on, man, we'll get you a ride. Put T.O. in the room, put a car, and we all go. We get back to the suite, and we start, T.O. looking around, Mike Tyson, look at the young man, because he was just a young buck then. The young buck said, oh, my God, my career is over. I'm with Mike Tyson and Mike Irvin. He's crazy, motherfucker. I said, you okay, man? I get my limo to send you home? He said, yeah. You can take the limo to go home. And then I said, you two. Y'all ride with him.
Wow. So Irvin, Tyson, hotel room, gathering up the girls, getting T.O. T.O.'s petrified.
Of course.
Irvin is like, go ahead, you can use my limo, go back home, young buck. Sends 2 girls with T.O. home in the limo, but I had no idea that pink toes had an Urban Dictionary meaning. Did you? You ever hear this?
I've heard it, but you had to ask me what it means right now. I don't know.
They just said it was a code for white girls.
Yeah, I don't remember that.
Play the beginning of that, Peyton.
My boy Mike Tyson. He just got out. I'm still on probation. And we go out. Said, Michael, man, you heard about you and them pink toes.
Pink toes? It's white women.
White women.
Snow bunny.
White women. Pink toes is an Urban Dictionary term for white women?
I don't remember that.
Is it the nail polish maybe? Maybe white girls have more pink nails?
A code word for white girls as they're in the presence of the opposite gender or ethnic group? I did not know.
I didn't know that.
I was not aware.
I didn't know that.
877.
I pride myself on knowing a lot of these things.
877. Yeah, because when I think urban, I think RJ Choppy. 877-881-105. In the Noke in Roanoke, coming from South Lake in Grapevine, I think urban Choppy.
There is a downtown part of Roanoke. Okay. All right. You had to park on the street.
Where they play that Snoop guy?
They play that Snoop guy. Okay. Listen, my house is called Club Chop.
Okay.
All right. We invite everybody around.
Is Michael Gallup being invited to Monday Night Football? We'll get you a Cowboys practice report. Bobby Belt is on the way, and another NBA owner is forced out. And a little scandal in Boston with the head coach with a Ron Washington type story. Highest rated segment of the show. Headlines to get you ready for your Thursday next.
Well, let's get you over to Platinum.
From the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Time for headlines here on Sean and RJ. It's Thursday. That means it's almost Friday. We're going to try to get you there as quickly as possible. Bobby Belt, Cowboys Insider at 7:20. We have Babe Laufenberg at 8:40, and we may have someone rejoin the show at 9 o'clock.
We may.
We may.
We may not.
Not going to hype it up too much.
No.
Time for headlines to get you ready for your day. On DFW Sports Station, Mike McCarthy yesterday said Michael Gallup going to get a full slate of practice reps. So I'm going to lean towards him playing against the Giants on Monday night. New York is favored. I just saw Diana Rossini on ESPN pick the Giants to win and move to 3-0. Dennis Houston cleared waivers yesterday, so he is re-signing with the Cowboys practice squad. Malik Hooker not happy with the league. The safety tweeted, "Ain't no way these random drug tests keep happening, and I keep being on the list, been tested multiple times this year already, and we're only in week 2. This is getting out of hand." And they have some drama in New York. Your boy, Kenny Gallaudet.
Yeah.
Not happy. He's not getting played. 4-year, $72 million deal in free agency a couple of off seasons ago. 48 offensive snaps through 2 games. That's 4th amongst the receivers on the Giants. He's getting the 4th most snaps. He's got 2 catches for 22 yards. So he's being iced out and phased out by the new regime there in New York.
Yeah.
Kenny Gallaudet telling the media yesterday, "I don't agree with it. I came here to play." He got 2 snaps against Carolina. 2. "I don't like the decision whatsoever. I should be playing regardless."
So prior to going to the Giants, he had back-to-back 1,000-yard seasons.
In Detroit.
1063 and 1190. And then he played 5 games in 2020, and then he was out for the rest of the year. He in those 5 games, he had 20 catches, so 4 a game, which, not terrible. But since coming to the Giants, I mean, last year in 14 games, he had 37 catches. Comparatively speaking to in 2020, he only played 5 games, and he had 20. So, it was almost, he had almost the same amount the year before in a third of the games. They either can't figure out how to use him, or it's just a terrible fit. Because you in Detroit, he was the only thing they had. They didn't have much.
Marvin Jones,
but what was he? Gallaudet had to have over 1,000 yards in back-to-back seasons. It's pretty good.
And last year he didn't do anything. 37 catches for 521. Man, Kenny Gallaudet, the $72 million man, is getting phased out. His quarterback, Daniel Jones, talking about this Cowboy game and the higher stakes being a division opponent.
Yeah, these divisional games are, you understand kind of the rivalry and the tradition of these games, especially in the NFC East, where these franchises have played each other for a long time, and there's a lot of, historic battles back and forth. So it's fun to be part of that. Divisional games mean a little bit more in terms of getting a win, and so we're trying to do the best we can to prepare to play our best ball Monday night.
I don't think I've ever heard Daniel Jones speak. He sounded a little like Eli. Sound a little bit like Eli right there.
Yeah, they trained together at Duke. During the
Cut Cliff, the Cult Cliff.
The Cult Cliff. Yep, he's part of it. Well, that's good. That's a good reference.
That
I like
good.
That. I do. It's one of your better ones.
Thank you. Thursday Night Football. How much are you caring? Brissett versus Trubisky. I think the only thing I really care about is to see whether Trubisky stays in.
There you go.
That's it.
That's the thing. That's the intrigue for this game. It is not the Browns or the Steelers. It is, does Kenny Pickett play? I don't know that he will. It's a little soon. If you're Pittsburgh, look, I think Kenny Pickett should have played from the start. I'm glad Mitch is getting a chance with a real organization, even though they're not a great team. But, dude, that offense, Matt Canada ran that offense last year. They were not very good offensively last year in certain situations. And there are a lot of people who are complaining to Pittsburgh about the offense. Give Mitch a chance. Give him a chance to actually audible at the line.
Trubisky on the season, 2 games, 2 touchdowns. a pick, 362 yards.
Ooh.
He's averaging 180 a game, and his completion percentage is 59%. They're scoring 15 points a game. They're 24th in the league in points. They're 30th in yards. They're 30th in yards per play. They're 30th in time of possession. Pittsburgh offense stinks, and they could be 2-0.
They could be.
The greatness of Mike Tomlin. Minka Fitzpatrick is having an early Defensive Player of the Year start. And I was a little surprised by this spread tonight. What do you think it is? It's in Cleveland. That's good for Tomlin and the QB situation, by the way, because they'd start chanting Pickett again.
Yeah, I would say Cleveland by 2.5.
4.5. I was
Cleveland.
even surprised I was even a little surprised the Browns were favored.
Okay, so neutral field. They've got a Browns as a 1.5 favorite. Okay. I mean, look, neither team's got a quarter. They're both playing backup quarterbacks essentially. You know, Mitch is he's a replaceable quarterback. He's a backup.
Yep.
And so is Brissett. So I guess go with the home team, go with the more talented roster. Cleveland clearly has a more talented roster.
And we'll see Amari Cooper on full display tonight. 12 for 118 and a touchdown so far on the season. The Browns should be 2-0. What was their week one? Oh, week one, they dominated the Panthers matchup. Carolina almost came back. And then, of course, the debacle against the Jets. So Steelers, Browns tonight on Prime. Keep that in mind.
Oh, man. Right.
Are we going to go 0 for 2 on the year, Chop?
I don't know, man. Just last week kept cutting out, blaming the lady friend, blaming the girlfriend's, her internet service. But so we'll find out. We'll test it out again. A report from ESPN that the Commanders and 49ers thought they had a deal done for Jimmy G. Then once Jimmy got the offseason procedure and it looked like the recovery time would take a little bit longer, they moved off of it and went and got Carson Wentz. So Jimmy G, past and future, continues to be discussed, but the Commanders and San Fran thought they had a deal worked out, according to ESPN. This is great news for us because I think Jimmy's a much better player than Carson Wentz is at this stage of their careers. Washington.
Carson's a better playmaker, but more dangerous.
Oh yeah, he can. He does some stupid things. He can do some stupid things.
I picked up Garoppolo in fantasy and dropped him for Jared Goff.
Oh, man.
Going with Goff.
Oh, baby.
Going with Goff.
He's not going to light up yards. He might score a ton of touchdowns. I mean, he's on pace for 51 for crying out loud.
Yeah, he threw 4 last week.
Yeah. Against the Commanders. And now I think they got Minnesota this week.
All right, so Thursday Night Football tonight. And was there another report about Garoppolo and Lance?
Yes, there was. Insiders in the NFL are saying that Trey Lance will start next year. Like this is according to Dan Graziano and Jeremy Fowler, both saying that they can report that the only reason Jimmy is still on the team is because the 49ers could not trade him. That's the only reason. And that they will go back to Trey Lance next year. Which, look, if that...
Little premature announcement.
Well, yes, it is. I will say this. This is a tough spot for San Francisco to be in. Like, if they go back to the postseason with Jimmy and they make another run in the playoffs, let's say they go back to the NFC Championship game, are they really going to do this to make this decision again? Like, that means Jimmy would have shown you in 75% of the years that he has been a healthy player for the Niners, he's gone to the NFC Championship game or more. Like, you don't say goodbye to that. It's very hard to say goodbye to, I should say. The other side is you made the decision to go to Trey Lance. You never gave him a chance to show what he can do because he got hurt. And, no fault to his to get hurt. He just happened to get hurt. But the problem is that's what this guy does. What Trey Lance does best is get hurt. There's a reason he's thrown 350 passes since he was 18 years old.
We have another owner that is out in the NBA. Robert Sarver from the Suns announced yesterday he has started the process of selling the Phoenix Suns and the WNBA's Phoenix Mercury. Of course, he got in trouble, suspended 1 year, fined $10 million after an NBA investigation found he used the N-word at least 5 times when recounting the statements of others. Also, conduct towards female employees, inappropriate comments on the appearances of some employees, and then his apology sounded a little bit backhanded yesterday as he said, well, because of today's climate, unforgiving climate, I have no choice but to move forward with this sale, despite all the good I've done. I'm paraphrasing.
Despite it all. Despite it all. This is...
And you know what? Those things do get lost a lot of times. It's a shame. You have owners, now a lot of times it's for tax purposes, right? Of
course.
You give to foundations, you give to charities, but LeBron opening up schools and donating millions of dollars, or MJ writing a check, it's really, really unfortunate in the media, and we're partially to blame too. How all those things always get lost. You know what I mean?
They do. They absolutely get lost. But sometimes the bad outweighs the good. And now, is does one incident? I don't believe one incident should ever outweigh all the good you've done, unless it's a, there are obviously certain incidents.
Yeah, this is not one incident.
This is not one incident. This is one report, one investigation, but a bunch of incidents that took place, be it workplace harassment, sexual misconduct, using the N-word at any point, but especially in the workplace.
Yep.
These are all things that have just added up.
Chris Paul spoke out against the NBA's original decision, like an employee, the face of the franchise, the leader, spoke out against the owner. The minority owner spoke out. LeBron said the NBA got it wrong, and Draymond Green chimed in as well.
I do think it's absolutely insane that Robert Sarver is just going to receive a 1-year ban and $10 million fine and just return to the sidelines next year and return to the building next year. It actually goes against everything that the NBA stands for. The NBA stands for inclusion. The NBA stands for diversity. The NBA definitely stands against bigotry and racism. And I commend Adam Silver, our commissioner, and the entire staff at the league office for the stands that they have taken over the years. I don't think there's been any other organization or league that supports their players like the NBA supports us. But for everything that the NBA stands against and stand for, this report that came out last week is the total opposite of everything that the NBA stands for. And so to think that someone like Robert Sarver that's acting in that manner can continue to represent us, that's bullshit. You can't continue to represent way more people than yourself with those views, with speaking to people the way he did, with treating African Americans and women the way he has. That's not okay.
Huge win for the players as Robert Sarver is giving up both of his teams. Now he's going to end up a winner financially, but he loses the power, and his status and his reputation and name will be ruined in the eyes of many.
And he'll get $2 billion or whatever it is from selling the team, and he'll go away and he'll be just fine, I'm sure.
Rangers beat the Angels last night, and Aaron Judge hit 2 doubles, no home runs, in his pursuit of Roger Maris. Headlines on a Thursday on DFW Sports Station. Let's start previewing the New York Football Giants with our Cowboys insider. Bobby Bell joins us next.
But let's get you over to...
It's Sean and RJ on your home of America's tea. Babe Laufenberg will be joining us at 8:40 this morning. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On, Cowboys, Giants, Monday Night Football. Let's start previewing it with Bobby Belt, who's participating in 7 Degrees of Kevin Bacon discussions. He's texting me about Peyton Russell, our new show producer. He's also sending audio of Kayvon Thibodeau. Did the Cowboys have him number 1 on their board? We'll ask Bobby here in just a second, but apparently Kayvon's not a big early fan of the media in New York when they were trying to compare him to Micah Parsons.
Great player. I mean, he's a guy. That's it. He's, 17 sacks, 15 sacks? Not too many people have done that. So I think he's the first one to do it in that many games. So, I mean, his greatness as of now. He's on a roll.
Do you feel an added incentive maybe to get on the field against him? You guys going to be in the division for a long time.
I play defense. He played defense. I don't really think there's I'm not trying to beat him. You know what I mean? I'm just trying to play to the best of my ability, knowing that it's going to be, a great game and it's going to be a lot of eyes on it. So really trying to, perform under lights.
But you're going to be measured against him for a couple of years here to come.
I mean, who's going to be doing the measuring?
Bobby Belt, good morning, sir.
Good morning. Yeah, he that was one little bit where he kind of got frustrated. He got a lot more frustrated a couple other times. Somebody asked him some joking question about getting approval to play, and he literally didn't answer. He just stared at the guy and then turned around and looked elsewhere and told somebody else. He's like, I don't get your question. And so that was the Cowboys did have him number 1 on their board, but the Cowboys and I think everybody else were always a little concerned with his demeanor. He's an arrogant guy. He loves him, but yeah, good football player, and probably going to see him on Monday night.
What else did you take from the Giants talking about the Cowboys with their media sessions?
I mean, everybody's going to be pretty, when it's an opponent talking about another opponent, it's always going to sound like you're playing, Super Bowl champions.
Yeah.
Years ago, Dan Patrick used to have the joke that Lou Holtz made William and Mary sound like they were going up against Alabama or something. Like, oh my gosh, how are we going to beat them? A little bit of that, but I think you can hear genuine concern.
How that used to go?
I want to put a pass on the same way you do. Oh, this is a good team. Good team. They're good. Navy's a good team.
Exactly. But no, I think when you hear Brian Daboll talk about Micah Parsons yesterday, there's genuine concern for them in terms of how they're going to block him. And I think when you watch the tape of what the Giants have done the first couple weeks in pass protection, man, if you send Micah Parsons up the A gap every single pass rush on Monday, he'll get 5 sacks.
Whoa.
They can't block on the interior. Like they're, as much as we've talked about, man, the Buccaneers have some trouble on the interior. Man, Cordell Volson, he's a weak link here in this Bengals offensive line at left guard. The Giants are tissue paper on the interior. They can't stop anything. They're really, really bad in there. Now, Andrew Thomas at left tackle has been great. It is really good. But the interior is awful, and Evan Neal's a rookie at right tackle, and he's had some struggles, some early growing pains, and what he specifically has always struggled with is exactly what Micah Parsons is good at, like the freak athletes that can, run around the edge or set you up on the edge and then make an inside move to get on, up the B gap on you. And so the Giants are going to have a lot of problems blocking Micah Parsons. I'm guessing now minimum 2 sacks on Monday for Parsons.
We did this yesterday. What 2-0 team or should be most pessimistic about their chances? Has anyone around the league started to buy into the Giants yet?
I don't think so, because I think a lot of people believe the only reason they won week 1 is because the Titans shot themselves in the foot, and they did. The Titans had bad turnovers. The Titans had a missed field goal at the end of the game to win it. Yeah. There was really no reason that they should have lost that game. And the Panthers game was it's an ugly game against a bad football team, and it still came down to, the very end of the game. And so I think that there's nobody really buying into the Giants for 2022 yet. I think there's a lot of people buying into the culture that they're building and the prospects of being a good football team into 2023, 2024. I think that's there, but I don't think anybody's buying them as legitimate contenders yet, or even, a good football team. I think a lot of people would still expect them to be, in the bottom half of the league when it comes to the draft order next year. But They're when you watch them, I think one of the best things you can say about that football team is that they fight, they're tough, they're very, very tough, they're very physical, and there's not a lot of quit in them. I mean, I know we've talked before that as good as Dallas was last year, they struggled with physicality. Like it's kind of the reverse for the Giants. They're not a great football team, but you'll come out of that game with some bruises. They'll play you tough, they'll play you physical, and I mean, Saquon Barkley looks more like the Saquon Barkley of old the first couple weeks, and Sterling Shepard can get down the field. He's their big play threat. He can cause you some problems, and we've seen already this year the Cowboys struggling with Burrow, breaking the pocket and going on some long runs on 3rd and long. Daniel Jones will do that to you too. Like Daniel Jones can break the pocket and run for a first down and gash you for some yards there, and so. There's still some areas of this game that they're going to have to, keep an eye on.
Bobby Belt and the Diamond Factory Hotline here on Sean and RJ. Do you know why Kenny Gallaudet is in the doghouse over there?
I don't know specifically. I've got a better idea of Kadarius Toney than I do Kenny Gallaudet. I'm guessing that's just the new coaching staff doesn't like him. He just doesn't fit their idea of what a good receiver is or what a receiver should do. I mean, it's similar to like when we were all wondering, why can't Lyle Collins get on the field or, why couldn't Connor McGovern get on the field and stuff like that. It's a new coaching staff didn't like him as much as the old coaching staff did.
Yeah, but Connor McGovern is not being paid $72 million coming off 1,000-yard seasons.
Right, but they can't walk away from that contract right now because their cap is screwed. So instead, they're not going to play him. I mean, look, if they don't think he's good enough, if they don't believe in him, I mean, don't we all argue consistently here in Dallas for not, playing the guy just because of his money?
Yes.
And so if the coaching staff, and a good coaching staff there, Brian Dable, Mike Kafka, it's a good group. If that coaching staff doesn't think that he's good enough, then I wouldn't want him playing him no matter how much he makes if I was a Giants fan. And so Kadarius Toney makes a little more sense. He's got off the field issues. He's considered a little immature, and there's some other issues at play there. But ultimately, Gallaudet is just a little bit of a mystery. I don't see why they wouldn't be playing him, but they've clearly got David Sills, Richie James, Sterling Shepard. They're clearly wanting to go with that rotation above Gallaudet.
I guess my thought is he had back-to-back 1,000-yard seasons. There's not really an opinion on whether he's good. Right? That doesn't make any sense to me.
Yeah, I mean we're 3 years removed from those seasons. And like I get it's weird, but we've run into issues like this before on other teams. I always think of Peerless Price, like a guy who performed really well. A guy who performed really well and like got paid, and then teams, the Falcons were like, yeah, no thanks. And then he got here to Dallas and couldn't get on the field here in Dallas. Or think about Antonio Bryant, how good Antonio Bryant was around that same time for the Cowboys. And the Cowboys, Parcells didn't want to play him. Like, it didn't matter that he had played well. Derek Ross, he did the same thing when Parcells got here. When a new staff gets here, they're just, they've got guys that they like and guys that they don't. And clearly there's something about that coaching staff that doesn't think highly of Kenny Gallaudet, and I don't tend to question those guys because, I mean, you're talking about two guys who come, guys who come from the coaching trees of some of the better offenses in the NFL and the Bills and the Chiefs. And if they don't think you can cut it, I'm not going to totally blame them.
Bobby Belt here with Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. What is going on with Michael Gallup?
I think he's playing Monday. And I mean, I've said all along, I thought the Giants was the game that he'd be back. And, I am 6 a.m. club. So I heard Chop mention that he thinks he'll be on a pitch count. I think that's right. I think that he'll play. I don't think he's going to get the majority of the snaps. I think he'll be used. Similarly, do you remember when Amari Cooper came back off of COVID and he was just kind of playing in spots against the Saints? I think that he'll be used similarly. I think that you'll see him come in and be available and play some snaps, but I don't think he's getting a full workload. I still think there's a little bit of a ramp up to trust. All right, he's back. He's ready to go. Maybe that's in 2 weeks, 3 weeks, something like that. But ultimately, I think that we are going to see Michael Gallup on the field this weekend. I think that's one of the reasons why they moved on from Dennis Houston. And I think that we're getting closer to a couple of these guys because I think Gallup's coming back, and I think Peters is close either this week or next week. But Gallup, if you made me lay down a bet on it, I'd say Gallup is playing on Monday night.
And what happens when Jason Peter is activated?
It's a good question. I think that they're still not totally sure what they want to do. I think that's the thing. I think the whole time they've thought, we'll ramp him up, we'll get him ready, and then once he's ready, then we'll make our evaluation of how well Tyler Smith has played at left tackle. I think that there's a good argument to be made that the best group they could put out there is Peters at left tackle, Tyler Smith at left guard, Biotish, Martin, Steele. And so I would be in favor of that if that's the collection that they want to go to. I just wouldn't want to do it. You know, I don't want to put him at left guard and then you get the Lyle Collins situation where they put him at left guard in 2015 because, well, Doug Free's still here. We need him at left guard right away. And then you waited around 3 years before you put him right tackle where he should have been all along. They should have moved on from Doug Free, let Ron Leary stay at left guard and play Lyle Collins at right tackle right away. I don't want them to do the same thing with Tyler Smith where they put him at left guard. They go, well, this went really well. No need to move him to left tackle. Why mess with a good thing? And so that would be the only thing I'd want to guard against because while technique still isn't all the way there, he's missing some assignments. You can tell when he does. Like, it's not something where you have to guess. You see the O-line zigs and Tyler Smith zags a couple times. But I think that I wouldn't want to sacrifice the skill set that we've seen from him these first few weeks because to me, when he finally puts it all together, I think we've seen he's got the skill set of a Pro Bowl left tackle, and that's a more important position to me than left guard.
Why are you tweeting about your 6 degrees of Kevin Bacon?
Oh, I don't know. I saw that everybody else was doing it, and I love the 6 degrees of Kevin Bacon game. Although, see, that was clearly some stoner game invented years ago, and I don't think that just applies to Kevin Bacon. I think any actor you could play 6 degrees from and find some sort of connection. But I was informed by somebody later that I missed like an even shorter connection because I could have said, well, I covered Jerry Jones. Jerry Jones was the owner and general manager for Terrell Owens. Terrell Owens was in Oliver Stone's Any Given Sunday, and then Oliver Stone directed Kevin Bacon and JFK. So I could have narrowed it down even more. But I went a little bit more of a winding path to get there. But I think anybody you could probably take. Any person walking the street, and you can probably find 6 degrees of Kevin Bacon. So
why is Peyton Russell a good morning show fit?
Man, he is officially a part of the morning show, I think he's officially fitting in because during the break, he was mocking me for having a dead mom, Sean. And so, he hit me for it.
Well, it's your fault.
No,
You
it's
should
not.
still
It's
be
100% accurate. And if we've learned anything about the morning show, it's that you're not officially a part of the team until you make fun of me for that.
Gee,
and so
what happened?
That's what Peyton texted me. I just said I was on. I told him what Comrex I was on, and he just texted back for no reason. Your mom. And so then I had to tell him.
But everyone
my
says
mom's
that.
dead, Peyton.
Peyton.
Not only is my mom dead, Peyton. It was a very painful experience. Died when I was 16.
And
Spent
I said
a month
very
in a
sorry for
medically
your
induced
loss.
coma.
And I won't ever talk about
asked
it
him if
again.
Asked him if he wanted to make fun of any of my other, family pain, my brother in rehab, anything like that. Peyton,
Wow,
he's
he's out your brother there.
I mean, you gotta. Sunlight is the best disinfectant, Chop. So
it's not bleach. Peyton, would you like to relay your part of the story?
Well, no, I just, I mean, during breaks and stuff, I tell Chop, hey, we got so-and-so to your read. He goes, your mom. It's just a common phrase. Yeah. I did not know about Bobby's loss, so I apologized quickly. And when he asked, do you want to make fun of my other siblings? I said, no, thank you. And it'll never happen again.
Yeah, it's not. You don't literally mean his mom. That's the point. Mom jokes.
No, he did. He used her name. He used her name, and when I told him, he's saying that he was like, "Oh, I apologize." No, I was like, "My mom's dead." He said, "Good." It was really.
Well, he did not say
aggressive.
good. He did not say good.
Hey, he did. You didn't hear it, Choppy. You were busy doing a Boomer Jacks read or something. You didn't hear it.
Bobby, thank you for your time. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
I love you all, even Peyton, though he hates my mom.
Bobby Belt exposing Peyton Russell on the Diamond Factory Hotline here on Sean and RJ. The Diggler was on yesterday with a KMC masterpiece. Dirk was asked about the Mavs maybe being a little discounted, maybe a little bit disrespected this upcoming season after making it to the West Finals.
Losing Brunson, people think, of course, that we took a step back. We're, of course, hoping that's not the case with adding Wood, who should be fitting nicely with Luka's game. With Hardaway coming back from a stretch fracture, he missed most of all the end of the year. we're hoping that we can make up for Brunson's loss, who was a great player for us and a big part of what we're doing. And of course, we have Luka. I mean, it's no secret. He's going to be having the ball a lot, and we rely on him a lot. And he's an MVP type caliber player. You know, sometimes it's hard when you break through the top four, and all of a sudden the pressure is there. Now all of a sudden you want to go even further. Now everybody's saying you should be in the finals. Sometimes it doesn't work like that. All you can do is keep a steady work environment and keep plugging, keep working, keep trying to improve, keep trying to find the right mix around Luka and break through, obviously, all the way to the title, which is the goal for Luka in his career, to break through one of these seasons. But it's not like, okay, now we were top four, now you have to make the final. That's just not how it works. You build a good team, you build a good staff around them, and then you can be good, like in our case, you can be good for 10 years and never break through. And then all of a sudden that 1 year we did break through. I think Luka signing a long-term deal shows that he wants to be here, he wants to make it work, and now you have to fit the right pieces and the right staff around him to obviously get us over the top.
So there's Dirk talking about the current state of the Mavericks, the loss of Jalen Brunson. Jason Kidd was on with Matt Barnes and Steven Jackson, the All the Smoke podcast, and the point guard was asked about losing one of his point guards.
You bring up JB Brunson, losing Brunson, but the biggest thing is I'm happy that he got paid.
Yes.
He helped us.
Because you've been there.
Yes. We all, I know Cuban doesn't like this, but I love when I can help people get paid.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll tell the player first day of camp, hey, tell me what you want. Well, everybody wants shots. Everybody wants minutes, but that's not the truth.
Mm-hmm.
They want to get paid and they want to play.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. I can help you do that.
Yeah, right.
Okay. But the other part of that is I'm just going to ask for a couple things.
Mm-hmm.
Just trust and communicate and play hard.
Mm-hmm.
And those things that you ask for me to help you get will happen. And if you ask Brunson, he would tell you that he listened and good things
Did
happened.
he ever?
And I only want to put people in a position to be successful.
Right?
That's it.
Mm-hmm.
And there's 30 companies in the NBA.
Mm-hmm.
We all can't stay on the same company.
Yeah.
So for him to go to New York, to get paid, to have the opportunity to run his own team, I'm happy for him.
That comment right there in the middle, that one little line. My job is to put people in positions to succeed. It's the mark of a head coach. It's exactly what a manager, head coach, is supposed to do. That wasn't the point of the clip, but that's one of the little things I took from that.
It just sounds like a player-to-player connection in that answer.
Sure. No doubt about it.
Sounds like it right there. And Jason simplifies a lot of things. That's his approach. But he talked about playing hard, like one of his rules. And he detailed that a little bit more with his coaching philosophy.
Yeah. Well, as you know, it's a different athlete, different player.
Mm-hmm.
Playing hard is now a talent. You know, being able to, check that box. So
that's your boy. Your boy said that.
Oh,
J-Mac told me
yeah.
that. We was talking about Greek freak. He told me that. That's the talent.
It's a talent now. As we grew up, that was never
It was a must.
Yes, it was never in doubt.
Mm-hmm.
The other side of that too is how many guys really love the game. How many guys love to be in the gym and sweat,
and not what the game can do for you.
Yeah, or not even go to the gym and think they got better today.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and so you have to spend time in the gym. When you look at yourself, you got to spend time in the gym.
Mm-hmm.
You learn from each other. You learn from guarding Matt Barnes. Matt Barnes learned from you.
Yeah.
So when we played in the regular season, he knew what your go-to move was, but then you made you better because you had to now find out, I got to work on a secondary move when I see Matt. So Matt doesn't know that I have this next move, but I think the big thing is just the teaching, to be able to work, and the imagination. Hopefully our imagination for our younger players will continue to grow, because I think we're losing that a little bit.
Wow. That's a great clip. It's a great clip. I'm going to remember that now moving forward with all sports discussions.
Working hard is a skill.
Playing hard is a talent. It's not a given.
So wild.
It's not a given. You play harder, that's a talent. It's not just a given. But he's he's right.
Yeah, of course. And
Listen,
listen,
I say a lot of things about Russell Westbrook. I got a lot of problems with Westbrook, but you never ever question his motor. I mean, this guy plays hard. You could just see it. I mean, he played hard in his prime. He's one of the guys that come to mind that I give credit to.
he does play hard. Now, I'm sure there's revisionist history already on this. You know, I'm sure there's Jason trying to tell us that not everybody not everybody played hard back in 1984.
Right.
That not everybody played hard. We just didn't necessarily recognize it because it wasn't social media and all that stuff. I mean, players,
of course.
People have been lazy since the dawn of time.
No doubt.
And they still are.
Of course.
And
Working hard is a skill.
Yeah.
We
I think you're right on that
all
one.
have different work ethics in every office as well. So this is good. That was a good clip. This is Jason Kidd getting a little more detailed, showing off his basketball genius with the All the Smoke podcast. Where's Jay Kidd's head at now after having this fantastic season that surprised everyone?
Yeah, of course, losing Brunson.
Yeah, but we'll get to that. But, this is funny you ask that question. You say the nice things. And in this league, that season's over.
Yeah,
right?
on to the next.
Mean nothing. Yes, because there's only one winner. Everybody comes in last.
Mm-hmm.
And, Golden State won the championship, so everybody else came in last. And so we're just at this beginning of this journey. And we talked about defense. And one of the things that we'll talk about going forward is, can everyone just get better? I'm only asking you to get better at 1%.
Mm-hmm.
That's all I'm asking. If you can get better at 1%, it makes our team 15 to 17% stronger.
Yep.
Right? So take the wins and losses out of it. That means everybody had a good summer. Everybody has a good season. And so that's the way we'll approach it.
1% from everyone, 15 to 17% for the whole team.
Wow. I mean,
he's dropping it. He's dropping it.
Yeah, he is. I like Jason a lot.
I mean, he's your all-time favorite player.
Yeah, outside of Jordan, he is. Yeah, he's my favorite non-Michael Jordan player ever. Always loved him. I didn't think he did a terrible job with the Nets. I mean, if I remember right, he got to the postseason. He wasn't, fantastic with Milwaukee, but there was always the knock on him that he was always looking for somebody else's job. But, dude, this guy has been the absolute perfect fit for this basketball team.
All right, let's figure out what he thinks of Nico, his relationship with the Mavs general manager, and how that has evolved and where it's going.
Yeah, I've been trying to get Nico for a couple years to become a GM. I tried in Milwaukee, and then that happened here in Dallas is unbelievable. But our relationship goes back to that swoosh. Everybody knows Nico. And when you talk about Nico, no one has anything bad to say about
one
Nico
thing.
because of his relationships and the way that he takes care of people. And so I'm so happy to have him as a brother, but also as a teammate, being able to build a championship team in Dallas. And we're lucky to have him. And he's done an incredible job. You could talk about the trade, KP, being able to get Spencer and Davis, but being able to understand what it means to build. But also, he's helping teach us about relationships. And as we talk about, you got your deal back, right? But he's always responded to a text or phone call.
Always.
And that's why, people love him, and you never find anybody saying anything bad about him.
Right. Shout out Nico.
Man, all the guys are just agreeing. Universally loved the Mavs GM. That's a good thing. And then finally, Jason Kidd, is Luka getting to the point where he can lead on both ends of the court? We know offensively what the deal is. What about both ends?
Yeah, I think we saw it this season. There's times when, as you know, in the NBA, they're going to pick on you.
Yeah.
They're going to pick on the best player if he doesn't want to cooperate or participate playing defense. And so once he understood that if he put up a fight, that he had his teammates had his back and they were behind to support him. Coaches were supportive. We're here as coaches to give you the answers to the test and what's coming. And then it's for you to be able to digest when you see that action coming, like, oh, coach told me this is what they're going to try to do.
Gotta be ready for it.
It makes the game so much easier. So with myself and Luka, we have a great relationship and communication and helping one another. I've been in his shoes, but at 23, he's a little bit advanced of where I was at 23. But he loves to play the game. He loves the competition. He loves that everybody's focused on him to try to stop him. And
they can't. They can't.
They try.
They can't.
They try.
They try. So that's fantastic. What a great basketball discussion from Jason Kidd. Dirk was on yesterday with the KMC Masterpiece. We're going to have Babe Laufenberg at 8:40 here on DFW Sports Station. Thanks for being a Tolo. Going to get you to the weekend as quickly as possible. Let's knock out a few college football stories, Choppy. You want the conspiracy theory with Herm, Matt Rule leaving, or UNC apology?
Oh, man, let's start with the UNC apology. Okay, this is Drake May. Drake May made a comment at a press conference, 2 days ago, 3 days ago, made a comment at a press conference for their upcoming game against NC State.
You know, you want to admit it or not, growing up in Carolina, you're going to be a Carolina fan. And, you know, some people may say State, but really people go to State just can't get into Carolina.
All right.
They just go to State because they can't get into Carolina.
There you go. The next day, he posts this on social media at Drake May 2. I made a remark today about NC State. I want to apologize. I was answering a question about playing in-state and something I shouldn't have said. I said it as a joke, but it was inappropriate. I feel bad. Need to do a better job representing our program and this university. Who, I have a question, Sean, is the soft Carolina's front administrator who made him apologize about this? This is one of the comments that you make in every state about every university. This is what they say. This at University of Texas, they say this. They say, you know, people who go to Texas Tech just couldn't get into Texas. People who go to Tennessee just couldn't get into Vanderbilt. People who go to Auburn or Alabama just couldn't get into, or whatever it is, right? Every state, they say this about a university. You know, why is this apologize worthy? This is what sports is about.
Insulted the other school. You insulted the other school.
They're supposed to trash talk.
Matt Rule, Nebraska rumors.
Okay, this is from Bruce Feldman.
You brought this up yesterday.
I did. I did not expect it to happen this quickly. Panthers head coach Matt Rule is a wild card candidate for the Nebraska job, according to Bruce Feldman. Bruce Feldman's no lightweight.
No.
He is not a lightweight. When he says something, there is truth behind it. He is 20. He went 28 and 23 at Temple, making it a relevant job at the time. And then he goes to Baylor. They were 19 and 20 in his tenure there, but that does not nearly represent how well he did. He was 11 and 3 in his final season. He took over a team that basically had lost every single scholarship athlete. He went to the NFL, hadn't been great. Also has that at quarterback. I think college is the place for him. I expect him to be back in college, but you know, he's going to have to leave his job, but he can't quit it. He has to get fired.
Right.
If he quits it, he pulls a Bobby Petrino, I think he's cooked. He'll never get it. It'll never work out because people will recruit against him like this is a quitter. You don't want to go play for a quitter. Right. You want to play for a guy with high moral character, yada, 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 which they would use against Urban Meyer, but that doesn't really work. This, to me, is a perfect fit for Matt Rule. I think he's a great coach in college. I would love to see him in Nebraska or Arizona State, but he has to get fired first.
And Arizona State, a little conspiracy theory.
Okay, so this is Herm Edwards, who was fired. It seems like he was fired on the field after the game. He's walking up the field as AD and the chancellor or one of the administrators there, and they're like, hey, come into the office. Let's talk tomorrow. And he goes, okay. And he gets fired the next day. Well, there's a report that alleges sabotage within the athletic department because people wanted Herm Edwards fired. An opposing coach recently told The Athletic that it wasn't hard to get intel on this season's team because some within the Arizona State Athletics wanted a coaching change. That is a serious accusation. Ooh, very reminiscent of WikiLeaks. Do you remember WikiLeaks?
No.
So Wake Forest.
Wait, WikiLeaks?
Yeah. So Wake Forest has basically played, this was a couple years ago, with one arm behind their back, known as WikiLeaks. There had been a security breach, this is from Coach Clausen, ordered players to change their passwords, for coaches to turn in their phones, and warned everyone not to lie because he would find out the truth. He found out the truth. The breach had come from within inside the program. It was the radio announcer who was leaking intel to other teams. So, at Arizona State, there is rumors of sabotage. Now, we know it's not coming from the AD. The AD, Ray Anderson, is Herm's best friend. Okay, so it's not him. So somebody in that athletic department wanted Herm out.
Wow. Conspiracy theories, little college football kegger, the leftover, the last quarter of the keg. It's a little bit warm.
A little warm.
Natty Light's just sitting in there, but got to get your buzz on. Sean and RJ on DFW Sports Station. Thank you for being a Tolo. Are there any Cowboys in the MVP discussion? Can Micah be in the MVP discussion already? Does he have Defensive Player of the Year on lock? What Vegas thinks about the Cowboys and everyone else in the NFL, the true experts speak on it next. But first,
FitnessStore.com studios. It's Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
8 o'clock hour kicking off. Babe Laufenberg is going to join us at 8:40. And we did get a very nice text message from Michael Irvin.
Mm-hmm.
After we missed out on Mike yesterday, he wants to come on at 9 o'clock this morning.
Oh, baby.
Michael, scheduled to come on at 9 o'clock. Send us a nice text message, and we'll talk to the playmaker right after Babe Laufenberg. So there you go.
I can't wait. It's one of my favorite times of the week is getting to talk to 88. It's like reliving old times.
But what was it like going into work? How does that compare to going into work with him every day? Much different?
Well, if you know Mike, you don't go into work with him. He comes into work when he wants to.
Well, you got to start a radio show on time, don't you?
Well, I mean, you do. Some of us did. So no, Mike always had. He always had somebody. He always had an assistant,
Is he the worst that you've ever been around in terms of timing?
Mike is on his own schedule. Now, I assume he's there for TV all the time, but no. Like Mike would.
How does he make it to TV every single time?
He has an assistant. He's always had an assistant, so somebody would drive him around. And sometimes Mike got there right on time, and sometimes it was a few minutes late. And then sometimes I don't think he was ever like that late because the show didn't start till like 11 o'clock, so it wasn't like it was like early in the morning. But there more often than not he was there. An hour before the show, but there were times where it's Mike. Flight got in late the night before on a Monday or whatever.
But was it always fun? Always a blast?
Always a blast. He was always smiling. He would go. So we had a gym downstairs. This was at ESPN. We had a gym downstairs, the Las Colinas office, and
we need to start bringing back Peyton. I want you to get better with the wells. That was a tweet we got yesterday. We need to. We can't let the wells go away just because Troy's gone.
So he would go downstairs and he would walk in. The key card would get you into the gym. And he would grab one 30-pound dumbbell, bring it upstairs. And in the middle of the show, he's just sitting there. Oh, just ripping out the curls. Oh, look at the curls. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Look at this. Oh, yeah. Chop. Oh, chop. Look at this. Look at this. Yeah. Look at that vein. Look at that vein. Chop.
Look at that vein.
It was just like, that's what it was. It was just always.
What would make him upset? Because he's always laughing.
Oh, I made him upset one time. He made fun of something. He not made fun of. He complained about something I did. I said, "Look, you don't like it. Find someone else to do the damn thing."
Ooh.
And
no. Oh no.
Yeah, and he did. So
he did.
Yeah, he did.
What would happen if Michael joined this show as a full-time third?
What would happen? We'd be rolling on the floor. That's for sure. We'd be rolling on the floor. You see it every.
But the formatics, like the technicals, like would anything drive me nuts?
There'd be no way you stay on the clock.
Yeah, the way you said there is no clock. There's no clock with Mike. You bring on a guest on for 40 minutes, carry it over. The typical radio norms kind of go out the door with Mike. Because that's how it would make the show good. You can't structure, you can't cage what he has. You have to let it free. That's the only way to let it succeed. Is you have to just let it go.
Okay.
And let him do his thing.
All right. So said he wants to talk to us at 9, and then send a nice text message.
Yeah, very nice.
About missing the show. So we'll get with Mike at 9. Babe Laufenberg at 8:40. Vegas with the updated MVP odds. I couldn't get Mike on the list. I thought maybe he'd be on there. There's not one freaking non-quarterback. Not one. MVP favorite.
I don't know how it's not Josh Allen.
It is Josh Allen. Peyton getting mad at Chiafalo for drafting Josh Allen, the MVP, in the top 5 picks in the first round.
We'll see when this season ends. We'll see where Chiafalo's at.
Oh!
I'll bring it back up. Don't worry.
Okay.
I wrote it down.
Okay. Josh Allen is the favorite at 13-4. Who wants to guess second for MVP? And Peyton, if you want to throw it out there, throw it out there.
Patrick Mahomes.
Wow, you said that with confidence.
Yeah, you did say that with confidence.
Confidence. You think it's Mahomes?
Who
else is in your mind? Who else was a candidate?
honestly,
Herbert, maybe.
Tua popped into my head.
It is Mahomes. Well done, Peyton. It's 17-4. Peyton, I'm going to give you the chance to keep it going with the third player MVP after the first 2 weeks.
All quarterbacks, right?
All quarterbacks.
Okay. Let's see here.
Who else would you have thrown in?
Well, Herbert, I still think has
as a non-quarterback.
Oh.
Did you have someone in mind?
No,
Okay.
I don't think so.
All right, next.
I'm going to stick with my gut, and I'm going to go Justin Herbert.
It's Lamar Jackson. Lamar's 9-1. Okay? Mid-March, he was 20-1. Bobby Belt. Mid-May, he was 25-1. So that's the lowest you could have gotten him. Now he's 9-1. Herbert's next at 10-1. Jalen Hurts, 11-1. In March, you could have gotten Hurts at 66-1. He's now 11-1. Brady and Tua are tied. Brady is at 16-1. How is that? I have Brady in my fantasy. I'm benching Brady this week for Jared Goff.
Whoa. That's a move I would make.
I'm benching Tom Brady for Jared Goff.
Man, there are two guys that I root for unequivocally in the NFL outside of Dak Prescott, and that is Jameis Winston and Jared Goff. And I want to see both success. I like both guys. They have been, I think those are the two universally most mocked quarterbacks, the number one picks, and I just kind of had that feeling. So I just kind of root for both those guys. I'm glad you're starting Jared Goff.
Tua in March was 200-1. 200-1, he's now 16-1. Rodgers and Stafford are 22-1. Burrow and Wilson are 25-1. So Russell Wilson is still on the board. Not one player that's not a quarterback sitting there with the MVP odds. Defensive player of the year? Anyone other than Micah that you think it could be? Or it is?
TJ Watt's hurt, so it can't be him.
Thank you, Captain.
PS2.
PS2? Who's that?
Patrick Surtain.
No. Micah's 4-1. Myles Garrett is 5-1. Nick Bosa's 10-1. Then Aaron Donald, Max Crosby, Joey Bosa, Khalil Mack, Minka Fitzpatrick, who we'll see tonight with the Browns and the Steelers, Rashawn Gary, and Vaughn. Ugh.
Wow. Okay. Those are all, and this goes to speak to how difficult it is to get noticed from the position. Those are all pass rushers.
Except for Minka.
That's it. But how far down the list is he?
Far.
6-7 guys down, right?
Yes.
The rest of those guys are all pass rushers. It's easy for pass rushers to build up stats.
Coach of the year favorite. Who is it?
Sean McDermott. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. I'm an idiot. Yeah, McDaniel.
Mike McDaniel is the favorite at 4-1. He was 16-1 in April. Nick Sirianni next at 5-1.
Man, this guy went to the playoffs in a rebuild with a quarterback that nobody really believed in last year. And now he's 2-0, and he is in the driver's seat to win the division. This guy's a good coach. At least it appears to be on the surface. He may not be able to give you a quote that's worth a damn because
he was quotable with flowering.
Yeah, I know. It doesn't make. I shouldn't say that. They don't make sense.
Yeah.
I guess but they do in some way.
All right, then Brian Daboll, then Kevin O'Connell, 11-1, even after the other night. Dan Campbell, 12-1.
Oh baby.
Brandon Staley with the Chargers. Doug Peterson, Sean McDermott, Andy Reid, Dennis Allen, how far till McCarthy? John Harbaugh, Kevin Stefanski, Kyle Shanahan, Mike Tomlin, Ron Rivera, Todd Bowles, Frank Wright, Cliff Kingsbury, Levy Smith, Matt Eberflus, Matt LaFleur, Nathaniel Hackett, Robert Saleh, Arthur Smith, Josh McDaniels, Mike McCarthy, 50-1.
Okay.
McCarthy was 33-1 in April.
If Mike McCarthy if the Cowboys win the NFC East this year and Dak misses 4 games or more, he has to win the Coach of the Year, or at least be in the top 3. McDaniel's probably going to wind up winning it.
How many? You got to give me the game. Give me the exact games that Dak missed.
He misses 4 games.
No chance.
A coach that loses their starting quarterback for 4 games and still wins the division.
Does he have to do better than 12-5 though? Because don't they kind of base it off of last year too? I feel like the bar's been set too high.
Good point.
I know, but I think when you lose your quarterback. To me, when you lose your quarterback, I expect you to lose every game. So does Vegas. They're gonna be a dog in every game they play with Cooper Rush.
Comeback player of the year. How much better does Dak play when he comes back? Comeback player of the year favorite? Anyone that comes to mind? I'll just give it. It'll take too long. Saquon is the favorite right now. 3-1. Then McCaffrey, Lamar, Brian Robinson, Derrick Henry, Jameis, and Michael Thomas. Offensive Rookie of the Year favorite, Drake London. Jahan Dotson's killing it in D.C. There's a lot of NFC East on this, unfortunately. Jahan Dotson is 6-1. He's been crushing it with Carson Wentz, and then he got hurt the other day, but Aiden Hutchinson is the favorite. He had 3 sacks the other day. He's the favorite for Defensive Rookie of the Year, and Trayvon Walker in Jacksonville. I'm rooting for him because he was disrespected, laughed at, totally forgotten. We don't know whether it's Trayvon. We don't even know how to say his first name still. He's sitting there at 9-1, followed by Karlaftis in Kansas City. So that's the latest updates from Vegas with who they have. And then just to reset the divisions, NFC East, Philadelphia is the heavy favorite right now.
Is it 1-15? 1-5?
It is 5-12. Cowboys are tied with the Giants, and then the Commanders are last. The Commanders are going to finish better than the Giants. All right? Trust me. And in terms of the movement everywhere, just to give you a week to week, Tua went from 40-1 to 16-1. Jimmy G went from 150-1 to 40-1 MVP. Mike's crush, Trevor Lawrence, Tila, 75-1 to 50-1. And then Diggs, Stephon, Tyreek, and Saquon added to the mix. Defensive Player of the Year, Chris Jones moved big time. Aiden Hutchinson, Darius Slay added.
Yeah.
Along with Jordan Poyer and Marcus Williams. Coach of the Year, McDaniel, new favorite. Sirianni moved. Frank Reich dropped. And Kenny Pickett and Malik Willis made jumps for Offensive Rookie of the Year because of Trubisky and Tannehill. Trubisky, we will see tonight. We'll see for how long.
Yeah, for how long is the question. I think Kenny Pickett starts way before Malik Willis does, outside of injury. Just because there's a rawness to Malik. Kenny was he started a lot of years at Pitt and Power 5, Malik Willis at Liberty. And there's much more of a history with Ryan Tannehill. Ryan Tannehill has gone to the playoffs 3 straight years, AFC Championship game, 1 seed. I think he's harder to bench than Mitch Trubisky is.
All right, I want to open up the phone lines here. This is a little surprise, a little audible. I want to talk about inner office relationships. I want to hear from employers, whether you were in one, a crazy one that happened in your office. Like, should inner office relationships actually be allowed after the breaking news that Ime Udoka is in trouble in Boston for a Ron Washington type situation? 877-881-1053. Hit us up on the phones next.
Let's get you over to K-Post Roofing. My good friends there, K-Post Roofing.
special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel & Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
Dave Laufenberg, 840. Michael Irvin at 9. We just don't stop here on Sean and RJ. You know that if you're a Tolo, and thank you for turning it on, leaving it on. Two big stories in the NBA. Robert Sarver, the Suns owner, is selling after the ESPN report came out where he was repeating the N-word 5 times. making fun of people, being disrespectful, insensitive in the workplace. He is selling the Suns and his WNBA's Phoenix Mercury. The other story is Ime Udoka, the head coach of the Boston Celtics, who just made the finals, is in a little bit of trouble. Shams reported this, had an improper, intimate, and consensual relationship with a female member of the team's staff. It's being called a violation of the franchise's code of conduct. Woj said that suspending him for the season is a possibility, but getting fired, losing his job is not on the table. And I wanted to have kind of a real world discussion about inner office relationships. This is why Ron Washington left. It wasn't inner office. I guess it was a reporter. Those were the rumblings as to why Wash left the Rangers with, a second issue that he had. And I was just wondering, where do we stand with this in the workplace? What is the view of employers? This is a rule for a lot of businesses. Don't date within the office.
Mm-hmm.
Is it fair? Does it make sense? I'm curious. I did have, back in Maryland, there was a relationship between two other on-air people over on the music side, and it got ugly when things went south. She's storming out of work. You hear vehicles screeching off. It's obviously uncomfortable for everyone else, and I'm imagining that's the reason that bosses don't want it, that it's just not allowed. But should you make it illegal in your building? Not illegal that you're going to get in trouble with the law, but you could get fired for it. And I was just wondering from the Tolos on the Diamond Factory hotline what your view on it was, because Brett Favre's name is now trending.
Yeah. So here you go.
As people are saying, we're sitting here having Udoka trending. Meanwhile, the Brett Favre welfare story has disappeared.
Look, Brett Favre has been underreported on that. The issue is, and this is follow the money. Brett Favre is, it's in Mississippi. Nobody cares about what happens in Mississippi. A
lot of people trying to make it a race factor.
Oh, I'm sure that plays into it. There's no doubt. Brett Favre is massively being under, I don't want to say reported, but under discussed. This is salacious. We love salacious. Salacious sells. You know what doesn't sell? Brett Favre taking money from welfare. It doesn't sell. It's not sexy. It doesn't sell in the news media. It's wrong, but it doesn't sell in the news media. But Trevor.com text line. I've met all three of my wives at work. Company had no issues with it.
I've met all three at work.
My wife recently lost her job at Arlington School District for having an affair with another teacher.
Okay.
All right. Well,
is this how it is at schools too? You don't date other teachers?
I know. So my kids, some of their best friends, their parents are married. They're teachers. They're in the same district. They work at different schools within the district.
Schools though.
But I've seen that. I had when I was a kid. Mr. and Mrs. Tedesco. They were teachers. One was a 5th grade teacher, one was 6th. And they taught the same place. I had a relationship with a coworker, kept it quiet, went to our bosses and told them we've been married for 12 and a half years with 3 kids and still work at the same place. I'll tell you this, obviously the reason they don't want you to do this is of hiring practices. If you're in a position to hire, fire, promote, it's inappropriate for you to work with a subordinate.
Right.
Or I'm sorry, to be in a relationship with a subordinate.
Yeah.
If you're on the same level, look, we're in a different world now. You can't tell me who to date anymore. You got to stay out of my. You're my job. You got to stay out of my private life. You have no right to be in there, unless I'm in a position to hire and fire. If I'm in a position
what
to hire,
happens if it affects the workplace? You're fighting with your wife or your girlfriend at work, or your girlfriend at work. That affects the workplace.
It does affect the workplace, and then then you got to figure it out from there. Then it becomes a problem.
Cameron in Fort Worth. Cameron, you're live on Sean and RJ. Go ahead.
Good morning, gentlemen. So I was engaged. I got engaged in July, and my fiance and I used to be coworkers. So that's the tea this morning. But I got to agree with Choppy, man. I had a conversation with my then boss. I was a manager. She was an admin, and I went to my boss's office, and I said, if a manager was to date an admin, would that be a conflict of interest? My boss at the time said, well, if said manager didn't directly control said admin's schedule or pay, I would say that they would be okay. So from then it was the green light, and, I started shooting my shot, and started dating, and now we're engaged to be married.
Wow, okay. Congratulations, by the way. Diamonds Direct, if you want that ring.
Yeah, buddy.
Thank you for sharing. Garrett in Dallas. Garrett, you're live on 105.3 The Fan.
Hey, guys, love the show. I got to kind of agree. I mean, I met my girlfriend a year ago when I moved out here to Dallas. I was the guy who was always, I'm never getting in a relationship. I'm never doing it. Screw that. And we met. I mean, we kept it quiet for over a year. I mean, we both left the workplace. We're both at different jobs now, but nobody there except for a select few know.
Was it a rule? Was it a rule in the office?
We don't know. We just didn't really want the drama of it.
Yeah.
But we also were very mature in the fact of we can separate that workplace balance. I think if you can separate that work-life balance, I think you should be fine. By the way, it's 8:30 and OU still sucks. Hook 'em.
Garrett.
Oh, man. I love college football.
I thought he was about to say the stock market was opening in 25 seconds, which it is. I want to hear from an employer of why it shouldn't be allowed. Because of the Celtics story, obviously, that's the reason for discussing it. 877-881-1053.
Yeah, Trucker.com text line brings up the point. Like, if you give your girlfriend or your wife a promotion over somebody else, it's a terrible look for the company.
Yeah.
And that's why you have to be, like, if you're in the same department and you're the boss, that's, not cool. But if you're not the boss, if you don't report directly to that person, shouldn't be an issue. Shouldn't be an issue.
But I don't want your drama.
You don't want your drama.
Screwing around. Gavin Spittle.
And that's why.
If I date a sales girl and things go south and we start bickering and having fights over accounts and accounts get blown up in business, that's a problem for the company.
It is, but the good news is you're not in the same department. Like your office isn't next to her. If you're in different departments, I think that's where where it really helps to be in a relationship in separate departments.
All right, let's get a Steven. Is this Steven in Princeton, Peyton? Steven, you're live.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead, brother.
So I agree that it can possibly affect morale. I met my wife at work, and my morale has been affected.
How so? How so?
Well, ups and downs. Work was difficult, but home life is great. It's kind of like, I agree with Choppy. These days, stay out of it. Because, it's become more apparent that we meet our friends, our acquaintances and stuff at work more often now. Mm-hmm. And that was always kind of the point back then. But as adults, it's a lot more difficult to, get out in the dating scene if you're not using a app.
Right.
So we meet everybody we know at work.
Mm-hmm.
Also, it's amazing how the Cowboys are using the backup quarterback that won the job from the offensive coordinator, who also beat out the starting quarterback who's hurt.
Thank you.
I didn't try to
6 degrees.
It's amazing how the Cowboys are using the backup quarterback. Wait, what did he say?
I got lost in it.
It's something to do with I don't know.
I thought he was going to drop a college football reference there.
Maybe he is.
That's where I thought he was going.
Maybe that's what it is. He is. He's right. People meet a lot of their friends at work.
Well, that's not. I'm playing devil's advocate.
That's not abnormal.
That's not the employer's problem. Wow, you don't want to get on a dating app, so have free reign in the office? That's not my problem. That's your problem. Devil's advocate. All right, let's finish it up with, let's see if we can squeeze both in. Got to hurry, though. Jeremy in Dallas, you're live on Sean and RJ. Go ahead.
All right, so I used to work for a daycare, and it was me and 20 women.
Chris Hansen.
I ended up getting with one of the girls, and it was nothing but drama. It was the worst decision of my life. I looked for it, and she ended up being insane psycho, ended up cussing out the owner and almost pulled me into it because one of the other girls was talking mess about her, and she assumed I was part of that talking mess. But all I got to say is you don't shit where you eat.
Whoa!
Hey!
God
Yeah,
almighty,
man,
Jeremy.
We know.
Peyton, did you jump him? Don't drop the S word, fool. Really good till the end. Dang, fool. All right, let's finish it up. Dom and Euless. Dom, don't cuss. You're live on the air.
Oh, no problem. I'm a former employer, so I know how to control my
Oh, wait, your former employer where?
In a retail store. I don't want to give out their name.
Okay, go ahead.
But I'm a former employer, so what actually happened, we actually had a training when I initially got put in this position. And the reason that they didn't want to do it, of course, like you guys said, was first off because they didn't want the opportunity to give somebody extra hours and check their schedule. So anything like your direct superior, absolutely could not. But the main thing is they said that in our job, we did not have a rule specifically to do it, but they did actually tell people that they would rather you not do it because of the drama that it could cause. It could affect office morale. It could, cause fights and stuff like that, put other people in danger because you'd be surprised how crazy some people are.
Yeah.
So they were, quote unquote, against it, but there was never a hard press rule for it.
Okay.
That's kind of what they told us when we actually went into the training for that.
Great call, Dom. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Dom and Euless. All right, so that's the Ime Udoka story that has gone national, having a relationship inside the Celtics organization. Babe Laufenberg, Cowboys analyst, previews the Giants next. But let me preview your next car with all the different Tolo specials at Autoflex and Autoflex.com. They currently have
If you're in need of traffic control or barricade rentals, Buyers Barricades is a full-service provider taking care of your project or special event, no matter the size, from start to finish. The Texas Authority and Barricade Rentals at BuyersBarricades.com.
Michael Irvin wants to hop on after we missed him yesterday at 9 a.m. Every Thursday at this time, Cowboys analyst Babe Laufenberg on the Diamond Factory Hotline. Good morning, Babe. How are you?
Good morning, gentlemen. Very well, thank you. And yourselves?
We're okay.
Hanging in there.
I think we're
It's
good.
okay? Yeah. I know you've had the ear problem over there, Sean. I do listen.
Oh, thank
That's
you,
no-
sir. Thank you.
Kids' problems are no fun, are they?
They are not fun at all. Babe, question of the week I had at quarterback. Any attribute or trait, if any, you can say no, that you would maybe like to see Dak Prescott borrow from Cooper Rush?
Wow. No, I mean, I can't say that, but by the same token, if you were to ask me the same question in reverse, what should Cooper take from Dak? I couldn't probably answer that one either. I do think all these guys are individuals in the sense of how they play, their personality, how they react, all that kind of stuff. And the funny thing about quarterback is they come in all different shapes, sizes, abilities of speed, arm strength, and they can all, you can be effective in a variety of different ways. You look at tackles, right? Nobody wants a tackle if they don't have 32-inch arms. Nobody wants a receiver that doesn't run under 4.6 and you prefer it under 4.5.
Right.
I mean, you have all these, but you just look at Kyler Murray, and then you look at, you look at Dak, you look at Tom Brady. I mean, you couldn't get two more dissimilar quarterbacks than Tom Brady and Lamar Jackson, but you'd like both of them on your team, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, to be your quarterback. So again, there are so many ways to get it done, and we even saw Peyton Manning and Drew Brees, at the end of their careers, they probably couldn't throw the ball 50 yards. I remember Drew Brees reading something that he wanted to try to get the ball, be able to throw the ball 50 yards. Well, I can pull 100 high school kids here in DFW, and they can throw the ball 50 yards.
Yeah.
But they can't be an NFL quarterback. So I guess my point is you can be effective in a variety of different ways. But to answer your question, do I say, okay, Dak has to take this from Cooper? I don't think so.
How big do you think the drop-off is between the two players?
Well, there's a drop-off. There's a reason why one's a starter and the other's your backup. But again, can you win with Cooper Rush? Well, it's been evident, right, that you can win with him. Now, in Cooper's case, so here's the thing that has helped him. We all know he's 2-0, right? Beat Minnesota, beat the team that was in the Super Bowl. Minnesota scored 16 points. Cincinnati scored 17 points.
Yeah.
So he hasn't had to be in that game where I got to put 35 or 38 up, right? We see a lot of those games in the NFL. So that has really played to Cooper's strength, which is being smart. He's taking care of the football, all those things, that we talk about. But the defense has allowed him to be that guy, if that makes sense. That being said, both in Minnesota and against Cincinnati, he had to bring that team. Cincinnati, of course, was tied, but he had to bring that team down on a final drive to get the win. So that's huge.
How different is the play calling when Cooper's in the game versus Dak?
I don't think a ton, and especially now that Dak is no longer going to be a runner. They're never going to have a designed run for Dak. They're never going to do, all the things that we used to see Dak do earlier. But after that leg injury, and hell, just you don't want to get your quarterback hit. You don't want to get him hurt. So the best place to not have that happen is to keep him in the pocket. So in terms of play calling, I don't think there's really been any difference, to be quite honest. Again, I'll go back to the offensive line. To me, that's going to dictate your play calling as much as anything. Can we keep the pass rushers off the quarterback long enough to run some deeper routes and those deep overs that we had kind of talked about a couple of weeks ago? And well, it's great where you say, hey, if we take this guy out, if we take Turpin out of the slot, we put him slot right, we run him 20 yards across the field on a deep over to the left hash, we're going to hit this. It's like, well, that's great, but we're not going to be able to pass protect to allow him to do that. So that plays as big a part to me in your play calling as anything.
How have you felt about all these different Dak return timelines?
I don't want to say it's comical, but I really don't pay attention to it. Brad, you know, Brad and I like to have our little fun together.
Yeah.
And it really is good natured, you know. So last week, Brad, it was like, so Wednesday was the Wednesday practice, you know, kind of the first practice of the week, if you will. And Brad says, okay, I looked at this, who are going to be the 7 inactives for Sunday? And I was like, who cares, Brad? We're going to show up at the game. 90 minutes before the game starts, they're going to tell us who the inactives are. So with Dak, you know, all the timelines and the conjecture, and there's only going to be one person that knows, and that's Dak. But I'll say this. You guys will be able to go out. I'll be able to go out. We can all go out and watch practice. Ball's either going to spin out of his hand or it's not. So that's going to tell us, is he ready to play? From what I understand, he can't injure the thumb any more than what's been done with the screw that's in there and all that stuff. It's just going to be a question of, can he grip the football? And again, Dak's the only one. We're going to watch him. If he can't spin it, he doesn't play. If he can spin it, Dak, you're our guy. So I don't get caught up in the timeline, I guess, is the bottom line. We're going to go out to practice. We'll be out there today. He won't be throwing today, but we'll watch him. And again, anybody will be able to see, hey, okay, yeah, he can throw it. Or, you know what, that ball was just wobbling all over the place, and he won't play.
Babe Laufenberg here on 105.3 The Fan. What have you noticed from studying the Giants for Monday night?
Well, you know, the 2-0, as we all know, and for the first time in a long time, and I heard you guys talking a little bit earlier. You watched Philadelphia, right, on Monday night, and you just said, okay, ooh, that they look pretty good.
Yeah.
Jalen Hurts looks pretty good. You don't watch the Giants and say, oh, wow, they're back.
Right.
You know, they've had 2 close wins against 2, I think, what will be very average teams by the end of the year if they're not average already. So they've been the benefactor of that. They haven't had to do a whole lot to beat, you know, the other team, if you will. Daniel Jones has been kind of efficient. There's a reason why the Giants didn't pick up his 5th-year option this year. I think he's always a threat from the running standpoint. You know, he is such a good runner, and that's a big part of Daniel Jones' game. You know, he's completing 71% of his passes. They're throwing a lot of, I don't want to call them safe passes, because anytime the ball is in the air, bad things can happen. As Woody Hayes once told us, you know, you throw the ball, 2 or 3 things that are going to happen are bad, right? But he's been solid. But again, you need a much bigger body of work on Daniel Jones to say, okay, boy, he's arrived.
What adjectives have you been using lately, or have you run out to describe Micah Parsons?
No, you're exactly right, because you do. Brad has a better vocabulary than me, and I'll bet you even he's out of adjectives to describe it. You know, what's funny is, and I asked Dan Quinn this question Monday when we coordinators were available, but you know, you got a lot to do as that guy. He's up in the booth. You're calling the defensive signals. You got so much going on, and you're getting input from other coaches. But I said, do you ever sneak a peek at Micah and say, okay, I just kind of want to watch this guy, and I find myself doing the same thing. And I'll sit there, they break the huddle. Now, Micah played exclusively at defensive end. He was a defensive end this past week.
Finally,
buddy. Well, and very quickly.
Can you refer to him as Coach Choppy from now on?
Yeah, that's right.
I refer to him whatever he wants me to.
Oh.
Usually I just call him Sir or Mr. That's what he prefers.
Lord. I prefer Lord.
But I think Anthony Barr being in there, you know, they play that 4-2, you know, with Micah being a defensive end, if you will, and he's part of that 4, and you've got 2 big, rangy linebackers. But Anthony Barr, you know, one thing you kind of don't appreciate maybe as a fan or whatnot is, you know, Anthony Barr is 6'4", 6'5", and rangy and arms, and, you know, you try to throw the ball over him in seams and things like that. It's not an inviting target. So both he and Leighton can run with people. You know, if they go Tampa 2, which they did a couple times, those guys both have the capabilities of, you know, running down the field with wide receivers. Now, they won't go stride for stride, but again, just picture you're trying to throw the ball over a guy 6'5" to a receiver that could be 5'10", 6 feet. It's not an inviting proposition with those two. But yeah, Micah's just been, to get to your point, I always say great defenses have that one guy where when you break the huddle offensively, you always got to account for whoever it is, right? You broke the huddle against the Giants back in the day. Where's Lawrence Taylor? I think with DeMarcus Ware, there was a little bit of that. I don't know that I've seen a guy, especially because they move him around so much, not so much in this last game, like Micah, where teams have to account for him, but it's hard to account for him when he's a moving target, I mean, TJ Watt sits over there, great player, but he sits over there, he's going to be on the right side of your offense every snap, right, for the most part. But with Micah, it's hard to set your pass protections to him because you don't know where he's going to be.
Plus, there's also, I don't think there's a flaw in his game. Like, I think you have to look really hard for a flaw. So you can't. I don't even think. Can you even pick on him on anything if you wanted to? I don't think you can.
To me, good against the run. Obviously, great pass rusher. Bumping against calling him a great pass defender. I mean, he's great in pass defense. The only thing I don't like, but I always say I can find guys to go drop in a zone, right? I can't find guys to go get the quarterback.
Yeah.
So I always like to see Micah moving forward and not backward in terms of once the ball is snapped. But no, I mean, for as young as he is, and obviously opting out his senior year or junior year, I guess if you will, at Penn State, being off football for a year, and he's just. Yeah, I think you do. You run out of adjectives to describe just how good he is and how good he's been. And, you sit there and you say, well, 2 sacks in the first game, 2 sacks in the second. Okay, multiply that by 17 games, 34 sacks. Well, nobody's out of – but if you told me he's going to have 34 sacks, I would say, I could –
I'll take it.
I could maybe see that.
I could
see 2 a game.
Exactly.
Which is crazy, and it won't happen, but – I couldn't totally dispel it,
Have a great call, brother. We'll be listening Monday night. Thank you for your time as always.
Okay, thank you guys. Appreciate it. Have a great day.
Babe Laufenberg on the Diamond Factory Hotline. The playmaker, Michael Irvin, next. But first, let me get you that Halloween.
Superstore.com studios. It's Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour fist pump time on a Thursday. Going to try to get you to your Friday and your weekend as quickly as possible. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. Your home of America's team. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Peyton Russell running things. Crosstalk with the KMC Masterpiece at 9:40 today. Got some recent odds from sportsbetting.ag. And they're going after the 0-2 teams. Bengals making the playoffs? Yes or no? No is the favorite. -175 after Micah Parsons and the Cowboys, partially responsible, you'd have to think, for Joe Burrow deactivating the social media accounts. No Twitter and no Instagram from Cool Joe, according to his Bengals press conference yesterday. So it's a 41% probability Cincinnati will not make the playoffs. They were -30 to make it during the preseason. Titans making the playoffs. No, -160. That's a 43.5% probability they will miss. They were -125 to make it during the preseason. So basically same odds for the Bengals and the Titans to make it. Raiders, 30% probability they will not make the playoffs. Their no is -260. The Panthers' no is -900. And the Falcons is -5,000. No, they will not make the postseason and the playoffs. So these are the different 0-2 stats coming out from sportsbetting.ag. Truckwreck.com text line is open at 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. And, of course, we are live on the Fan Cam, live on Twitch, and live on YouTube. What's going on? What's happening here behind the scenes?
We're just getting Mike a new number.
Okay.
Yeah, we're getting Mike a new number.
Hotline broken,
I think
messed
the hotline's
up.
broken.
Well, the number's changed, and Michael's calling the old one. So, and we got it to him last week, so I'm hoping he can call the new one.
Okay.
I also think Peyton doesn't know how to work a long-distance phone call.
Is that what you think?
I think that's what it is. Apparently, there's a new area code in DFW that I didn't know about.
What's that?
945?
Are you being serious?
That's the new number? Well, I can't say it, but
Yeah, that's a new area code in town.
we got him.
All right, we got him.
945.
Mike, are you calling from a 945 area code?
No. I'm calling with this funny number. I'm calling your 945.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Good.
Yeah.
Lord.
You guys are never. When Choppy, I never saw this number. I was calling the other number, the 21. Well, whatever. So 945 is a new area code.
I guess so. And I guess it's like a year old.
What?
Apparently, it's been in DFW for like a year. I have nenever seen anybody with this number.
Okay, so let's break this down. So the 9, there's nobody. 45, okay, nobody. The 9-4 is okay. Well, we used to be DeMar. And the 5, okay, I like the 214. So that gives us decent guy.
Yeah.
I can't make nothing out of 945.
Oh my God! Here it is. It says surrounding communities like Allen, Blue Ridge, Frisco, Grand Prairie, Rockwall, Royce City, and Waxahachie.
There you go.
Really weird. Mike, all hope restored.
So wait.
Oh.
What were those? What was the area code in that area before? They just say, okay, everybody in that area got a new number. I don't understand that.
I think they ran out of numbers.
Mike, when's the last time you changed your cell number? How big of a nightmare would it be if you had to change?
No, when I got saved, right, it's a long time ago, I had this one number. I still remember the number. It was 6688089, right? And it was the dirty phone. It was the dirty phone.
It was the pink toes.
It was the pink toes.
Right. So when I got saved, I said, and Bishop preached in church that day. He said, listen, if you truly for God, take that other phone, take it right to the place and turn it in right now. And I was moved by the Holy Spirit. I went right to the place, turned that phone in. When I walked out that door, I said, what did you just do? Let me take that phone.
Yeah, I've got more than one Michael Irvin phone number.
Right. Hey, if you call that phone number right now, that's 668-214-668-8089, that dude, I'm sure he would say,
Stop calling here. I said, for Michael. That ain't here. You say, so many people probably called that number looking for me afterwards, buddy. I don't know.
How much hope was restored with that win against the Bengals?
6 days of hope. That's all you get in this league, man. And 6 days of hero. That's all you get in this league. And Cooper Rush right now is a hero. Somebody told me, right, Monday afternoon, they text me. They said, man, can you believe that win? In Rush, we trust. I said, oh, God, why you didn't give me that Monday morning? I needed that for the show. You know what I'm saying? I needed that for the show. In Rush, we trust. Rush, we trust that one game. And we know he did that last year. Now I need Rush to improve on Rush. You gave us one win last year. Give us more this year. Give me one more right now. Let me just see you get this win Monday night and Rush move to a new category for me. Remember, I was talking to you guys about why are we trying to get rid of Rush? Why were we trying to find other backup quarterbacks? And I told people, don't be bringing up Colin Kaepernick. Give me Rush. I'll take a chance with Rush because he's seen a real blitz in the last few years. That's the difference. I want somebody that's seen some real football, and thank God he did, and we got that game.
You know, you mentioned the show on Monday. You made Cooper Rush your top playmaker of the week. All right, how does that, like, what goes on in there? You know, pre-show with Stephen A., like, does he know you're going there where you're going to make – because that reaction was amazing.
It's priceless. It was priceless. It was priceless. I was driving in the car yesterday. I was laughing about that. And then if you heard Molly over the phone say, Michael, you always go too far. Yes, I do. I'm that kid that always takes things too far. And it was so funny. Steve A said, oh, my God, it just fell to the ground. You know, but I get to preempt those playmakers with the thought of the day. And the thought of that day was distance traveled. I started it with the distance that Kyler Murray traveled on that one play. That's my number 3 playmaker. So distance traveled rolled right into it. Now, last week, out of all the guys that stepped up and made a play, none of them had to travel a farther distance and accomplish what Cooper Rush accomplished. So I'm holding true. To what I'm making the playmakers, and Cooper Rush traveled the most distance last week.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, come on, dude.
Tua, what about Tua?
Let's break off. Tua is the 5th pick in the draft. He should be throwing for 5 or 4 touchdowns. Why do you take somebody 5th in the draft? How do you didn't he didn't travel more distance? He just got something done that he should have been getting done. All I did was point to that. And I made Tua number 2. Okay. I made him number 2 because nobody believed he could do that. But on total distance traveled, you expect that from Tua. Man, you are blessed to get that from Rush.
Did that win say more about the Cowboys or the Bengals?
I hate to say it, but I think it says more about where the Bengals are right now. You know, but I love that it said what it said about the Cowboys. Let me tell you what I mean about it. First, I go with the Bengals. The Bengals, man, okay, I thought it was a delicate situation. Think about this, guys. You know, everybody's talking about how horrible your offensive line is, and now you got to bring all during their brand new offensive line. We didn't have anything else to talk about, so we just kept talking about how many times Joe got hit and how horrible. They were in the Super Bowl. So now you're going to change out guys that took you to the Super Bowl. You seem to be a little slacky. You know what I mean? And now you disrupted that whole team. And Joe got hurt. And, you know what I mean? It's hard to get back on track unless you have an Emmitt Smith coming after starting 0-2. And they don't have an Emmitt Smith coming after starting 0-2 to get back to a Super Bowl like we did. You know what I'm saying? But for us, man, but for Dallas to get that win the way they got that win, went up, they go up points, and then since they fight their way back, but you don't fold, you still come back and you close out that game. I think that's big for Dallas in that sense.
Michael Irvin, Odyssey NFL Insider, brought to you by Driveway.com. Looking for a car? Go to Driveway.com where you can get pre-qualified by a car and get it delivered. How worried are you about the Philadelphia Eagles, and is Jalen Hurts for real?
I'm so scared. I told you guys early
that when I look at this, it looks kind of scary, and it looks scary for a long time if they can get it going. I said it depends on the guys who hands on that steering wheel, the coach, and the guy who hands up under that ball, up under that center, and that's the quarterback. And Jalen Hurts, I've heard a million years that you can't improve on accuracy. You can't improve on accuracy. That's a lie. Jalen Hurts has improved his accuracy quite a bit. He looked great throwing the football right now. And I told you guys that team can have an opportunity to connect one with another and find issues with the rest of the world that'll bring them closer as a team, and that's what scares me. They got talent now and great draft picks coming up later to add to a team. When I watch Monday night, I'm going to just say this. When I was watching football Monday night, I was watching both games. I felt like, my stomach just hurt. It just made my stomach hurt. I felt like I was watching the AFC and the NFC representatives in the Super Bowl.
No.
I felt like that. I felt like that when I was watching Buffalo beat down and then Philly beat down their opponent. On each screen, I said, oh, my God, are these two headed for a Super Bowl match? You see what I mean? That's just something I felt in my spirit. I hope it was wrong. I hope it was bellyache, and I don't know what, but it was something I felt. I was like, wow. Because when you look at both of those games Monday night, both of those teams looked unstoppable. They looked great.
Next 3 years, Hurts or Dak?
Ooh, I got to see if Hurts can keep this progress up. Now, let me ask this. Who do you think has a better team around them right now, Hurts or Dak?
Hurts.
Yeah.
Well, who can throw it better? Does that outweigh everything? Who's going to throw it?
But not just throwing it better, because as you just explained to you, as Babe just explained to you, quarterbacks come in all different shapes and forms, and the different styles sometimes create more of an issue. And Jalen Hurts, this 600-pound squatting, this 600-squatting-pound dude, who's squatting 600 pounds. You saw him run over a guy on the goal line the other day. With his ability to run, he doesn't have to throw quite as great as Dak, because Dak ain't running quite as great as him. You see what I'm saying? So he can just be right up under Dak and still end up being a little bit better than Dak.
Well, Dak's probably never going to run again the way he does anyway, or the way he used to pre-injury, right? I mean, he's basically a fullback now.
As I say to my wife sometimes, when we get in the heated moment, baby, we saying the same thing. We said the same thing. That you and I, we're saying the same thing. That's why he ain't gonna never run like Jalen Hurts. Because that, man, he say, I saw what that running do for me. I ain't doing it no more. Jalen Hurts is still a big part of his game.
And Mike, BlueChew.com, promo code RJ, if you need some help there.
What we get Blue Chew in there for? Where'd that come from?
You don't want to know.
You don't want to know.
You don't want to. That's an RJ advertisement. That's an RJ ad. All right, I'm asking you this just because you're a diehard Mavs fan, and this is no takeaway. There's no negative here, but you got to pick one for greatness, ultimate greatness. Luka or Micah?
Boy, listen, man. Listen, I love Luka. But what are we picking here? What are we saying? What do you mean ultimate
Just
greatness?
like at the end of the career,
both of them are going to be great.
Yes.
Both of them are going to be great. There's no question about that. So what are we saying here?
Well, can Micah be like what's the ceiling, right? If it's Lawrence Taylor and then Luka gets compared to what? Like, which one will ultimately have like the more legendary career?
Luka have a more legendary career because Luka has a ball in his hand.
Right.
He's scoring.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And ultimately, we're going to be right to, man, how many he scored? Because he controls everything. Michael is pushing himself into action when everybody's trying to keep him out of action. Luka is the center of all action.
Yeah.
It starts with Luka. So we're going to put our eye gate on Luka first and say, hey, man, let's see what you got for us. Now, Michael has the hope. He has the hope. Boy, I need them to drop back. I just need somebody to be dropping back so I can do my thing and get all my, you know what I mean? Michael can't control his greatness. He has to go and
make his greatness. But Luka can control his greatness because he has the ball first and most. So you got to go Luka there.
Saw you yesterday, shared on Instagram with the stress test. So everything all good? We were talking about your work ethic and everything about an hour ago. So you good getting the stress test? You going to slow down a little?
Yeah. I'm not slowing down. I'm just getting the stress test so I can go harder. I got to rinse every dime out this body. What you talking about?
Right.
Hey, did you hear us yesterday talking about? I said Michael works so much. When does he spend any of the money? We had this conversation yesterday. Jane Slater texted me, "Will you spend the money on?"
What did she say? What did Jane say?
All the grandkids.
All the grandkids.
I said, when does he enjoy it? Where's the luxury? Where's the leisure? In the off time, you're attending a sporting event. That's a press pass. That's a free ticket. So
right.
What do you splurge on with all the work?
Man, listen, let me tell you something, man. It's so funny because somebody was asking me about that the other day. My knee was hurting, my back was hurting as I was getting out of the car in L.A. And the guy was like, "Well, man, do you regret playing ball?" Dude, are you joking? What do you mean? Am I hurting? Absolutely. But I'm going to smile from my grave when my granddaughters and my great-great-grandkids get their 529 education plan and Papa taking care of them from the grave. I may be hurting now here in time, but I'm going to be smiling from the grave, if you know what I mean. So when I see my little baby, I said, "Baby, Papa had to come up the hard way. Well, Papa going to be taking care of you from the grave, so you don't have to. I'll take these pains right now because my little ones won't have the pains I had later on."
Well said.
Well done.
Great to have you back on. We'll hit you up after the show. Thank you, Mike.
All right, guys. Love you guys.
Michael Irvin on the Diamond Factory Hotline. Good to have him back.
Man, that video that was posted yesterday.
Stress test?
I was jealous. Not of the stress test.
His pecs.
Man, that shoulder, those delts, dude. Like that's impressive, man.
That was Odyssey.
At his age.
That was Odyssey NFL Insider. Michael Irvin. Insider Calls brought to you by Driveway.com. Head to Driveway.com today to shop more than 25,000 new and used cars in Driveway's nationwide inventory. Are you serious about this story? Is this really about to happen? No freaking way the Tollers are sending this possible outcome with a story we've been discussing a lot this morning. We'll tell you about it and see if this is actually going to go down next on The Fan. But what else needs to go down? That job change. Are you working as hard?
Frankel, there's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
How is this possible? Woj is tweeting. I thought this was just thrown in as like a scare tactic, like absolute worst case scenario with this Ime Udoka story. The Celtics head coach, according to Woj, this is 25 minutes ago. He's likely facing a suspension for the entire season for his role in a consensual relationship with a female staff member. A formal announcement is expected as soon as today. What?
If the Celtics have something written down that, you know, you as the head coach or an employee, if they have an absolute no,
there's no way. I mean, let's say, I don't know his relationship status. I'm not throwing. Let's say Jason Tatum messed with a trainer or a cheerleader.
Right.
Jason Tatum be suspended for the year?
It may be different rules for players because players are not in positions of power. The head coach, the difference is, I think the only difference
It
is
says
that,
consensual.
correct. I think the only difference, though, is that the head coach being in a position of power to hire, fire, promote, demote, give raises, whatever.
Wow.
That changes a lot.
I'm stunned.
Because the head coach is probably the third most powerful man in the organization behind Brad Stevens and then the owner. Is that probably how the line of chain of command would go?
Yep.
Yeah, I think that would be different. If it was an assistant coach, probably not. If it was a player, probably not. We see this,
Wow.
Man, it's
Roberts. Here's the tweets. I'm trying to figure out a justification, an explanation that makes sense. Robert Sarver, a sexually harassed employees, 1 year suspension. Udoka has a consensual relationship with a staff member, 1 year. Look at the Deshaun Watson comparisons that are coming in. Deshaun Watson sexually assaults 20 women. How many games is Deshaun now? 10?
It's 11 games.
10 or 11 games. Udoka, 82 for consensual when Deshaun's was not. That's crazy if you put it in that perspective.
Well, it is. There's one admitted to having it, right? To having the relationship, and then the other one fought against the charges, and they were never filed. So I guess there's that you could throw in from Deshaun's side. But
Twitter, could he have lied to management about the relationship? I think it's fair. You cheat on Nia Long, you get a 1 year suspension. Could this have been the owner's relative? There's a theory.
Could have. I mean, look, nobody knows. It could have been because somebody sent us like there's only one female staffer for the Boston Celtics within and she is the VP of player ops or something. But that doesn't mean that she's the only female that works for the Boston Celtics. Surely she's not. If she is, that's the bigger story. That an entire NBA organization has one female employee working for it.
ZR, he's screwing employees, Sean. Again, this went back. This is why I wanted to take calls an hour ago. And the feeling that I got from the calls, you can speak for the text line, is people don't view the rule about interoffice relationships as like that fair or like that ironclad or that common anymore. Like seriously, y'all, if you mess with one of your coworkers and the boss finds out, are you really going to get fired? Are you really going to get suspended? Would it really be that serious? I just find it hard to believe that. 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. Imagine Udoka getting suspended longer for a consensual relationship than Watson did for 20-plus women. That is kind of taking over Twitter right now.
Yeah, again, I think a lot of this boils down to power structure. If he was not in a position to...
Todd said she would most likely be a subordinate, therefore felt pressure to go along with it, fear of losing job. She could end up with a lawsuit against the organization for harassment.
Preferential treatment if things are going well. So there's a lot of factors that go into why this would happen. But again, I think a lot of it is position of power. If he was the the team trainer and she was in the suite sales, I don't think this is an issue. I don't think anybody's getting suspended.
Does this change your mind now about inter-office relationships?
No, I think it's because I don't think the big boss or one of the big bosses can.
All right,
really,
so the owner of the Celtics,
right? So
let's try to apply it to this.
Okay, so yeah, I don't think the owner of the Celtics, who's third in command at your office? I don't think third in command at your office, can date a rank and file employee. I do think that if you're not.
That'd be Tim Collins.
Yeah, so Tim Collins, couldn't, I don't think, be dating a
someone who loves sleeveless shirts.
Right, you gotta love sleeveless shirts, and dad hats. You gotta love those two things. I don't think you could date somebody in sales, but I think we could.
Okay, so position of power up the food chain.
That's just my assumption. I think that's fair. I think it's a good compromise.
So you don't think this is crazy? If this happens,
a
says
year?
They're going to suspend him for the season.
I think a year's crazy. This is, yeah. That to me is kind of lunacy. Unless I guess they asked him, and he lied. You lie to management. Now it's a problem.
So that's the breaking story coming out of the NBA. It's Sean and RJ on DFW Sports Station. Thanks for being a total. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. We'll play one of these Ben Simmons clips. Getting kicked out of 76ers practice with Doc. All right, let's talk about Ben and his relationship with Filthy, since we all have our strong feelings on that city. Here's Ben's. What a get by JJ Redick. JJ Redick, for his podcast, got the Ben Simmons sit down. They were former teammates in Philly, right? Here's Ben Simmons finally talking.
People in Philly just want to have something to say about anything, man. Like everything, like literally everything. I post a picture of a car or a dog. I got reporters saying you should be in the gym. Like, come on, man. But yeah, for sure, Philly is obviously a sports city. And my experience playing there was incredible. Like for the most part, it was incredible. I had a great time. Like the fans are unbelievable. I still have an apartment there, so I do own some real estate in Philadelphia still. So I feel like I'm part of Philly still. But yeah, it's just unique. Like even being in Brooklyn now, it's completely different. Like this is a different experience for me. And I value just that time I did spend in Philly because, I was able to learn and grow, in that city. And I got friends for life there. I got my brother lives there. Like I got family there. So yeah, Philly's great. I think people have like a thought that I think that I hate it.
Okay.
All right.
So there he is.
Philly, Philly, look.
They just want to have something to be mad about. If I showed off a picture of the car, your Howard Eskins would say, get in the gym.
Get in the gym. Get in the gym. Ben is in a unique spot now. He plays for a team that probably gets more coverage in the media outside their own market than they do inside, because that's a Knicks town. And he might be able to actually disappear in New York City. You never thought you would say that, but he actually might be able to. Philly is not the easiest place to play. It takes a certain dude to do that.
All right, let's cross-talk with the fellas. Let's catch up with the KMC Masterpiece on a very busy Thursday on Sean and RJ next. Down here today have been lit. Crosstalk with the KMC Masterpiece with Kevin Hagelin, Mike Bassick, and Corey Majors. Good morning. What's coming up, Corey?
Guys, the Cowboys defense is awesome besides Micah. Who stood out there to you at 10 o'clock? And then we have Tom Grieve, Rangers Hall of Famer, joining us for Baseball Nuggets today. And my buddy's an idiot. My favorite segment at 11:20 today. Looking forward to it.
Who is the second player on the Cowboys defense that has jumped out?
Oh, man, the guy that Jerry and Steven talk about the most.
Dorrance Armstrong, number 2?
They were just years ahead of the curve on that. And it's finally
I know in a weird way this isn't fair, and I'm taking a shot. I'm just going to tell you is I think not having a horrible player out there like Jalen Smith really helps out. When you have that bad, like I think Leighton Vander Esch is looking good this year.
Yep.
And I don't know if he got better or it's just that he's playing with a competent other linebacker. I think when you have such an incompetent player out there, that you're really playing 10 on 11 or a person who doesn't understand his job, doesn't know what gaps to fill, doesn't understand offenses in the NFL, doesn't really understand his own defense. I think it can really screw up other guys because they're like, damn, do I have to fill in for him? Is he going to screw up this assignment or do I just do my assignment? So in a
go
weird
left
way,
and then he goes right and you're like, I told you, you idiot, come on.
And so I think my answer isn't Leighton Vander Esch, but I think that he's much improved through 2 games. But I think it's partly because he doesn't have Jalen. I have no clue how to play football Smith out there.
I think the other there is that is
watch him
one
make the
huge
game-winning
factor.
play for the Giants on Monday night.
Swipe,
as Mike said that.
No, there's no way. The only game-winning play he'll make is for us.
I think that's one factor for Leighton, but he is playing better this year. But that's one huge factor. The other one is health. Like he's not concerned about his neck as much. And he said last year at the end of the season, he was like, "Look, I was on the field more. I got into a playing rhythm. I felt better." So as he's come along here, it's just been he's also in the best shape of his life.
What are the circles that you draw in your paper? Is there any rhyme or reason to what's happening there?
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, well, this is when I start the commercial break.
Okay.
Or my read.
Okay.
So I'm like, okay, I started this at 15. I need to be done by 15.
Right.
So I'm trying to draw new ones.
Okay.
So every time I have a read, I write down the number and I circle it.
Okay. Very responsible. I like it.
And I still go over and mess it up.
Oh,
all right.
Well, that's less.
Are you stunned over what's happening and playing out right now in Boston?
Yes.
Ime Udoka, for those that don't know, the head coach, is probably going to be suspended for the season because of a consensual relationship within the organization with a member of the staff.
And it's the length of the suspension that is stunning. Like when I heard about this and they're like, oh, he might be disciplined. I was like, okay, so he'll have to miss the preseason games or he'll get fined or he'll miss 2 games or something. And then overnight when Woj was like, oh yeah, he might be suspended for the season. I was like, what? And then it looked like it's likely that he'll get suspended for the season. That is shocking to me. Although I was listening to you guys just a few minutes ago, and it's one of the things that I've never understood why people in society don't get this. The cover-up will destroy you every single time and frequently worse than the action. Like if they had just admitted it or when first confronted about it, admitted it, but when y'all were talking about they actively lied about it.
We don't know that.
Oh,
speculation.
Okay.
Do not know that. I'm trying to figure out how this makes sense.
That's the only way I could.
We're throwing up theories.
Okay, that's the only way I could view it then, because if they just had a relationship and didn't report it to HR, a year feels harsh, really harsh.
Mike, do you know, if you can say it, if Wash didn't leave because of the reporter thing, would he have been allowed to stay? Would the organization have maintained his employment?
I think they were moving in another direction. And so I think it might, I don't know this, but I think it might have been a little bit easier for Wash to leave the team, quit, retire, whatever word you want to use, because he knew after 2014, most likely they're going to go in another direction at manager.
That's a quality coach too.
Manager.
No, I meant for the Celtics.
He is. No, fantastic. I mean, everything people say about him.
Brad
is glowing.
Stevens just come back to the bench for 1 year?
Is this coming from the Celtics or the NBA? That's the other question I don't have clarity on.
Celtics to me.
Did he broke their team policy and they're like, you have to go for a year, or they?
Which, if that's the case, I think that's a really, really bad look for the NBA, because they're like, hey, owner.
Yeah.
I know you said the N-word 4 times.
5.
And you 5, okay.
Count.
And then you harassed women, and then you just treated people generally terrible. Hey, Celtics coach, I know you had a relationship that was consensual that you didn't tell us about. Both things are even.
Right.
Like, that's a weird look if that is the
Yeah.
case. But I don't know, to Mike's point, who's pushing this.
Is he still with this girl? Woman?
Do you know who his girlfriend was supposed to be? Nia Long.
Oh, really?
That's why people are saying
the actress.
He
Congratulations.
deserves to be suspended for a year
Oh,
if he indeed messed
for
it up.
real.
Do you guys have any great inner office relationship drama stories, either about yourself
Hold on,
or
she was working for the Celtics?
Nia?
No,
Yeah.
no. They're saying he cheated on his girlfriend.
That's his
Cheated on-
girlfriend.
oh,
With
he
the
cheated- okay,
Celtics.
with some other girl. All right, gotcha. My bad.
Adam Levine situation style.
Gotcha. Oh,
Any other place you've worked at where
yes.
there was drama in
Oh,
the
yeah.
hallways?
Kevin and I know. We both worked at the same place together. We knew. Oh my gosh, it was the worst.
What happened?
Man, go ahead.
All right.
If it's not about you, why,
So there
why are
was
you
a-
hesitant?
Well, there was this one girl or guy, all right, and he was hooking up with a girl, all right, and then they broke up because of a spat. They sat 2 desks apart from each other.
God.
In between them was another girl who this guy ended up connecting with as well. Behind them was Kevin and I, where we had to hear every single day. Now, during this time, Kevin, the new couple would come in maybe 3.5 seconds apart from each other, maybe 2 minutes.
Yeah.
But they would walk. One would walk in, sit down. The other would walk in and sit down. You'd be like, "You're wearing the same shirt you were wearing yesterday. Come on, we
And
know what's
like-
going on. Why are you even trying to act like it's
And
not?"
Corey and I would agree that we would arrive at work at the same time, and we would not arrive in the same proximity as those two. And you're like, so you guys clearly rode together. And then in the staff meetings, it was so awkward because they were supposed to be addressing each other, but they would do the thing like, "Hey, will you tell so-and-so that I," and you're like, that person is right there. We're all in the same room. What are you even talking about?
It was awkward because there was a love triangle that was going on right around us.
That's
Nice
awesome.
isosceles
That would have
triangle.
made work more fun every day.
Yeah.
You kidding me?
Here's the thing about that, though, Sean. Like, your show is done. You get to go home. If they had like a quantity meter where they're like, you can't go home until you reach this much that we have decided of quality content, and people were delaying you from completing that content and you had to stay longer, then it would be less fun because we couldn't leave until the paper was done. When you have to hear these people bitching at each other all the time, it slowed you down.
And the restaurant business.
Weren't they sleeping with each other?
Absolutely, they
So
were.
why were they so mad at each other?
It was the other
Well, because
two.
the girl on the
girls
other
right there,
side
too.
had been hooking up with that dude, and he dumped her, and now was hooking up with the girl right next to
They
him.
were sitting
and-
right next. They had to work together.
Mike, you ever get teammates fighting over the same side piece or chick?
Why did you say side piece first?
No, but I just remember there was a teammate of mine who he cheated all the time, and he had come to us because his wife and kids were coming into town. He's like, "You haven't said anything to your wife because and this and that." And I mean, he was panicking, right? That his wife was going to find out that he was cheating. And I was just like, in my head, I'm like, no, I haven't told my wife anything. And I didn't. And nobody did. And unfortunately, that's kind of like a thing is like, hey.
Guy code.
Yeah. And I'm just thinking, instead of panicking so much every time your wife and kids come to visit, it would be easier if you stopped sleeping with random people on the road.
That makes sense.
What are you doing?
I'm just.
Why do you like? I hate your faces.
Oh my God!
Nobody
is so hurtful. That is so hurtful.
Nobody is more telling.
Oh my God.
Nobody is more telling with his
That is
faces
so
than
hurtful.
Kevin Hagelin. They're so freaking exaggerated. You would be the worst poker player of all time.
That is so hurtful,
I guarantee you. I
Sean.
hate all your faces.
He's the guy at poker. He wears the hat low, the sunglasses, then he has the hoodie.
Uh-huh.
And then
But
tied,
everybody still
and then
knows.
it's tied. All right. So he's got that little Kenny circle sticking right there.
No, I just wanted more of your thoughts about guy code, and what if it affects like somebody that you also care about that's not like a dude though.
Well, like what? Give me an example, and then I'll tell you what the decision is.
All right, let's say, for example, this is hypothetical, of course. You were in college and you were roommates with 3 people, and one of the people was engaged to this one gal, and you started watching how things are playing out and discovered that that gal was having an affair with one of your other roommates. Now, is it guy code to protect him, or are you like, hey, that other person is my friend and he's getting screwed over?
That sounds like that happened to you.
That 100% happened to me.
Like you told that story way too smooth.
Yeah. You came up with a really
So
good
you
explanation.
had two buddies.
Yes.
That you had to choose whether to detonate it.
Correct.
And the girl who was messing with the other person.
Correct.
What did you do?
What do you think I did?
I think you did nothing.
I think I know.
I think you sat them both down and you told both guys.
I think you let them get married.
I sat the two people who she was cheating with, and I said, you have 1 week to tell him, and if you do not tell him, I will tell him. Figure it out.
And
they did, and it exploded, and he essentially moved out for the rest of the year. Then eventually, those two people, the people that she was cheating with, they got married. Then guess what? We're going to move forward.
The two guys got married?
No.
Oh.
The guy that she was cheating with. And then guess what? About 8 years down the line, they got a divorce because he cheated on her. It's a whole big thing. And we probably need more time. I know we got to go.
We'll talk to Mike McCarthy about it tomorrow at 6:30. The KMC Masterpiece coming up next.
The app. From the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, 877-881-1053. You want to get involved in the conversation all day long. Got a shorter show today. We'll be off the air at 12:30 to make way for the Rangers. And I just wanted to thank you guys one more time for all of the amazing gifts and shout-outs and donations and food y'all sent up yesterday. It was awesome.
Happy birthday after your birthday.
Thanks, Mike. Is that a thing?
Should be.
I appreciate it, nonetheless.
This is probably like the first time you tried milk.
Right. No, it was not.
Do you remember the first time you tried milk?
I don't, but I assume it was, pretty early in the game.
I mean, animal milk, not human milk.
Oh.
I wonder when's the first time. I'm going to look this up. I was doing carbon dating after the show.
Oh, my
I'm
God.
going to look up when's the first time we have a memory.
Okay. While you do that, because I've always thought about 5, is the Cowboys defense is awesome.
Yes.
Besides Micah, but I do have more Micah stats.
Mm-hmm.
Who has stood out for you?
Micah definitely has.
Okay. All right.
He's definitely
good answer,
been.
Cord.
Thank you.
All
I
right.
really appreciate that.
All right. But if you had to say somebody besides Micah, or do you want to just
Why would I do that? He's the best one.
You know, that's the thing. Because I can dive right into the Micah stats if you want.
No. We'll get to those. I love Micah stats. So, I will say, I mean, Mike brought it up earlier. Van Der Esch is having a very positive approach on this.
Can I ask you a question about that?
What's that?
Is it?
I haven't watched every snap yet, so I got it. That's what my plan is over the next before Sunday to watch every snap in the first 2 games.
Okay, or at least before Monday, I think you'll be okay. Sunday? My question is he been a positive for the team, or has he just not been a negative? Because like in the second half of the season last year,
no, there've been positive plays.
Okay,
yeah,
good.
Sure, yeah.
Because I felt like in the second half of last year, he got to the level where we're like, you know what? He's not a negative anymore, and that felt like a positive more than it actually was.
Yeah,
you know?
he's made some good plays and less negative plays, and some of the plays are huge impact plays. So I think that's a big factor there. I don't think anybody else has really because there's no huge stat that you're like, wow, look at all these interceptions.
Right.
Anthony Brown has played some pretty good defense. That was a really good trio of receivers they went up against.
Right.
And they were pretty much stifled throughout the game. It's really fun to see what they accomplished, or most of that game.
They scored 1 touchdown.
Yeah, so that's not typical of that thing. So I think the Diggs play that really sealed it just showed that, hey, look, I know I got run on in the first game, but I don't have to make an interception to make an impact play in this game.
Yeah.
So I think, it's not the same thing we had last year, but right now I'm pretty happy with what you're getting up front. And Anthony Barr is getting graded pretty well too right now. I know it feels like it was kind of did you agree with me that you thought it was kind of dumb the way they called the play when the penalty early in the game on him? Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, I didn't like that much, but it affected the team.
I was kind of thinking well, what are you supposed to do?
Right. Yeah.
Like that play was already in motion.
Yeah.
But
it's very difficult. For me, I couldn't have made that call. But yeah, I think those would be my candidates right now. And I know Armstrong is getting everybody's love and attention right now. So, and good, rightfully so. Like Mike said the other day, man, he's benefiting from Micah. And I think the entire team, that's the great thing is, you hear Brad Sham talking about that. You hear other people talking about everybody else is capable of doing their jobs. And so Micah can do whatever they want. They were like, okay, we're going to try and chip him off the edge now. And so they said, well, we'll put Micah in the middle, make him a middle linebacker. Now what are you going to do? Where's he coming from? And so because everybody else can do their jobs, he can do his so well.
I had a question about 2 other players, not the flashiest player, but I feel like we've heard their names in enough situations or in key situations. What about Donovan Wilson and Dante Fowler? I feel like there's been, I've been waiting. I feel like we've all been waiting for Donovan Wilson's breakout year for 2 or 3 seasons. He shows flashes here and there, and it's just been a couple of games, and we still got ways to go. But I feel like there's been a couple of times for Donovan Wilson, and then Dante Fowler thus far has been getting some pressure on the quarterback.
Wilson is the depth you want at safety. Like I don't necessarily need him to start every Sunday.
Okay.
But man, when I put him out at the field, this is like, remember when the Cowboys, their depth was 4 deep, it felt like everywhere.
Right.
And that's kind of like, you're like, okay, awesome. He can go make a play for me tonight. And he will. With Fowler, I was waiting for him to get more plays. Like he didn't get as many plays as I wanted in game 1. And then in game 2, though, like this is the thing. He kept talking about this. He kept being asked, hey, what is this defense like? What is it like compared to the Falcons defense, compared to what you played them before? He was like, speed. We're fast. We're a fast team. We're as fast as you've ever seen, and that's what's going to benefit us the most is what's the one thing you can't teach?
Speed.
Speed, Kevin, is what you can't teach. Thank you, Reggie.
Well,
that too.
I mean,
also. And a good fastball. But the speed that they have is making a huge impact.
From Chris in Decatur, they said Donovan Wilson from the 214. Armstrong looked good last week. And as much as they said they rag on Diggs, he had the play of the game last week. Trusted his eyes, made his read, and made a hell of a tackle. And from the 469, Sam Williams has been looking good. They line him up opposite of Micah sometimes, and he's a rookie. And
I'm just waiting for him to get that moment. Because he's getting the push, right?
Oh, yeah.
Like, he's getting the push. I'm just waiting for the moment.
And I told you immediately how much I was ready to buy into that. Because when he made a play, they're like, Dallas is really high on Sam Williams. And I was like, hell yeah, let's freaking go. Now, feel free to send in more opinions about anybody else that's flashing the defense. Mike, is there anybody for you, or do you de facto just go back to, I get Micah for sure?
Nope.
I just think this.
Dak.
The great thing is nobody's below average on that defense.
Agreed.
So that's
a fascinating point.
That's where you can really have, I don't love the saying you're only as strong as your weakest link. Now, I get that like a person like Tom Brady is going to try to find it. The great quarterbacks will try to find it. Offensive coordinators will try to expose it. But I think what's tough right now for offenses is they say, who do we attack and how much do we attack?
Right.
And with the pass rush, it's tough to pick on certain cornerbacks because you have to have the time to do it. Now, that being said, I'm going to ask this question and change the conversation a little bit. Last year, a little before halfway through the season, right around halfway through the season, the Cowboys offense was figured out, and it was never the same unless you got to play like the Atlanta Falcons or the B team Philadelphia Eagles at the end of the year. Like, it changed. Do you think at all offensive coordinators are going to figure out a way to make this defense not look like arguably the best defense in the NFL?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I disagree with that, but I want to hear more from you.
But at some point, somebody will say, okay, he does this on second down.
Right.
He does this on third down. At some point, somebody's going to figure out the trend. It's just natural. I mean, go back to remember the Titans. He got the math teacher to give him all the trends of what the opponent was doing. Some point that's going to happen. Now, Mike, the other part to it is I think Dan Quinn has learned from his time to adjust.
Yeah.
And we'll see. Well, you know what are they doing? What have they figured out about me that I need to switch? The other thing though about him is I think this is the first time he's had all the tools in the toolbox. He has everything you could possibly want with this defense. I'm still trying to figure out, like, what's the one thing that you're missing on this defense right now? I don't know. I really don't know what it is. So he has all these different abilities to say, I can go dime, I can go nickel, I can go 4-3, 3-4. I can give you so many different looks. That makes it more difficult for somebody to figure out your trends and what you get comfortable calling in certain situations.
All right. And so the reason why I say no is because of that same adjustment is this is not just these first 2 games. Like you saw it last year. Like you saw this defense become a really, really good defense. And now I feel like it's carried over and maybe even gone to the next level. And I started looking at some of these numbers, just 2 games, but the way this defense has started is astonishing. This is the first time since 2002 the Cowboys have given up 19 or fewer points in both of their first 2 games. Want to take it a step further. They've only given up 2 touchdowns so far. That's the least amount of touchdowns they've given up in 2 games since 1996. And then this might be my most positive defensive stat, and this is how you know that they're winning the line of scrimmage as well. The Cowboys are tied with the Colts for the most negative plays forced this season, 17. So They've had 1 negative pass, which is always interesting, 8 negative rushes, and 8 sacks, which means they are, and I get the sacks, like a lot of people will credit Micah, and then we talked about Dorrance Armstrong, but the negative rushes, that's a huge thing. That legit means you are winning at the point of attack. You are winning the line of scrimmage.
Which stinks in this manner, because I'm greedy right now, all right? Like, I want to be greedy because of what we saw last year.
You also need 8 interceptions.
Well, that would be happening if your offense was better.
Right.
Like if your offense was producing 27 points right now,
right,
they would have your opponent stuck in the hell of being, hey, we can only kick field goals because this defense is good. They would have to air it out a lot more, and that would feed right into what the Cowboys defense would want. Is not only are we getting pressure up front because we don't have to worry about you running the ball anymore, but now our safeties and our cornerbacks are just back there salivating, ready to get a pick and take it back for 6. So like that's one of the factors of this whole machine needs this offense to be better, and we got to rely on Cooper Rush to make that happen right now.
Let me throw this out, and I'm not trying to throw water on the fire here of how good the defense has been. Tampa's offensive line going into that game we knew was kind of destroyed through injury. We knew Cincinnati was one of the worst, if not the worst, offensive line in the NFL. I don't know a lot about the Giants' offensive line. I know Washington has a solid offensive line. Los Angeles has a solid offensive line. I know it hasn't been as good as they were hoping from last year so far to this year. And then Philadelphia has a very good offensive line. Are we getting fooled at all of the two opponents we faced with their offensive lines?
I don't think so, because you still face Tom Brady and Joe Burrow. I totally hear what you're saying, but you also probably face 2 of the best 5 to 7 quarterbacks in the league. So I think I factor that in as well. And another reason and I might be hopeful, but another reason that I don't think we're being fooled is I didn't necessarily, it kind of feels like the Luka effect, where Luka had an amazing rookie year. And I was like, man, I'll be curious to see how much better he got. And then the next year he was definitely way better. And I kind of wonder if you're starting to see that with Micah. Is like, man, what an incredible rookie year. I don't know how much better I think he can get. And then here we are.
I believe Jerry when he talks about the intensity of Micah Parsons, not just on the field, but off the field too. Like, this is a guy that, you just look at his Twitter, it seems like all he thinks about is football all day long.
Right.
Like, he's programmed to,
or giving stuff to charity.
Yeah, being a charitable person, really, but also like he's so focused on football all day long, and he likes to do the work that goes along with it, maybe except for the block and dummy. He doesn't love that much, based on what Mike and I saw. But like he does appreciate that much. Now, I'm looking forward. So Daniel Jones has been sacked 8 times this year. Do you know where that ranks in sacks this season?
I mean, I got to feel that's pretty close to the worst.
3rd.
It's not as bad as the Bengals.
Yeah, Joe Burrow 13, Winston 10, and then Stafford and Daniel Jones are at 8, which is interesting because Stafford, I guess they're still working in some new offensive linemen too. But I don't know when's that test going to be that you have an offensive line that you can't get to the quarterback.
Well, in the meantime, I'm excited about that because check this out. Micah Parsons obviously has 2 multi-sack games to begin the season, right? Do you know that only 2 players have ever started the season with 3 straight multi-sack games? Kevin Green in 1998 and Mark Gastineau,
of course,
in 1984. I know you were going to say that. So Micah Parsons has the opportunity to match that level of NFL history, and that if you love the advanced metrics, there's an amazing chart circulating out on the internet that goes pass rush win rate along with the axis of double team rate. By far and away, there's a whole bunch of players in the middle because there's a huge gap where you get Myles Garrett and Von Miller. Would we all agree that those are like 2 just freaking awesome players and pass rushers?
Yeah, who had 2 terrible suspensions in their career.
Oh, well, we're going to have to deal with that at another point.
But hopefully not.
There's this giant gap where you get to Myles Garrett and Von Miller. And then guess what? There's another giant gap, and it's just between Micah Parsons at the top.
Green and Mark Gastineau.
No, well, they didn't factor in like older players.
Okay.
This is just like active contemporary players.
Awesome.
So as big as the gap is to Myles Garrett, it's almost just as big up to Micah Parsons, which is incredible. It's just for 2022, so it's just 2 games. But you see, when he rushes the passer, more often than not, he wins at a terrifying pace.
And as Mike said, you have a couple more years of this kind of personality until you have to win.
I know.
In this window, dude, you have to
and then
take
he gets
advantage
sucked
of this.
into the Cowboys vortex.
Yeah, he's going to miss some training camp.
I get that.
Because Steven's going to say, I'm not paying you $30 million a year. And then the agent knows that Jerry will eventually butt in and give him the $30 million a year. So we're going to have to go through that whole thing.
I have concerns about all of that. For the time being, I prefer to just watch him play and play awesome. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, guess how many players the Mavs have in the top 100? And is this answer a good thing? We'll talk about it next right here in The Fan.
Halloween is a
Masterpiece on 105 Through the Fan is brought to you by Buyer Safety and is brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers and put them in big trucks should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel & Frankel. The consultation is always free. Visit truckwreck.com.
Final seconds. Doncic, the bump in the pool, firing, good if it goes.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 Through the Fan. Obviously, Luka is going to be on the list, but how many players do you believe that the Mavericks have in the NBA Top 100? And is this a
100
good? They don't. That's too many.
Okay.
Is that
in a 3-year period? I do think Mark Cuban had 100 different basketball players on the team from about 2013 to 2016. We might have had 100 different NBA players in 3 years.
They did not all make the list. I hate to break that to you. How many?
They were all on the list. It was just 5 years after they were on the list. We got Elton Brand, Chris Kaman, Vince Carter.
That is.
We were rocking out. Those guys were top guys on the list. It was just 5 years after we got them.
That is possible. But how many are in the top 100? And is that a good thing or a bad thing for the Mavericks?
I will guess 3.
Who are your 3?
Luka, obviously, that's easy.
Yep.
And then my other 2 are Christian Wood, because he did average 18 and 10 last year.
Okay.
And then I would say Dorian Finney-Smith, because he is a really good defensive player and a nice catch and shoot guy.
Okay.
I'll say 4.
Oh.
And I will say that
same 3 plus 1?
What was yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
And then I'm going to add, I can't decide.
Okay.
I'm trying to decide between Dinwiddie and Hardaway. And I don't know if Hardaway qualifies, having not played last year.
He did make the list last year, just to give you an idea.
Yeah.
So
he barely made it last year. I can't remember what number.
I'll flip a coin and go with Dinwiddie.
Okay. I have 2 lists to complicate things even further.
CA says people love lists.
That is true. Would you like to go CBS or ESPN? Who is more trustworthy to you?
I've looked at CBS, so I know the answer on that one.
Okay.
I don't know ESPN. You told me not to look.
I did.
Which is very tough as an NBA fan,
I
not
know.
to look at the list of
I
top
know.
100 players. But I didn't look, so I honestly have no idea about ESPN.
Okay. On the ESPN list, there are 3 players.
Oh, my gosh.
Christian Wood, number 92.
Oh, it's better than CBS. He was 99 on
with CBS.
He better be better than this.
You
or
think
we're in
that's
big
too
trouble.
low?
I understand why they rank him there, because he's been on such horse crap teams his whole career. And so I get it. But if he is not a top 50 player in this league by the end of this year, when they do this list going into the next year, and you're not pressing at least top 50,
right?
The Mavericks were eliminated in the first round.
Just by comparison, on ESPN, Christian Wood is 92, KP is 86. On CBS, Christian Wood's 99, KP is 85.
So we got worse.
Okay, but do you like? Yes, per the
I don't
list.
know if Luka and Christian Wood are going to get along.
Who would you rather have? Who would you rather have right now?
They can't.
Guy that's going to be on the court.
They can't get along worse. I'll tell you that.
I want a guy that's going to be on the court.
That is a very fair point. Now, for the ESPN,
just like the Joneses, I want guys that show up and play.
Wow, are you going to go into that persona? I think you guys should talk about that tomorrow. Is next up on the ESPN list. So you got Christian Wood at 92, Spencer Dinwiddie at 69.
Nice.
Which means Dorian Finney-Smith not in the top 100.
Why?
Compare that to CBS, where they have Dorian Finney-Smith at 73. Now, I looked at both of these lists. There's a lot of fairly close. Like I told you, KP's 86 and 1, 85 and 1. Christian Wood's 92 and 1, 99 and the other. That is not a huge discrepancy. Dorian Finney-Smith is 73 in CBS Sports list. He's not in the top 100 at all for ESPN. So my question for y'all is, first of all, do you think that's an error by ESPN to not have Dorian Finney-Smith in the top 100? And do you not think he's better than Dinwiddie?
Yeah, they're very different.
They are.
Different roles. If I could only pick one to be on a team, I guess I would pick Dorian Finney-Smith.
Okay.
because he brings so much to the defensive end. I know that he's going to be a little bit inconsistent in scoring, but he's not going to need the ball that much. He's going to take his approximately 5 3-pointers a game.
Right.
He's going to hopefully get kind of 2 putbacks or 2, kind of, break type of layup/dunks. And that's really what he's going to provide you offensively. So I would lean towards him, but I'll throw this out real quick. I think I only looked at the CBS list. I didn't look at the ESPN list. Why the Mavericks are not considered a contender by everybody picking contenders in the West is because all the other teams have 2 guys in usually the top 30 or 3 guys in like the top 50.
Yeah.
And so it makes it a little bit tougher when you're looking at Luka. Not that he's a one-man show.
But you can just take him out of a game anytime, right? You can never take him out of the game.
What
right?
do you mean?
Luka. It just my feeling on that.
In basketball, you can't. It's impossible to look at Jordan, Kobe, LeBron, whoever. You can't do it in basketball.
But when I'm looking at what you're talking about there, Luka makes up for that, not having that other guy. In a lot of different ways, he makes up for that. And so I see why other people don't get it. Like they don't understand that, and that's why they look at the rankings and they're like, oh, this seems better because they have 2.
Well, so here's the reason why 2 is better than 1 in this situation, Corey, is I get where you're coming from, but think about how bad Kobe Bryant was in one of their championship Game 7s against Boston. It was Paul Gasol who led them to the championship that night. Now, it's just a night. If you look at Joe Dumars, he won an MVP in the NBA Finals for the Detroit Pistons. If you look at James Worthy, he had a triple-double in a Game 7 against the Detroit Pistons. If you kind of look at Manu Ginobili, or you can keep doing this over and over and over, is usually championships are won because if that number 1 guy has an off night, there is somebody else to pick it up because they are also somewhat a number 1. Now, hopefully it can be done this way.
Okay, is the closest comparison then perhaps the Memphis Grizzlies? Because you have Ja Morant, and then you go a pretty good way until you get to, I would assume, Jaren Jackson. Like CBS has Jaren Jackson at 46, and I think Ja's like 12.
And Desmond Bane's in the 50s on CBS.
Is that the closest
we got Josh Green
gap? Yeah, I know. I'm not gonna sell that for you. Is that the closest gap? Because obviously you think about teams like the Warriors, the Clippers, the Suns, teams that like people kind of think of as the favorites. They're much more top heavy in terms of dominating the top 20 or 30.
I like what you're saying, and maybe I was going to be wrong here, but I thought the Mavericks would beat Memphis if they played each other in the playoffs because our guy is way better than their guy. Ja's great. Ja's arguably top 10 player in the league now. He needs to stay a little bit more healthy.
ESPN's got him in the top 10.
And so, but Luka took that challenge on when Stephen A. Smith and other people were like, maybe Ja's better than Luka. And then he's like, okay, watch these next 2 games. I'm really going to put in 100% like playoff effort here in the regular season just to destroy this little boy. And so, and he did. Mm-hmm. And so that's where I feel like Memphis getting the love they're getting as a top 3 team in the Western Conference maybe isn't fair to the Dallas Mavericks.
Okay.
Does that make sense to your point? Now, obviously Christian Wood needs to get the respect of he's a top 50 player in the league, and maybe that'll change throughout the season.
Now, I have a question.
Yeah.
Where's Jalen Brunson on these lists?
Okay. I have that. I thought that might come up.
I know how this works.
I thought that might come up. And this is where it's interesting to me. So on the ESPN list, check this out. Spencer Dinwiddie is 69. I know. Nice. And Jalen Brunson is 67. All right. And then
close.
Okay. And then compare that to the CBS list where Dorian Finney-Smith is 73 and Jalen Brunson is 60. I get it's advantage Jalen Brunson, but that gap is not very wide. So for everyone talking about like what a catastrophe it is that you lost Jalen Brunson, and I do agree that sucked, I was surprised to see, to Corey's question, how little difference there was between that and the Mavericks' new second best player.
But how cool would it be to have 67 and 69?
For sure. I see what you're doing.
It does do this, and it doesn't help the Mavericks at all. But it goes, boy, the Knicks really paid a lot of money for a dude who's not a top 50 player in the league.
Yeah.
But I get why they did it and why they're going in that direction, but they overpaid And I wish the Mavs would have kept him. I do.
Oh, yeah.
And I still think he would have been a trade asset. And I think that's another reason that he wasn't. There's a whole bunch of reasons, but one of the reasons Brunson was like, I don't want to come back to Dallas because they're just going to look to trade me for the second guy.
Right.
Because I know that he probably believes he is, but NBA people don't believe Jalen Brunson's a great second guy. They
As
believe he's a
evidenced
great
by
third
all of
guy.
this.
Name one person that
I mean,
doesn't believe
CBS and ESPN would be my immediate arguments for that. Do you guys want to know where Luka is in these lists?
One.
He's not one on
Is the Greek
CBS
Freak
list.
number one on both?
So I only have the top 5 for CBS because ESPN top 5 comes out tomorrow. I can tell you who the top 5 are.
So he's in the top 5.
Yes.
On both.
Yes.
Oh.
So for CBS, it goes like this, starting from 10. Jimmy Butler, Jason Tatum, Kawhi Leonard, that's too high, LeBron James, and Joel Embiid is 6. Then they have Luka 5th, Jokic 4th, Kevin Durant 3rd, Steph 2nd, and Giannis 1. Now for the
I like that list.
Okay.
I understand how you can maneuver a few guys here and there, but I like that list. Giannis, I think, is the best, and Curry just led his team to another championship.
And that's why this immediate player to kick off the ESPN top 10, I also think is too high. Number 10, Devin Booker.
Chickenhead.
Yeah. No. I wish I would not have agreed with that. Number 9, Ja Morant. Number 8, Kevin Durant. Number 7, Jason Tatum. And number 6, LeBron. So they are moving it out, which means their top 5 will be out tomorrow. But that means their top 5 will be comprised of Jokic, Luka, Curry, Giannis, and Embiid.
So you don't know if Luka's not number one on this
I don't know for the ESPN
Interesting.
list. That is true.
Interesting.
You know what? Actually, I changed my mind.
Go ahead and do it.
No, I changed my mind.
I'll look
I
it up.
do know it.
Oh,
There's no chance
crap.
that ESPN has the guts to put Luka 1. Isn't that what you've taught me to do?
Screw this Kevin guy for going after
No,
Luka
you
again.
just-
all those years saying he's a fringe top 73 player.
I just did what you said.
He might have been one, but he lost to Poland.
I just did what Corey would tell me to do. ESPN, you don't have the guts to put
that is
Luka
smart. That is
number
smart.
It
1.
would be tough for him as much as Curry and Luka, I think, is a fun debate when Curry beats you in 5 games. And I get he has a better team because on
Yeah.
CBS, I believe Golden State has 4 guys in the top 43.
My guess would be Embiid 5, Luka 4, Jokic 3, Curry 2, and Giannis 1.
Your Jokic love is just ridiculous.
I mean, they're right next to each other, though.
Did you not see what he did to Jokic in the thing? In the Euro?
That is super vague. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time
And
for
lost to
Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick and Rangers Hall of Famer Tom Grieve. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Coming up in the next...
This segment of the K&C Masterpiece on 105 Through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. When the time comes to sell your vehicle, Classic Chevrolet will buy it for full market value and not a penny less. That's pricing true to their Texas values, and it's the right way to do things, so find new roads and visit Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference.
K&C Masterpiece back here on 105 Through the Fan. Right now, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike and a special guest.
All right, we bring on Texas Rangers Hall of Famer. Woo! Maybe, I don't know, I'll have to ask Tom Tag this right now. Tom Grieve joins us. Tom, how you doing?
I'm doing great, Mike. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. I'm wondering this. I don't know this. Bobbleheads have been given out a lot over our lifetime. Is this the first ever or fifth ever Tom Grieve bobblehead on September 25th?
No, this is the first and only, so I'm pretty excited about that.
Whoa.
How many have you asked for?
Yes.
Well, I'm going to go in and get a few extras, but I won't have enough for all the people that have already talked to my wife about getting one. Okay. Sorry to say.
You might have just answered my question, but I was going to ask, are those extras being distributed, or do you want to create like a Tom Grieve bobblehead emporium kind of?
Yes. Yeah, good question. Since this is my first one, I've got a mantelpiece, and I was thinking about putting maybe 24 of them up on the mantelpiece.
That's what I was picturing, yes.
Yeah, Nadell Booth style. I can see that. What was the process? Did they say, hey, we're just going to take a picture of you and create it, or did you have to go like sit down with an artist? How'd that go?
Well, over the years, if you go back to when the first bobbleheads came out, I think every bobblehead was the exact same face. They just put a different uniform on it. And then over time, they started to get really good. They actually started to look like the players. I think some of the ones they've done recently, including this one, has a more of an old-time look, not as much emphasis on exactly looking like the player. But, it's been 56 years, so to finally get my first one, I'm not going to complain about it.
Tom, I want to talk to you about the game today, and I can't remember the exact year, but it was somewhere around 2017, 2018, and you're doing a game on television for Fox Sports / Bally's now, and you said, I know that a lot of the numbers say to play the game this way because the numbers suggest you'll win more games doing it this way, but you said something to the effect of, I just don't know if this is the most entertaining way to play the game of baseball. And now starting next year, there's quite a few new rules coming into the game. The shift rule, hey, you need to pitch the ball on a, pitch clock rule. I'm just wondering kind of your thoughts on the new rules, which ones you really like, and maybe something that you're not crazy about.
Well, I remember, I don't remember the exact words, but I remember what you were talking about, Mike. No matter what the rules are for a game, someone's going to win, someone's going to lose. The home fans are happy when you win, so that's not really the discussion. The discussion is, how is the game played, and does it make people want to come to the game and watch the game in person, listen to it on the radio, and watch it on TV? And my opinion has always been, the last 5 or 6 years, that the game was more entertaining when you look back to some of the great teams. These teams also had home run hitters. They had guys that hit in the top 10 of hitting, top 10 in home runs, RBIs, but they also ran the bases. I'm thinking about Kansas City when George Brett was there, St. Louis when Vince Coleman was stealing bases and Ozzie Smith was playing shortstop. Those are some of the great teams. They were also some of the most entertaining teams. They had great pitchers. They got their share of strikeouts, but they probably averaged 8 or 9 and not 12 or 13 per 9 innings. They might not have hit as many home runs. I know they didn't strike out as much, and they ran the bases. Great athletes, getting a chance to show what they can do is fun to watch. We still get glimpses of these great athletes, and the athletes in baseball or any sport have never been better than they are right now. But when the game revolves around the home run, the strikeout, and the walk, it's exciting when the ball leaves the park, but then in between that home run and the next one, there's just not enough action on the field. You want to see Rusty Greer dive in for a ball. You want to see Ken Griffey going up into the wall for a catch. You want to see Maury Wills steal his 100th base. You want to see a hit and run. You want to see all these things because you want the athletes to get a chance to show off, And now the only ones really getting to, and, within, I'm exaggerating a little bit, but the ones that are getting the chance to show off now are the ones that can hit the ball out of the ballpark. And I just think while they're great athletes and dominating pitchers, I don't believe the game is as fun to watch right now as it has been. I completely applaud the work that baseball's done to change things next year. Theo Epstein was added to the commissioner's office, and I think he spearheaded this drive. But I hate the shift. And you might have said the same thing, Mike. When it first came out, I said, well, fine. If they want to shift, now it's up to the hitters to learn to hit the ball the other way. But the reality is, why should the left-hand hitter have to hit the ball to left field when his strength is pulling the ball to right field? A right-hand hitter doesn't face the same shift, and so it's completely unfair to the left-hand hitter. I'm 100% for the shift. I love the pitch clock. The pitchers are complaining about it now. They're crying about it. They don't want to pitch this fast. And, they'll get over it. And fortunately, it's been implemented in the minor leagues, and so it'll kind of get grandfathered in. The young kids getting called up are used to it. It's second nature to them. And I don't care who's watching the game, whether you're watching on TV or whether you're watching in person, it's more fun to watch pitchers work quickly, certainly more fun for the outfielders. Now, 3 or 4 years ago, I think it was Tampa Bay championed the idea that if you can take 3 or 4 seconds more between each pitch, you will be stronger throughout the course of the game. And so the purpose of that was to make their pitchers stronger while they were out there. It also diluted the entertainment value of the game when the pitchers started to work that slow. So, the one where they made the bases bigger makes sense to me. No one's even going to notice that, except there won't be the same collisions at first base, and the bases will be a little bit closer between first and second, which might give the opportunity for a base stealer to steal a couple more bases. So I'm all for them, Mike. I don't find any fault in any of them. I like change. I like to see baseball update itself and not be mired in the past. So I'm all for it.
Now, we're talking Tom Grieve right here on 105.3 The Fan. Some excellent points right there, and I totally hear what you're saying about the home run. However, there are two, historic things happening right now. Which has, I guess, captured more of your attention and more of the game's attention? Is it Pujols getting to 700, or is it Judge now moving into the 60s?
It's hard to pick one over the other, but Albert Pujols has been a spectacular player for however many years he's played, and I think it's unusual to see him. It looked like maybe a year and a half ago he was pretty much done, and I think the fact that he's not having to play first base, he's not playing every day, the fact that he's in St. Louis, they're in a pennant race, he loves the fans, they love him, has kind of rejuvenated him to the point where he's a remarkable player still. But I think my imagination is captured much more by Aaron Judge and what he's doing. It just looks, his swing is so simple. His hands go back a little bit as his leg goes forward at the same time. His head is still. He's so strong, but his swing is so simple. And when you watch a game and you see him hit the ball, it just occurs to you, how can they ever get him out? And, they're not getting him out that much. I think the thing that I love about Judge is he's not hitting 220 with 60 home runs and 195 strikeouts and 22 walks. This guy is not only a home run hitter, he's the best hitter in the league. He's got a chance to win the Triple Crown. He's a tough out. They've got him batting at the top of the lineup. Maybe they have to pitch to him a little bit more when you're at the top of the lineup. A lot of times they believe the best hitter should hit near the top of the lineup, and that's what he's doing. So to answer your question, I'd probably go with Aaron Judge, but the thing that makes Pujols so amazing is how old he is and how well he's still doing.
Mr. Texas Ranger Tom Grieve joining us. I know this is a big question here on two. Because it's Tom Grieve's retiring from the Texas Rangers in the broadcast booth, what's your most memorable moment as a player, and what's your most memorable memory as a broadcaster?
Well, my best memory was the first major league game that I got to play. I was playing in Denver. I got called up on July 5th, and the team was in New York. I grew up in Massachusetts, but I was an incredible Yankee fan. I knew every player, every batting average, every pitching average, everything about them. Loved the players. My mother, until she passed away a couple years ago at age 100, was a Yankee fan herself because of that. She used to listen to Phil Rizzuto and Bill White announce the game. She loved Bernie Williams. Anyway, long way of saying I love the Yankees. So when I got called up to the big leagues, and I realized that the first game I was going to play was going to be a doubleheader at Yankee Stadium. I played that night, had a red-eye flight to New York, and I never slept. I probably wouldn't have slept even if the game was in Seattle. But knowing it was going to be in Yankee Stadium and thinking back to the times my dad took my sister and me to a doubleheader at Yankee Stadium and walking through the tunnel and seeing the field for the first time and how magnificent it was, watching Mickey Mantle play. He was my favorite player. The memories were just overwhelming, and now I was going to get to play there. And so I got to the ballpark a little bit late. The team was on the field. I hadn't met some of the players. It was only about 45 minutes before the game. Didn't think I would play. Got my uniform on, walked down the tunnel at Yankee Stadium. And while I'm walking down the tunnel, I'm thinking this is the same tunnel that Brooks Robinson walked down, Ted Williams walked down, and those memories started to flow. And I got into the dugout. I happened to glance at the lineup, and I saw that I was playing, and my heart started to pound. I did some sprints in the outfield, played a little catch. My mom and dad were sitting right next to the dugout, and it was just an incredible experience for me. I remember as a player, as a fan with my dad, going to Yankee Stadium and hearing Bob Shepard, the public address announcer, announce Mickey Mantle's name. And it's the one thing I took away from that, not the score, not what Mickey did, but he said, "Now batting, number 7, Mickey Mantle." And for some reason, that just stuck in my head. And so however many years later this was, 15 years later, when I went to bat that first time, I heard Bob Shepard, the same public address announcer, announce my name with the same, distinguished style. And it kind of hit me that even though I was kind of struggling with how in the world should I ever be in the big leagues and step on Yankee Stadium's field and go into the same batter's box where Babe Ruth and Ted Williams batted and look out to the pitcher's mound and envision Whitey Ford or Bob Turley or one of the great Yankee pitchers. When he said my name, it almost made me feel like, okay, hey, that's good. I'm a big league player. And so I didn't play in any postseason. I didn't make an all-star team. I had, hit some home runs and had some good games. But to me, my overwhelming best memory was that first game at Yankee Stadium.
Outstanding stuff from the Rangers Hall of Famer. And if you grab some extra bobbleheads, maybe pass them along to him. We appreciate your time so very much. Trying to help out. We appreciate you so very much as fans, and then also for jumping on our show today.
Well, thanks for having me, guys.
There you go. Texas Rangers Hall of Famer Tom Grieve right there. He was awesome. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, I got a fun Ted Lasso update for Corey. Plus, we will talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. All of it next right here on The Fan.
From the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan, where don't forget, we will still, in the noon o'clock hour, give away a 4-pack of tickets to the Rangers season finale against the Yankees, and who knows what Aaron Judge's home run number might be at that point. But right now, brought to you by Ford, built for Texas, built for you. It is our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
Oh, not quite yet.
Oh.
Kevin.
By the way, when you saw the Yankees put up 14 last night, I didn't watch the game. I was at kids' baseball practice, and I saw the final score. I was like, oh, he had to hit another one. But he only had 2 doubles.
Yes.
What a sucker.
Yeah.
I mean,
what a bum.
That's still pretty good. All right.
Says you.
Okay, yes, I agree. I did say that.
I'm here for home runs, baby.
All right, well,
that's entertaining baseball.
I'm here to give you something else positive.
Okay.
FIFA 23, the video game.
Yes.
They play soccer.
That is true. They're going to add Ted Lasso and AFC Richmond to their game. Are you excited? You love Ted Lasso probably more than anybody I know.
Yeah, because here's my approach to this. It's going to be Wrexham versus versus FC Richmond. And that's what I'm going to do whenever we get the FIFA game hooked up. Is
AFC Richmond.
Yeah, that's what I said. I love the Wrexham bit on Hulu right now. I'm really enjoying it a lot, and so there are elements of it that I'm like, oh, it kind of reminds me of Ted Lasso. But I guess with like Dawson, he was like, oh, it's too emotional and sappy right now. But I dig that stuff. There's a lot of stuff that people are going through.
Well, that's a good transition because right now we take you to the man who is always emotional and sappy. It is our good friend, Mickey Spagnola. Mickey.
Yes.
How we doing this morning?
I'm good. What are you guys up to?
Well, I am catching Michael Gallup fever. I've decided in my mind he's definitely going to play. Tell me why I am right or wrong.
Well, I thought he kind of dropped some hints, didn't he?
Yes.
And then he kind of backtracked. Well, I didn't really say that. Yeah, I think we'll get a better idea of, just what and how much he does today and see where it goes from there. But again, as he cautioned, he ain't playing 70 plays. So,
okay,
I would imagine if he does go, it's a, he would be no better than the third receiver. So maybe gets a dozen or 2 plays and just see how he's doing. It's like I've said, the last thing they want is him to go out there and then pull a hamstring because he hadn't been playing football for but 2 weeks now, right? And not in a tackling situation. So you got to be careful.
Or what if McCarthy is suggesting there won't be 70 plays in the game because they're going to run the clock out and run the ball out?
Did you hear what he said later?
Oh, no, I didn't hear.
He had mentioned 70 plays, and he was talking. How did he get to that? He was talking about somebody else, and he was talking about their inability to convert third downs. And he said, we haven't had more than 70 plays. You want more than 70 plays in a game.
Oh, okay then. All right.
So, but if you're running it well, you might get more than 70 plays, right? It just depends on if you're getting first downs and the other team doesn't have a 19-play drive.
What, didn't they also have a 14-play drive earlier in the game too? So that was 2 long drives right there.
Well, wasn't that one of the penalty ones where
that was the terrible call on that 4th and 4.
Yeah.
Did you see McCarthy? I thought he threw his play sheet down. He threw his headset down. And I understand it broke for a minute or 3.
Well,
do they have backup? Do they have
backup
over there?
Yeah.
They're like, what? We have just enough to get
that,
through
or
this
you got to
game.
go down there and get the earpieces and attach them back.
See, I think they would have been more likely to have backups in week 1 because whenever Tom Brady is playing, he's going to be smashing things at a quote unquote
like an
passion.
iPad.
Yeah, and so you need to have backups for that. Now, the Giants have their own little mini drama at wide receiver for a different reason. Is Kenny Gallaudet again? This is not the first time he said something like that. He goes, I should be playing. That's a fact. What?
That's just amazing. Wide receivers, right?
Yeah, and you've seen this enough over the years. How does that go down in the locker room in terms of now everybody else has to answer questions about it, and I'm sure there's discussions about it. Like, how does that impact the rest of the team directly or indirectly?
I'm sure there's a lot of eye rolling going on.
Right.
It's like, okay, again, right? Just go out there and produce, and you'll play. Because, when I was looking at their stats, and their leading receiver was James, and I said, James? It's like I'm not familiar, right?
Right.
And I think he was like I don't even think he was a draft choice. I was going to look at my roster.
No, and then they had
quick.
like a 7th round draft pick, I know, that played ahead of him. And so, yeah, it was a whole to-do.
Yeah, and evidently he's not happy about it. And I just wanted to make sure I was right about this. Richie James.
Rick James.
Super freak.
Yeah.
It says 50 year, though. My goodness. I didn't. I'm
Get it on.
not familiar. Not familiar with his work.
That probably shows you how awesome that he is. Now
that's probably what sticks in Gallaudet's throat, right?
Right.
You're letting this guy get all these snaps, and I'm not getting any.
I really thought you were going to say sticks in his craw, but you went a different direction.
I just didn't want to say craw.
I don't even know what a craw is, honestly. I got to figure that out.
It's kind of a neck, right?
Okay.
Now, speaking of players that folks might not be familiar with, I saw that the Cowboys brought in 7 guys yesterday, and not necessarily household names among the bunch. What did we see? What did we learn?
Yeah, I was told. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, if they did anything, it was to put somebody maybe on the practice squad. A lot of times they do that just to see where guys are as a contingency plan. I think I recognized the quarterback. I recognize him so well, I can't remember his name.
Reed Sinnott?
No, Sinnott, yeah, but the other guy was started with a C, right?
Case Cookus?
Cookus, yeah. I saw him because he's kicked around a couple different places. But after that, I was out on all the rest of them. I don't think I've ever heard of those.
Okay, so probably shouldn't be expecting any imminent moves there. Fair
okay,
to say.
Richie James, this is his first year with the Giants.
Okay.
How about that?
We're learning more as we go. Now, also heard
we'll keep it up.
Also heard that Dennis Houston did, in fact,
squad.
get back on the practice squad.
I haven't seen that announced, but I read it, but I hadn't seen an official announcement on it. But I would imagine if he, cleared waivers that they were going to bring him back. They weren't just, canning him. So yeah. So yeah, you have another guy in the practice squad, and he's got 2 games of NFL experience. I don't know what that does for you, but
I mean, it's better than none,
right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, we're gaining on it. 2 guys on the left side of your offensive line now have a grand total of 3.
See,
progress. Starts.
Yeah, that for sure. Yeah. How's Dak's hand coming along?
I still see the little protective covering on it.
Okay, all right.
But he was out there with his red number 4 jersey in practice.
Is he holding a football?
I saw him hold it on Sunday.
Okay.
He was walking around palming the ball. I think that's, it's a little different to do something with it, though, and I don't know that he's walking around the hallways carrying it, right? Like what they would do
right.
with some running back that would fumble the ball too much. Okay,
right.
You got to carry that ball all day.
Like Clyde Edwards-Helaire, did you see that one run he had last Thursday? Like, he had broken free for 20 yards, and he's like, I'll be damned if I'm not carrying this with 2 arms. Because he's fumbled so much last year. He's like, I have been taught to not take off, my hands on this ball.
He would have gone 80 yards with it, right, with 2 hands on the ball.
Yes, no, absolutely. All right, any other?
High and tight.
Yeah, that's right. I also have seen the movie The Program. They do that in that movie.
Oh, really?
Yes, it's about college football, but the concept is still exactly the same. Is any other, not necessarily like roster moves or like injury updates that we need to know about?
I mean, he mentions Schultz improving. Now, is he going to improve enough to be able to play Monday night? And
is your guess no on that then, the way you phrase that?
Mine is.
Okay.
I mean, and they've got a roster spot open. So my thought was they opened it because they think they might need another tight end on the roster, or at least elevate one and then sign somebody to the other spot, because you can't elevate 3 guys, right? And you need the backup quarterback. And then depending, and I think what they're hoping on the quarterback thing with Will Grier gets two more elevations. He's already had one. They're hoping maybe Dak's ready to go after that, because if he's not, then they're going to have to sign him if it's 4 weeks out, right? If they use all 3 elevations. So, and then as I mentioned yesterday, Sean McEwen would be the natural guy if they needed a 3rd tight end, since the other 2 guys are rookies. And I think if you put their snaps together, it wouldn't even total one real game. So, that one keep an eye on, but they don't have to. And I was trying to remember what the rule was on Monday night games, but I was told they don't have to. If they do anything, they have to do it before 3 p.m. on Monday. So they don't have to do it like Saturday if you were playing on Sunday. So they get an extra day or 2, I guess. So, yeah, we got to keep an eye on that one. I think that one, and then how does this happen? He said Micah Parsons had a cold.
Okay.
It's 99 degrees outside.
I don't know if that's how colds work, Mickey, but I was about to ask if you could put Corey's mind at ease, because he flipped his computer and he was like, look at this. And I was like, oh.
I'm terrified.
Feels okay.
Yeah.
Oh, you would have to tie him down to keep him from playing if he's just got a cold. He's not going to practice today. He's not going to practice today, Mike said. But again, what you're trying to do with all these guys is get them to Monday, right?
Yeah.
You're not going to worry about if he doesn't practice the next 2 days, because the Giants will see him out there. I thought Daboll's comment on Parsons when he was asked about him was pretty good. And I paraphrase, but he said, yeah, I love watching him play, except when I'm getting ready to play him.
Right.
And then you see enough of him watching tape, and you're sitting there going, oh, my God, what do I do with this guy?
Yeah.
But that's the beauty of moving him around from pillar to post and not letting the other team know where he's going to be.
Yeah, Dave says his hands full.
Oh, my God.
That's for sure. That is for sure, Kevin.
Stop saying it like that, Corey. Thank you very much, Mickey.
Okay.
We will catch up with you again tomorrow.
Sounds good. See ya.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We got Quentin Mayo coming up in just 1 second, but I wanted to throw this out there real quick. Today is North Texas Giving Day.
It's true.
And we've already done some stuff for My Possibilities. So if you want to go check out, we've got some fun stuff happening over there if you want to donate to them. Yesterday, some people made donations on my behalf for my birthday to NAMI North Texas, and I thank you guys very, very much for that. So just a heads up, if there is a particular charity that you are fond of, a lot of them are doing matching funds from other businesses and stuff. So maybe just go check out North Texas Giving Day's website. Check out some of these organizations, see if they got matching programs, and consider giving accordingly, or just donate anyway on North Texas Giving Day. Reggie, do you have an organization that you would like to shout out?
Genesis Women's Shelter always does good work, and the Wilkinson Center does good work as well.
We donate, my wife donates stuff to the Genesis Women's Shelter quite a bit.
Nice.
So that is an excellent one.
I just tweeted out a way to donate to MP very easily on Twitter, @In the Majors.
Okay, go check that out as well on North Texas Giving Day. Coming up next, we will talk with BetQL insider Quentin Mayo, as well as do some My Buddies and Idiot. We'll get to it all next right here on The Fan.
Stick around.
Sports on 105 Through the Fan is brought to you by FC Dallas and is brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers and put them in big trucks should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. The consultation is always free. Visit truckwreck.com.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We'll see if we can get in contact with Quentin Mayo. I think he might be sad because last week he said Washington was being disrespected and they'd be the favorites over the Lions, and they weren't.
What happened?
And I picked the Lions to cover the spread, and then they straight up won the game as well. Well, I guess that would have to be the case. And so,
are you believing in Detroit at this point?
Against teams like Washington, yes.
Okay.
And so he might be ducking us.
Then.
Yes. Yeah, Chicago, Atlanta, Seattle. I'll consider all of those as viable. No, I'm not ready to put Dallas in that category. All right. But
our backup just won a game, Mike.
Damn right.
Against the former Super Bowl non-champion.
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah.
They didn't win the Super Bowl.
No, I know. That's just...
And our guys played in 2 primetime games and haven't lost.
Yeah.
That's a great point.
He's played in 2 games.
Plus, it took Daniel Jones 40 games to compile a 2-0 record. Cooper Rush did it in 2 games. So, I'm just saying, there's lots of advantages. So instead, how about we do... My buddy's an idiot. 877-881-1053. Does your friend have a terrible sports or pop culture opinion, or is he Anthony Edwards? Let us know. By the way, the NBA fined Anthony Edwards $40,000 for using offensive and derogatory language on social media. One of the things I did like is his apology. I know you'd love for it to be in person and all that, but he put an apology on social media and apologized, and also kind of apologized to his family because he's like, I know I was raised better than this, and so I'm really sorry about all of that.
He made a mistake. He's a young guy. He apologized for it. You move on and learn from it. I guess, I don't know if I'm an idiot, but I was just on the phone with my credit card company for a while. And good credit card, I really like.
Extending that limit, huh?
I guess. Well, no. It was... When we were in Chicago,
this is based on you saying that you'll give that ball up, and then you'll just give them everything, all your credit cards, and they can go freely, and you'll give them like an hour head start, right?
Well, when me and my wife and daughter and sister-in-law went to Chicago, we rented bikes for $1, like at where you put your credit card in, and then you put in the number, then the bike releases for $1.
Yeah, they had the scammer chip on them.
No, I don't think so, because it's the company. I won't name company names. We're not supposed to ever name company names, supposedly. And so we took the bike and we rode for like 30 minutes and then put the bike back. And then 8 days later, they charged us $272 a piece for bikes.
What?
Yeah. So you might not want to, I don't know, maybe we did something wrong. But I'm like,
no. Pedal? Every time you pedal?
Yeah, every time we pedaled, it was $1, I assume.
That's insane.
So we got charged, $550 approximately for renting 2 bikes for 30 minutes.
What did the company say? Like, we'll have to get back to you? Or
luckily, the card that we're using is like, hey, we're going to credit you back that money and then not allow that company to charge you. Like that company can't charge you any money. But I don't know if that's like a thing or a scam. Is that like maybe these kind of bike companies that have these public bikes around towns that are like, hey, charge them $1, and then every once in a while just charge them like a whole freaking bike. And there's no way those bikes were $272, but like just charge them, and then we'll get away with some of them, right?
Wow, I mean, probably,
right? And then you're just like, yeah, man, we just got, instead of getting $1 for those bike rentals, we just got $272.50 for those.
Okay.
So I would say if you're going to Chicago, watch out for those public bike things, because you might not just get charged $1. It might be a week later or so they decide to charge you a whole bike.
Do they have like public scooters and Segways too? Y'all just wanted the exercise?
No, we wanted the scooters. They wouldn't release. Oh. So we're like, all right, well, the bike, let's just type in like 031 and see if this bike releases. And the bike released. The scooters wouldn't release. That's what we wanted. But the bikes did release, and now we found out they released for a lot of money.
From the 469, they said their buddy, or perhaps / their boss, is an idiot. He says Philly will be the last undefeated team in the NFL. I don't know, man. Buffalo looks pretty damn good. I know that Dolphins game should be really interesting, but I don't know.
I think they can squeeze that one. They can they can get through on that
Yeah.
one. Yeah, but I think Buffalo is the best chance. That's my
Yeah.
team to just.
I don't even need to look at the schedule. I'm like, I'm gonna go with it.
They're in a different mindset than everybody else, right?
Yeah.
Like they're in a mindset right now where it's, hey, we are ramping up for the Super Bowl. My big concern is that they're trying to finish what they didn't get to finish last year.
Finish the fight.
And then they just run out of gas. You know, like we've seen this happen. It happened with the Rangers after they lost that World Series and they ran out of gas.
2012.
The Mavericks. It happened to them. You know, so I'm kind of concerned about that.
That was kind of when Avery Johnson said, "You know what would be great? Golden State plays super small ball and plays fast. Let's do the exact same thing. Take our centers out and put in Devin George."
Yeah.
From the 469, Kyle from Nevada. My buddy's an idiot. He thinks TJ Watt is already considered the greatest defensive player of all time. That is a terrible opinion. Like, if you were to say you think he will become the greatest, I would like at least
Lawrence
listen
Taylor.
to that. Yeah.
That's the greatest defensive player of all time.
For a couple more years.
Because you think Micah's going to surpass him or TJ Watt?
No. I'd probably say the best shot is Aaron Donald, right?
No.
No? Okay. All right. I think Aaron Donald's still got a shot to become the greatest defensive player of all time.
Yeah. I think. Do you think it's Reggie White or Lawrence Taylor?
I think it's. I do think it's Lawrence Taylor.
Okay.
But yeah. No. Right. Lawrence Taylor, Reggie White. That makes those in that order. That makes a whole lot of sense to me.
Corey, do you think my buddy's an idiot for buying 40 Trevor Lawrence rookie cards?
Not right
during
now.
This show?
Not right now.
During the show? Yes, I do.
That's a long-term investment right there. That is a long-term investment.
What about the other part that he said about during the show part?
When was it?
I don't know. I'm not the person.
Personally, my friend did it during the Mickey Spagnola thing.
Oh, okay. I mean, listen, man. Listen, there were things that happened during that moment.
Hey, Kevin, can we have a sidebar?
Yeah, sidebar.
Is Mike talking about himself?
I 100%.
He is absolutely
believe that he's talking about himself.
It's Tony Khan.
Yeah. When did he find out about this? As soon as that segment was over, he started talking to his credit card company. Who else was he conversing with in this in-between time while he was talking with his credit card company? It was obviously Mike.
We learned about Rick James in the last segment. That was awesome.
Sorry, I was in a sidebar. I didn't hear what you just said.
Oh yeah, back to the regular bar. I got a buddy that's an idiot. He cheated on Neil Long.
Oh yeah. Now
Allegedly.
Neil Long?
Neil Long.
Neil Long.
Naya?
I'm gonna look her
Naya?
up.
No, I'm just. Did he think you said Neil?
Neil.
Yes.
Neil
yes,
Long.
he did. So here's the deal.
Allegedly.
So Woj said that the punishment could be as long as a season, and then this morning it sounded like that was the likely punishment, and then Mannix is saying that
Chris Mannix is SI.
Yes, is saying that the Celtics coach is considering resigning, and I want to know what else is happening here because, it might be the case, but on the surface, doesn't it seem like he has a girlfriend, but instead he started having an affair that everyone agrees was consensual with somebody in the Boston Celtics organization? I get it. Like, don't violate company rules or you have to report it. Like, I'm not saying that everything there is above board, but a year-long suspension or resigning from your job, that feels like too much, doesn't it?
The resigning part, Kevin, sounds like there's a lot of anger towards the companies, NBA and the team for not being more supportive and saying a year, like the year suspension. What? That's a really long time. So like anger there. Well, fine, then I'll just resign. I'll get another coaching job because look what I just did with this team.
Yeah, no, he's an excellent coach.
They should be getting married anytime soon. They got engaged in 2015.
Oh my goodness.
She should have known.
7 years ago?
In 2010, she's been in a relationship since 2010. They have a child together.
Love you, Colby.
And then they got engaged in 2015. Though Long has stated she has no plans to marry. So she said yes, but I'm never going to say yes.
That is weird. Then wouldn't you just not be engaged? Like, I definitely could see how you could be engaged to somebody and have a kid with them and then not end up marrying them.
I don't know. What is Kevin talking about there, Corey?
But sometimes it happens, and sometimes it happens because of situations just like this. So I am sympathetic to her.
Kevin, you cheat on Neil Long?
No, I think you've misinterpreted that part of the story.
She is really short.
Okay.
Yeah,
is that a disqualifier for
that's
you?
going to be a problem.
I mean, if you want to have like a baby that's tall,
Would you like to date Nia Long? Nah, she's not the right height. Okay.
Yeah.
Man, I felt like that was a trap because I almost said yes, and I was like, no, because
That's
I'm
right,
married.
Kevin. You're already
because
married.
I am
Happily
married
with
to
the
my
love of your
smoke
life.
show wife.
That's right.
Yes. So yes.
Good answer.
Answer would still be yes, though.
If you're gonna call her smoke show, but you call her smoke show, but not lover. Lover's crossing the line, but smoke show isn't.
And I'm going to tell you why. Because somebody who sent Tiff's treats yesterday, I don't want to call them an idiot because that was amazing. My wife might think they're an idiot. In the card, it said, happy birthday to you and much love to Noah, your baby, Brandon, and your lover, Jess. And she looked at it and said, gross.
I love the Tolos.
Why did they write that in there?
Because they did.
To get that
So the
reaction.
next
That
time,
might have been from the Twolos, actually.
Yeah, it could be from the
Because
Twolos.
the combined power of the Twolos sent Tiff's treats as well. And I think that was their card that said that. And she goes, why would they put that in there?
so
she
you'd
does
rather
not
say
like-
in your smoke show?
I guarantee you, I'll ask her. I promise, Mike. I will ask her today. She's way more comfortable with me calling her a smoke show than the other thing.
Yeah, I don't know if I'd call Sue my smoke show.
Right.
If she would, but she doesn't like lover either. But it doesn't matter what she likes. She has to deal with it.
Corey, what are your thoughts with Adrian?
She's a wonderful woman.
You don't call her your lover?
I don't want to say what I've said.
Actually, I'm okay with that. I'm okay with you not saying that.
Yes.
Our
probably.
relationship is very private, and it's always been that way.
No, it hasn't. You talk about having.
No, I don't, Mike. You do. Stop it.
All right, good segment.
Stop
fellas.
it. Stop it. We're the KNC masterpiece right here. Stop all of that on 105.3. I know, Mike.
Never said a word.
Coming up
With an
next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy, where Sean Payton definitely wants to come back. A former Cowboy gets suspended, and the Eagles hate their own players. We'll talk about it all next. Just that, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Hello, DFW. This is Chip.
And Angels play the rubber game of their series this afternoon at Globe Life Field. Hi, everybody. This is Matt Hicks inviting you to join Jared Sandler, Zach Walchuk, and me. Our broadcast time today is 12:30 on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. When the time comes to sell your vehicle, Classic Chevrolet will buy it for full market value and not a penny less. That's pricing true to their Texas values, and it's the right way to do things, so find new roads and visit Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where we have a fan in here from Japan.
Is it oscillating?
No, like an actual human being from Japan.
Is he oscillating?
No, I do not believe so. And
Thank you.
He's getting to hear some of the inane and sometimes confusing conversations.
Have you ever used the oscillating feature on a fan? Because I always thought that it just wasted.
I'm gonna tell you.
Let's
the
get to
true
sports,
story.
but I
Yeah.
researched a lot about carbon dating, the carbon 14 after the show
I
yesterday.
don't know if I totally understand what oscillating is supposed to do or mean.
Yeah.
It's supposed to move the air
Just
around.
let me sit right in front of the fan and I'll cool off faster.
I think it's when a woman is ready
Nope.
to have.
Nope.
All right.
No. Oh, that could have been worse. Ovulating. All right, let's go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Ovulating.
Now, do you guys want to go with how Sean Payton is going to be the Cowboys' next coach, or how Mike Florio doesn't like to ever admit when he's wrong and he's kind of a diva about it?
The Mike Florio thing is a you bit. All right. I want Sean Payton. That is a me bit right there.
Okay, survey says, ooh, Mike Florio. All right, so.
Oh, man, another
You
Kevin
hate
bit
Mike
that I really
Florio.
liked.
Mike
That was an impressive
Florio,
bit.
first of all, Mike Florio is a hack. And also, he just needs to admit it when he was wrong. No, he's a hack. Last week, he put out a story talking about how Amazon was idiotic for saying that they would have 12 to 12.5 million viewers for their first Thursday Night Football. And he was like, I talked to people, they'll have 6 million. And so he's like, they're not going to get close, blah, 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 blah. Anyways, this is the lead to his story that he put out where you found out that Amazon had 13 million people watch Thursday Night Football. Amazon overpromised and officially barely overdelivered. Get effing serious, dude. You said they overpromised. Well, they didn't overpromise because they met it, and then you said, and barely overdelivered. Well, per your sources, they got more than twice as much as you thought. Just admit it. You were wrong. And even there, he said, if the number is true and accurate, just admit you're wrong.
He's a lawyer, right?
Yes.
That's why.
Because he can't handle that. All right. Now, Corey, thank you for letting me have my personal vendetta. But you were right. Sean Payton more relevant to the Metroplex. Let's go to cut number 1 right here. Here's Sean Payton pretty much telling us he definitely wants to coach again.
I would say this. I really enjoy what I'm doing right now. And more maybe than I thought. If the right situation presented itself, Mike, I would definitely be interested in there's no utopia, if you will, when it comes to teams. But, you know, if I felt like it was the right situation, I would have an interest in that. That all being said, you know, that could come in a year, that could come in 2 years. In the meantime, though, you do get immersed with what you're currently doing. Like,
nope, I'm going to stop it right there. All right, Corey, I felt like he checked a lot of the boxes, potentially.
He said that could be in a year.
Yeah, could be in a year. Or 2.
Or 3.
And
I mean,
he's
I
like,
said
look,
1 first, but.
No, 1 to 2.
Yeah, there's no perfect situation, but I would definitely be interested in coaching again.
But
All
I
right.
do have a house in the Dallas-Fort Worth area.
All right.
I've made it very open that this is my dream job, to be the Dallas Cowboys head coach. I want to be on that stage.
I've said they have all the talent in the world, so every time they lose, it's the coach's fault.
I've told y'all how much I love Dan Quinn too, as a coach, but only as a defensive coordinator.
Yeah, you don't have to worry about losing your defensive coordinator.
Right.
If I were to coach a certain team.
You know what he hasn't said yet? I haven't heard it openly, and maybe somebody else can help me confirm this. Have you ever heard him say anything about Dak? Have you ever heard him say, you know, I could definitely win with Dak?
Probably just, I don't recall, to your point, I don't recall offhand.
Whenever he throws that out there, he's like, man, I could definitely win a game with Dak Prescott. That's when you'll know, okay,
do you need to be a little bit more careful and say you can win games with Dak Prescott as your quarterback? And then it's like, I didn't say I could.
I'll tell you what. When Dak comes back, I will not be surprised if Sean Payton does one of these interviews and he says, Dak Prescott's a top 5 quarterback in the NFL.
Then will you be convinced, Corey? Are you already convinced?
Absolutely. I've been convinced for 3 years now.
If you don't believe Dak can ultimately win, I don't think the Jones will hire you. They have too much money invested in him. Even if they're like, damn, we just interviewed 5 coaches. I'm not saying this would happen, but if you interviewed 5 coaches, if that's what happened after this year was over, and they all said, ultimately, I can make the playoffs with Dak, but I don't know if I can win a Super Bowl with Dak. I think that would be very, very tough on the Joneses because they'd say, dang it. Well, I just need a person. The next person who comes in here and says they can win a championship with Dak, they're hired.
Now, speaking of, you just missed it, Mike. I'm sorry. Speaking of the Cowboys, is big shock yet again. They rule the ratings day. Is Cowboys-Bengals averaged 27.4 million viewers. That was the most watched window of the week and the best CBS national broadcast since 2019. So we talked about it with Sunday Night Football. Now again,
you're telling me Cooper Rush brought
that is
put
weird.
that many butts in seats and that many eyes on
sleep
tubes.
numbers and Campbell's.
And that's what makes me even more nervous about the Cowboys. It does not matter. Are they winning championships? No. Is their quarterback playing? No. Guess what? They're still going to draw all the viewers. It does not matter.
I didn't know that about John Brown or
St. Brown.
Amon
Ross St. Brown.
St. Brown.
Yeah.
He's ripped.
I definitely
that was his
Amon
dad.
Ross, same thing.
His dad.
His dad was Mr. Universe?
Yes.
With the Jerry
So
curl.
you didn't watch Hard Knocks, did you?
Listen, man.
I didn't watch.
Actually, you didn't even have to watch Hard Knocks. If you have
for Dan
watched a
Campbell.
Lions game,
I haven't watched
they
one
have
second.
mentioned it every single Lions game in every quarter. Did you know that Amon Ross St. Brown's
Red
father
Zone.
is Mr. Universe?
I got Red Zone.
And challenged AC Green for still having the Jerry curl in the mid to late 90s.
Come on, dude.
Well, he did.
I don't
They showed
know
him
that to
Jerry
be the
curled
case.
out in a little Speedo, and you could see all his body except the Speedo part, and then you could see the Jerry curl. He's like, listen, I want to keep my body wet. I got to keep it glossy so it looks good for pictures, and a better way to do that is if I got the Jerry curl, I can just take my hand if I get a little dry and put it on my skin again, and it's wet.
That was beautiful. I couldn't ask for anything better.
Dude.
I don't even understand.
Well, Jerry curls are wet.
How this show
That's true.
stays on the air,
Technically
actually.
correct.
No, I understood all of that part.
That's kind of
And
correct.
AC Green had one for a very long time.
Okay.
Longer than anybody else except for John Brown.
Let's stick with the Bengals, and I'm going to take you to cut number 2. This is Joe Burrow talking about why he does not necessarily feel the need to have Twitter and Instagram on his phone right now.
Well, what's great is I don't have Twitter or Instagram right now, so I've seen none of it. We're focused on what's going on in there. I'm sure it's not a very good reaction, but I think it'll be a different reaction as we get going here.
Smart move.
Sounds excited.
To just stay away from social media when, maybe in general, but also when things are going poorly.
I would suggest to a lot of athletes to turn off social
Yeah.
media at the beginning of the season and just say, see you later, and then maybe rebooted it, or just stay away from it altogether and let somebody else do it.
I know there wasn't a lot of social media in 2007, but I can remember driving away from RFK to our apartment, and my wife, I turned on Sports Talk Radio because I'd listen to Sports Talk Radio, and they started talking about me and the job I wasn't doing. Surprise, surprise. And she goes, hey, can we listen to music? And I was like, well, let me hear what they have to say. And she's like, what are you going to get out of this that's going to help you?
Yeah. That is a very good point. Let's go to the Eagles, where Britton Covey might not be Covey if you're fancy, might not be a very well-known name. He is a first-year punt returner for the Eagles, special teams guy. He got turned away from the players' parking lot because the security guard's like, I don't know who you are.
Yeah, specialists aren't players. That's right.
Wow. I was just saying the security guard.
Oh, my bad.
Doesn't he have an ID?
I don't think he brought his ID, and the security guard didn't recognize him, so he's like, no.
He drove without an identification card.
That's illegal.
I mean, who amongst us?
Like, he can have a driver's license, but I don't think he had, like, his player ID, perhaps. And he said, hey, I'm a player, and they said, we're sorry, man, we don't know who you are. And he goes, I just got up from the practice squad, and they're like, I don't recognize
Good for you, buddy. Yeah. So they hated the player, not the game.
All right, let's go.
Because they won 24-7.
Yes. No, I understand. Let's go from
Maybe
this.
if he was the USFL champion or, MVP, that would help.
That's right.
It's turpentine.
Now, you know how these stories go. Anyone who ever played for the Cowboys is a former Cowboy. So did you see that former Cowboy DeMonte KZ was suspended 3 games for violating the NFL's substance abuse policy?
Really? This doesn't date back to what happened here, right?
I do
he
not
got
believe
the DUIs.
so.
This is an additional thing that's happened. Oh, that's not good. That seems like it's bad.
Yeah. Let's go from that to... Did you know that Jimmy Garoppolo and the 49ers thought they were going to trade him to the Commanders? That was one of the things that I wanted to talk with Quentin about, is they had a deal set in place, and the 49ers thought they had a deal set in place until he had to have shoulder surgery.
Oh, really? And then they were like, "No, we don't want the broken glass guy to be broken for us."
Probably. That makes sense, though, right? So, do you think the Commanders would be better off right now, though, with Garoppolo? Yes?
I can't say. Well, from everything I hear about Garoppolo in San Francisco, the players love him. Like, they love the guy. So, maybe so, because I don't know if anybody really likes Carson Wentz or gets that close to him to like him. And I don't know where his confidence is. Garoppolo definitely has tons of confidence to go along with it. So, maybe they would be, but he would probably be hurt. And that's the thing that you just got to deal with Garoppolo.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 Through the Fan. Coming up next, what's made the transition to the NFL easier for wide receivers, and who is already excelling in the rookie class? We'll do it next right here on the Fan.
First, guys, I want
From the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. What's made the transition to the NFL easier for wide receivers, and who is already excelling in this rookie class? 877-881-1053. You want to get involved in the conversation.
On the on the Twitch cam, Kevin,
No
I
idea
was
what's
pointing a
happening.
finger in your nose, and it was funny to me.
Oh.
On twitch.tv/DallasFanCam.
All right. Mike, you brought this up.
Well, you look at I'm sorry, I'm drawing a blank on the name. The Jets receiver had a great game. Wilson, right? Garrett Wilson. And so you just start looking at stats. I was reading an article on all of these rookies, Dotson being one of them that has been
Drake London with the Falcons.
Right. There's just been a lot of guys that have gotten off to really good starts. You look at last year, Jamar Chase was one of the 3, at least 5 best. I don't think you can take him out of 5 best receivers last year in the NFL. Well, if you go back and you look at the history of the NFL, whether you look at some of the greatest rookie wide receivers of all time, Randy Moss, Amari Cooper's one of them, by the way. You just look at most wide receivers in our lifetime, somewhere between, let's say, 1985 and 2015. Most guys that are good rookie wide receivers were like 50 to 60 catches,
right?
700 to 900 yards, and 3 to 6 touchdowns. Those were like, hey, like if you hit the peak of the numbers I just gave you, you're like, hey, we might have drafted a stud here. And now if you draft a dude in the first round and they have 60 catches for 900 yards and 6 touchdowns, you'd say, that's solid. You wouldn't go, oh my God, did we draft the next superstar wide receiver?
Is it possible that it's a combination of a couple of things, and one of those combinations being that Justin Jefferson and Jamar Chase were just always going to be elite players eventually? Because like Justin Jefferson showed in his second year that he looks like he's an elite player. Could that be at least part of this equation when it comes to Chase and Jefferson?
So yes and no. I remember doing this. This was back when I was on G-Bag Nation, and it was the greatest wide receivers ever as a rookie. And those numbers are now getting blown out of the water. I'm telling you.
How much of that is just also a shift in the way the NFL is played? Like, I definitely hear what you're saying.
Well, I'm wondering if the shift are more NFL teams going to college schemes? Is it because you're passing the ball 50 times a game in college now? Where,
right.
I mean, when I was growing up, I'm old enough now that I think half of our audience is a lot younger than me. I'm 44 years old. It would be literally you're watching Texas versus OU or Michigan versus Ohio State. Each team would pass the ball approximately 20 times. There would be approximately 40 total passes in a college football game when I was of high school age. Cordell Stewart, good quarterback, or Jake Plummer. I'm just thinking of guys off the top of my head, but they would pass the ball 15 to a max 25 times a game. So I'm just wondering, now that you're running, 40 to 50 routes a game in college for approximately a 3-year period until you're good enough, if you are, to go pro, that maybe these guys aren't struggling with the adjustment of the NFL because they're running so many different routes and so many different things in college. But this is something very new in the NFL, because even Amari Cooper was like one of the greatest of all time as a rookie.
Yeah, I think there are tons of things that go into this. One of them is the rules being built the way they are allow for a lot more space.
Right.
Dude, these guys coming out of college are built to play. Like, they're physically men by the time they get out of college. You ever have a friend in high school that was a good receiver or a good player, and then he goes off to college and comes back the next year and like, what happened to you, dude? What program did they put you on? And then they take that jump into the next level in the NFL, and for a long time it was like, you're too small. Well, the rules now allow you to play off a lot more. And that's one factor there. But I think the routes, the repetitions that they do in college definitely prepare them for that. The quarterbacks are better. They feel freer throwing the football right now. So there are a lot of various factors, and they don't run the ball. They, like, a lot of teams are like, our running game is in the passing game. We're coupling those things together. So they're even getting these guys. Go look at Jamar Chase's routes. So I know we saw a bunch of highlights of big time bombs. but most of his routes are ins and outs. Like he's going in and out and he's getting catches that way and picking up yards that way. He is part of the running game for them in most respects. So Justin Jefferson's different, where he's getting a lot of his stuff downfield or out in the middle of the field. So all these guys are unique and different in their own way. But I think it really is the trust of the quarterback and these offensive coordinators to say, we got them in here. Let's go ahead and start using them.
So I was looking at, through 2 games, it's tough, but this is always a reflection that we're fascinated in. The Rookie of the Year, Offensive Rookie of the Year betting odds. And Breece Hall, the running back for the Jets, was the favorite going in. But now, if you look at it, 5 of the top 7 Rookie of the Year candidates on offense are receivers.
London.
Yep.
Wilson.
Yep.
Olave.
Yep.
Is Burks in there?
No.
Interesting. He's got 102 yards. Dotson?
Yep.
Okay.
Dotson's second.
Okay.
And the last one's probably the toughest. I guess that makes sense.
I'm trying to think of who's the. You said, is there another receiver?
There is another receiver.
Not Romeo Dobbs. Pickens? Is
Yes.
Pickens still okay? And he hasn't really.
Yeah.
He's had 26 yards?
Well, there is.
Oh, he's got another game tonight.
And there is some speculation, that perhaps the Steelers are about to maybe switch some things up there.
Pickett, so it's going to be the pick time?
Kenny Pickett is third on this list.
Mm-hmm.
He does not play yet, so there's some thought that that's going to change.
What is the headline, though, if there's lots of interceptions thrown with Pickett and Pickens on the field? What are the headlines going to... You're a headline writer, Kevin.
Pittsburgh. Obviously, right?
Wow.
I'm just saying, that
was so easy for him.
So, I'm a huge Steelers fan.
That must be why, because he's been thinking about it for a while.
Okay, well, I'm not going to challenge him on that because clearly that blew up in my face yesterday. But yeah, so Drake London with the Falcons leads the way. Then it's Jahan Dotson, who Mayo had shouted out before the draft, is second. Then Pickett, then Garrett Wilson with the Jets, and then Chris Olave with the Saints. Damian Pierce, so that's another non-wide receiver, and George Pickens. So 5 of the top 7, to Mike's point about the shifting, is the favorite for Rookie of the Year offensively was a running back. Well, now 5 of the top 7 are wide receivers, and the running back is not even in that top 7 anymore that was the favorite before the season.
Are all those guys first-round picks?
I don't think all of them.
I'm trying to remember this.
4 of them are.
Okay. All right. I was just trying to figure out what that range is because.
But this was supposed to be a vaunted receiver group.
At this point, Burks is having a better season than
Pickens.
Pickens is.
Yeah.
So, but Pickens was already going into it. People were like, oh, you got to put him up on the chart. So I'm interested there.
And then that all feeds into the question. I hate to do this, but Jalen Tolbert can't even get on the field. I know that's not necessarily the point of your discussion, but that's kind of frustrating.
I think this is a great point, though, and I don't know this. All theories, I'm not giving up on Jalen Tolbert at all.
No.
I wonder when you play for such a smaller school, you're not playing Big 12, you're not playing SEC, you're not playing Big 10. When you come from South Alabama, I just wonder if it's still a huge jump. We're talking about more of the 1990 mid 2000, 2000 to 2010 jump that he's having to deal with. That players really struggle with, and that these guys that have played for Alabama, LSU, you're looking at Ohio State guys that are coming in and having very quick transitions to being quality wide receivers. If you want a guy to make a major impact really quick, you need to go get receivers from these, major schools that are throwing the ball 40, 50 times a game. And I know CeeDee Lamb, we want more from him, but CeeDee Lamb, he got to play at Oklahoma where they were throwing the ball 40 to 60 times a game. So he got a lot of reps in. And so I think for Jalen Tolbert, this is going to be a redshirt year for him. And it doesn't mean he's going to be good. It doesn't mean he's going to be bad. But I just don't think we're going to see really anything from Jalen Tolbert to give us any future he's good or bad or can help the Cowboys out.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we will talk with Jared Sandler. But before we do any of that,
let's give it away!
877-881-1053. Caller number 10. You heard the man. Will win a 4-pack of tickets in the right field to the Rangers season finale against Aaron Judge and the Yankees on October 5th. you could be there for another part of history. Maybe you can even be make part of that history by catching a home run ball. But you got to win first. Caller number 10, 877-881-1053. Coming up next, baseball time in Texas. We'll talk with Jared right here on The Fan.
Coming up Friday morning.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 through the Fan is brought to you by AutoFlex Leasing.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. If you missed out on the ticket giveaway, we will do it again tomorrow.
Oh, yeah.
But right now, it's baseball time in Texas. Let's talk with Jared Sandler. Good afternoon, sir.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Jared, is this the last time you're going to see Ohtani in an Angels uniform?
Oh,
Probably. If I had to guess, yeah. I think they were pretty close to moving him this deadline. I'm under the impression that there's an agreed-upon deal, but Artie Moreno decided he didn't want to sign off on it, and I think that in order for this organization, for the Angels to move forward, it's unfortunate they've put themselves in this spot, but they might be better off moving him now as opposed to letting him walk, because my confidence level that he re-signs with the Angels is incredibly low, and I just don't think you can allow yourself to lose an asset like that. But as we've talked about before, the business side of it complicates it, because even Mike Trout doesn't pull in the dollars that Ohtani does in advertisements and stuff like that because of the Pacific Rim reach. And I'm sure that that creates a wrinkle that you don't have to consider with 99% of athletes across professional sports.
Well, and that was the question I was going to ask then. I know the contract situation is totally different, and that might play a big part of it. But if they're getting rid of Ohtani, do the Angels need to also go ahead and trade Mike Trout?
It's going to be tougher to trade him because of his contract.
Yeah.
Not that you wouldn't find suitors, but that one would be tough because of Trout's health stuff. And are you going to be able to find the value? Like I believe you can find a deal for Ohtani where you're getting unreal value. Now people aren't going to like it because no matter what, you're trading Ohtani, and no one you get in that deal is going to be as good as Ohtani. But I don't know if you'd be able to find a match in value with Trout because of the contract, because of the age and everything. That one might be a lot tougher, but all it would take is Mike Trout speaking up and expressing some thoughts or desires to maybe play elsewhere, and maybe that's something that could happen. And if they do trade Ohtani and he feels like we're back at square one here with the rebuild or whatever, I wouldn't be surprised to hear him express some thoughts in that regard.
For as good as Ohtani has been and obviously is this year, do you think it is cut and dry that Aaron Judge is the AL MVP?
Yeah, I go back and forth on this. I do think, like, if I had to vote, Aaron Judge is my MVP. I mean, the guy might set the American League home run record and win the Triple Crown.
Right.
I don't think it's Ohtani's fault that his team sucks. Like, Ohtani should not be penalized because Artie Moreno and, whatever other factors are in play here. Joe Madden, who you guys know how I feel about him, but
right.
they're not a good team. But I do think there's something to be said about performing in moments that matter. And that's not Ohtani's fault, just like it's not a really good basketball player's fault that he's 6'1", whereas a guy who's 6'8", is going to get more of an opportunity. Life isn't always fair in that regard. I think there are times when a guy on a bad team deserves to be the MVP. It's just very tough for me to justify Ohtani as my MVP vote when Aaron Judge is having one of the greatest offensive seasons in Major League history. But I don't, like, if someone were to tell me Ohtani's my MVP vote, I'm not going to look at them and say you're an idiot because I don't feel like he should be penalized for the fact his team's bad. I just think that there are extra things that go into playing for a team that is competing at a much higher level in the Yankees.
Jared, we've been kind of keeping track of what MP's doing here on North Texas Giving Day today, and I was just thinking about all the friends we've made thanks to you and all the dinners we get to do with you guys. Would you like to put a link out there for people to go donate to the Sandlot?
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. The link is northtexasgivingday.org, and if you decide that you want to donate to the Sandlot, that's great. I think the extension for us is /the Sandlot, but I mean, I don't feel good about saying you need to go and donate to the Sandlot when you've got amazing organizations out there like My Possibilities and so many of our other partners in what we're trying to accomplish as a charity, and even outside of this space. I've always said, and I mean it, we'd love for your dollars to come to us and allow us to do what we're wanting to do as a charity and supporting kids with physical and intellectual disabilities. But there's so many amazing causes out there, and I hope people, if they get a second, take some time today
go to the website, NorthTexasGivingDay.org, find a cause that speaks to you and support it. And if you can't afford to support it financially at this time, I'm sure those organizations have need for volunteer hours or a use you can support without necessarily tapping into the bank account if the bank account's not something that can be utilized at this time. But I appreciate you asking if people do want to give to the Sandlot, NorthTexasGivingDay.org/Sandlot. But I would just encourage people to go to NorthTexasGivingDay.org and check out some of the amazing charities on there.
Awesome work, Jared, and your events are always tremendous.
Yes, sir.
We'll catch up with you sooner rather than later.
Appreciate it, guys. Bassett, great talking, man.
Thanks. There you go. There you go. Jared Sandler right here on 105.3 The Fan. Real quick, 972. I moved to South Dakota next week, and I just wanted to thank y'all for bringing me a sports radio show that I really enjoy. I'm not even a Dallas sports fan, but y'all made me want to listen, and I will listen going forward via the Odyssey
You'll
app.
be the mayor there.
We're the KNC Masterpiece. We will be back tomorrow. Full show, Jerry at 10:30, but tune in 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. KNC right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Business owners and professionals face special